Yeah, it happened on my stream yesterday as well. It's not the end of the sealed run. It wasn't my internet. I never lost internet. I think Twitch has been going crazy lately. Maybe their servers are somewhere in the snowstorm or whatever. Like, I'm in South Florida. Like, it's 80 degrees here and sunny, but... yeah, it was happening yesterday, and somebody said it was happening on Reed's stream. Maybe the Twitch servers are for the East Coast are somewhere being affected by the snowstorm or something. Because it was doing this a lot yesterday as well. And it's not my internet. My internet never blinked there. I was like, on Twitter and whatever. Alright, anyways, I think it's back. Y'all can hear me, right? We're back. You didn't miss anything. I knew it went out, so I just chilled since we're not in game. Obviously, if it's Twitch and not my internet and I'm in game, I'm going to have to keep playing. I'll try and, play slow and, whatever. But, since we're building, I just chilled and waited for you to come back, obviously, if I can. Alright, so all we got to do is make a cut and do the mana. I'm pretty sure we want exactly 17 lands. Our curve's not super high, not super low. This just looks like a 17 land deck to me. I mean, we even have a Frostpire. So we got to make one cut and then do the mana, assuming that those cooperate, then this is going to be the deck. Thank you, D Goods. Appreciate the subscription. So any thoughts on the cut? We're not going to cut the 2-drops. They're all pretty good, and we only have 3 of them. Recluse is probably cuttable, but again, I think this card overperforms in sealed. Glade Warden is cuttable, but again, it has good synergy with Magda. And it's a giant, so it doesn't die to Battle of Frost, so I doubt I'm going to cut it. It is cuttable, but with synergy with Battle of Frost and Magda, I probably won't cut it. We have a ton of 3-drops, so I'll probably just cut Recluse. While I do think this card performs better in sealed, we just have a ton of 3s, and it's the worst one, right? Like, if we have 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards that cost 3 mana, and this is the 10th one, probably the cut, right? Do we need the Bound in Gold? No, but we also have a Fall of the Imposter, and we don't have a ton of removal. And the white is, we're going to play like 1 Plains, and like, we have a white-blue Snowland, we have Glittering Frost, like, Fall of the Imposter is a pretty good card. Like, we have the Treasure Making, which we have a lot of. We have Magda, we have Seize the Spoils, and we have Goldspawn Dragon. So, I don't see why we wouldn't play Bound in Gold. It's a solid unconditional removal. I probably wouldn't splash for Bound in Gold, but Fall of the Imposter is quite good. Thank you, DP71856. Appreciate the subscription. Svella also, yeah. So, like, if we're going to splash for Fall of the Imposter, literally we're going to put 1 or 0 planes in our deck. Like, I don't see why I wouldn't play Bound in Gold. I think we just cut the 4-2. Again, I think this card is a solid playable and sealed on, like, draft, because if your opponent's not attacking you, then this card is good. It just trades with a flyer, hits for 4, trades with a 4-4, whatever. But it's just our 10th best 3 mana card. Like, we just have so many 3 mana cards that we should cut the worst one, right? And, like, Glade Warden's cuttable, but, like, it has good synergy with Battle of Frost and Fire. Glade Warden's a giant, so we can slap it down, and then we can play Battle of Frost and Fire. So I feel pretty good about cutting the 4-2 here. I think we want the blue-white tap land. If anything, I can play it over an island or a plains. We don't have anything that searches for a basic. It's not like I have Path to the World Tree or Horizon Seeker. So, I don't have to play basic island or basic plains. We can do the mana. But, like, this is just this is plains and island in 1 card. And it's a snowland for, the few things that matters with. We don't have a ton, but we have some. Bergstrider, Sculptor, Boreal Outrider. So, let's do the mana. This is the only time I like this view better. Yeah, I like Skull Raid. I think Skull Raid's a good sealed card in this format and a good draft card. But I don't think it would be free. Because we can't play all these sinkholes because we can't, have that many white sources. Our white is so light. If these were green-black duels, I think maybe we could play the Skull Raids because then we wouldn't have to put any swamps in our deck. Not that we really have bad cards to even cut for them, but if these were, green-black duels, we could have 1, 2, 3 completely free sources, but we can't play these sinkholes. We're going to have green and red sources in our deck. We're not going to have more than 1 plains, maybe not even any, probably. I do like the Skull Raids in sealed, though. I agree with you on that, Sam. Yeah, the sealed looks good. I wouldn't call it insane. I would call it, above average. Some of the sealeds are going to be really busted. I think this deck's good. I certainly wouldn't call it insane, though. Yeah, so let's do the mana. So green has our fixing and glittering frost, not that we have a lot of it. So acceptable number of green sources would probably be 8. Optimal would probably be 9. So this is how I do my mana when I have to do 4 and 5 color mana bases. I actually am feeling substantially better. Thanks, Giant Squidums. So when I have to do 4 or 5 color mana bases, the way I like to do them, first I set the lands to the acceptable number of sources, and then I start raising them based on like prioritization from there. So like this deck, I'm not going to submit with less than 8 green, right? Like green is like a base color. I've got 1 fixer in it. If I have to play only 8 green, that's acceptable. 7 is really not. So 1, 2, 5. So let's just add a forest. Red, pretty much the same. Maybe 7 because the frost is 8. Like I wouldn't want to submit this deck with less than 8 red sources, but the glittering frost can count. So, and for anybody who's never heard me say this, I count a card like this as a source for every color except green, because you have to have green in order to cast this, and you're mostly concerned with your first source of a color. So I won't count this as a green source, but I will count it as a blue, white, and red source. So the bare minimum number of red for me would be 7 plus the glittering frost. So that's 4, 5, 6. So let's up the red count by 1. And then we don't need plains or islands, so we can definitely get rid of that plains then. But we don't have any islands. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, so we still have room. Okay. So 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So now we get to add in one more land. Probably going to be green, but let's check our blue and white. So we're on 1, 2, 3, 4 blue sources. That's excellent for a light 2-card splash, plus the treasure making. We're on only 1 white source, plus the frost, so 2. So we might want 1 more plains. So we either want a forest or a plains for our last source. Because we have more green than red by a little bit, plus more green fixing than red by a little bit, although we do have the red treasure making. But, I mean, I think our 3rd white source, not counting treasures, or our 9th green source is clearly where we want to be at here. We're good on blue. We have 2 blue cards. They're both expensive. Not even counting treasures, we have 4 blue sources. I think we're pretty good on red. 7 plus the glittering frost just basically makes hard 8. So I feel pretty confident it's plains or forest. I'm not sure which. I think it's pretty close. There's no real scientific way, I don't think, to count treasures as sources. Just know that it's like, you know, it helps make it a little easier. Svella can fix, but we can't count on Svella to live, right? If we play a turn 3 or 4 Svella, I mean, that thing is kill on sight if you have removal. So, I mean, like, you know, yeah, it helps, but I don't think we can really count on that. Do we have double green cards? Only the Lindworm, so that's kind of irrelevant. We do have 2 green 2-drops and a green fixer. I think it's pretty close between 1 plains or 1 forest now. Honestly, I think it's extremely close. Alright, everybody's saying forest. I guess you just want to see me cast my spells. I think it's extremely close. I don't think it's bad. I mean, if I had anything that searches for basics, I would strongly consider the 1 plains, because then we would get 2 sources from 1 land. You know, like if we had a Path to the World Tree, if we put a plains in our deck, now we can draw a path to get our white source or the plains. So we get 2 sources from 1 card. Since we have nothing that searches for basics, I can be sold on our main color in forest. The white cards aren't really low on the curve. Like, you can play Fall of the Imposter on turn 3, but that's not when you're looking to play it. Bound is a late game quality removal spell. I really think it's extremely close. Like, if there was like, you know, if you showed this to a million pros and like and over like 3/4 said one or the other, I'd be surprised. Like, I think it's very close between plains and forest. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's my opinion. I don't feel strongly either way. I think it would be wrong. I think it would be horrible to put in an island. We already have 4 blue sources, not counting treasures, for 2 5-mana single blue cards. I think mountain would be 3rd, but a clear 3rd. We have 8 hard sources, and we have considerably less red cards than green. But I think between the 3rd white source or the 9th green source, I think it's extremely close. Not a great 2-lander on the play, but you know, we got Packmate, so hopefully we'll find lands. I mean, it's a 5-drop Thorbin. You're a lot more concerned with getting your first source right away for early cards. Double color cards that are cheap, like red 2-drops, change your mana a lot. Red 3 cards don't change your mana that much. Like, I mean, I'm not saying, like, you know, we wouldn't like more mountains. I mean, heck, we'd like more sources of everything. But giving Glittering Frost unlocks our whole deck, and that requires a green, I think it's pretty clear we'd rather have our 9th green before our 9th red, because that gives us a higher chance to play Glittering Frost. We also have 3 Packmates that draw a card. I mean, we have a little bit of red fixing, too, with the Magda and the Seize the Spoils. But I think clearly with 3 Packmates with Glittering Frost, I think, like I said, it's pretty clear that we want the green a little more than we want the red. I'm not saying it's by miles and miles, but I think it's clear. But then you have to compare it to the splash color, because we do only have 2 hard white sources. That's not very many. So we have a bunch of treasure making too, but I mean only 1 white land. When I say 2 sources, I'm counting the Glittering Frost. So that's why I think that's close. So now, do we want to play the Packmate or Broken Wings? The Packmate, so we should play it before we play a land, because we might draw a tap land. Okay, nope. Don't worry, it'll be in the VODs. Invictus Rage should be on the YouTube channel by tomorrow afternoon. Pretty much everything goes up there, but we're gonna make an effort to get the sealed thing up right away. So I took it because we have Broken Wings. I mean, maybe it's right to trade because I have Battle of Frost and Fire, but I also don't have the blue source yet, so I can't count on casting that too soon. This is a wolf. This is a giant wizard. Obviously, I want to kill the Skemfar Avenger. We can't do that. I guess this turn, I will probably just leave up Broken Wings, actually, because given the Longboat will live through the Battle of Frost and Fire, I kind of want to Broken Wings it, not trade a 3/3 for it. So I think I'm just going to chill. This is slightly less mana efficient. This isn't like, obviously, an Elf Berserk or whatever. They're not going to draw a card. So this is slightly less mana efficient than casting the Glade Warden, but I don't want to trade either of my 3/3s for this Longboat, and I see no reason to take another hit for 3. Our hand doesn't do a whole lot. We're not in a rush. I don't need to kill the Skemfar Avenger quickly or anything. I need the Glade... So I'm going to Broken Wings the Longboat, then I can play the Glade Warden, then I can Ravager the Avenger for 2. And in the meantime, I don't want to take hits for 3 that are unnecessary when I have a pretty good hand, but I can't cast Battle of Frost and Fire or Bound in Gold. I just want to keep life totals up and prolong the game. So if I block to try and provoke a trick, and then they pass, is there any way I get blown out when I go for Broken Wings? There's nothing that gives indestructible or, like, protection from green in these colors in this format, right? Because, like, it's kind of a free roll to block. Like, they might have a pump spell. They might play it, right? They're probably not gonna, though. So if they, like, now gave it pro-green in response, they would kill Packmate and Broken Wings, and I would get destroyed. So if there's anything that gives, like, indestructible or pro-green, this play is horrendous. If there's nothing, it's a positive free roll, because they might play a pump spell when I block with my 3/3. Alright, I could attack, but again, if they did block, I'd be unhappy. This is a, whatchamacallit, a foretell card. It could easily be the deal 5 to a tap creature. I'm just going to chill out. I'm in no rush. You don't want to miss free damage, but I'm holding 2 power cards I can't cast yet. I also really want to trade the Packmate, not the Glade Warden, off with the Avenger. I don't see a reason to take a hit for 4. Like I said, I'm trying to extend the game, keep life totals up. So now I do have to make a choice. Do I kill the Valkyr or the Avenger with the Basalt Ravager? Because they're not drawing a card either way. This is definitely not an Elf or Berserker. Yeah, I probably should kill the Flyer. And then I can trade the Ravager for the Avenger now, so I can attack with the Packmate, I think. So I'm going to attack with the Packmate. Even if they, like, you know, kill the Glade Warden in response or something and mess up the Ravager, I still have the Ravager back to block. So, not too worried about that. I mean, they could kill the Ravager, but, you know, then I have the Glade Warden back, and if I have to trade the Glade Warden for the Avenger, I will. But I guess that could be Demon Bolt. I don't really know. They haven't had the opportunity to play too much. They haven't had the opportunity to play the deal 5 to a tap creature yet. But they would have probably left no, they couldn't leave a white up because they played Valkyrie. Thank you for teaching me that yesterday. Valkyrie, Kribos, Valkyrie. I gotcha. So there's the Demon Bolt. They should have let me target first. Now I'll take the free kill on the 1/1, but... And I should probably hold 2 lands for Skull Raid. Yeah, I would have targeted definitely one of these two. Probably we decided the Valkyrie, but certainly one of them. So that was a small mistake by the opponent. They should have let me target the Valkyrie, and then they could still have a 1/1 in play. All right, free splash, huh? So 3/3 stops both their creatures if they don't have anything. So I could attack with the 4/2. And I would if they only had the Skemfar Avenger out, but they could just block with the Liberator, so I don't really see a point. Plus, the Ravager lives through the Battle of Frost and Fire, so there's not really a reason to trade it off for the Liberator. Again, we're mostly just chilling, mostly just hoping that we draw a blue source, frankly. Okay, so now I can attack with the Packmate, because that's an even to good trade for anything. Oh yeah, and we don't want to trade with the Liberator, because it's Berserker, and they'll draw a card. But we can attack with the Packmate, and then we can just play the Glade Warden, right? We're not really accomplishing anything holding that back too right now. I'm holding the 1 Forest because of Skull Raid. I could have held 2, but I also might use a bunch of mana in 1 turn, so holding 1 seemed appropriate. Well, I guess now I don't have a good block on the Liberator, so maybe I was a little greedy there, but there wasn't really much reason to put them on another removal, so I don't know. But given I am playing a long control game, and taking a hit for 2 here changes the clock by a turn, that attack was probably a little loose. It's my warm-up game. First game. So, what should we do now? Do we bother block? No, I don't want to give them a card. If we draw Glittering Frost, do we have enough mana? No. Yes, I can't tell. I mean, obviously, our blue mostly comes into play tapped, so it's pretty rough. We can draw Glittering Frost. It's a nice attack by them because they're Berserkers. I'm going to go to 1. I don't really see the difference between 1 and 3. I don't think I have any on-tap white and blue except Frost, and I have enough mana if I draw Frost to play Battle and wipe their board. But my Ravager will live. That's not going to do it. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I didn't get good value on my cards that game, but ultimately I obviously lost because I had 3 cards I couldn't cast. I mean, maybe I'm supposed to trade Packmate and try and hold Broken Wings for a flyer against a white deck, but I was holding multiple removal and at 20. I mean, it takes a long time for a 2 or 3 power flyer to kill you from 20. The tournament is this Saturday. Yes. Yeah, I didn't want them to make more tokens, but if they didn't have removal, I could just, block the 2/1 with my 3/3, so I think it was a close call. I probably shouldn't have attacked with the Packmate. I was trying to win that game by playing the sweeper. I probably didn't need the 3 damage. I probably shouldn't have attacked. But, you know, it was towards the middle to the end of the game. There was no reason to put another removal in their hand at that point. And 3 a turn, you know, it adds up. You can win a close game because you didn't miss 9 damage. So, I mean, I think it's a close call, but I probably shouldn't have attacked. What's going on? Are y'all there? I'm going to close and reopen Arena. I don't know. I don't know what's up. Arena and Twitch hate me lately. Again, I think that was an Arena error. I mean, my internet's spotty sometimes, but my internet was great when I first got it, and then since COVID, it's been pretty spotty, so I think, like, there's just infinite people at home watching Netflix and working from home and whatever. But in this case, I don't know. I think it was just an Arena error or something. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't have to be Texas. The reason Texas has it so bad is because they're not that well equipped for cold weather. Like, their power structures aren't insulated and stuff the same way they are in, let's say, like, you know, Minnesota or Boston. But there's this, like, snowstorm is hitting the southeast. It's not only hitting Texas. Like, I have friends in Tennessee and stuff who are snowed in. Yeah, I'm planning to do a little ads and chats tonight. I got nowhere to go. That was part of why I did the late start today. Some nights afterwards, I have coaching, and some nights I go to the casino after the stream. But tonight I'm planning to just hang out, do some ads and chats, build some sealeds, talk about sealed strategy, and anything else you want to chat about. Just hang out with y'all today. See if I can get you sick of me. I think there are loop. I think it's certainly a minority, but I know some people really like sealed. I don't know if they like sealed more than draft or not. I know Paul Rietzel's a really big fan of sealed. But yeah, you have to ask them. I mean, I like sealed more than standard. I like draft more than sealed, though. I play 2-5 center. Yeah, I mean, obviously to anybody who actually lost power in freezing temperatures, you know, my heart goes out to you. I wish you the best. I guess you can't be listening to my stream if you don't have power, maybe on your phone. I don't know. But, you know, obviously I wish you the best. That's really scary. You know, being from South Florida, I've lost power a few times because, you know, hurricanes roll through here, but it's never cold. So, like, when we lose power, you know, we're not dealing with freezing temperatures also. Do we keep this or do we mulligan? I think this is a mulligan. Oh, this is way better. Do we want to keep the second green or the second red? We're clearly going to bottom a forest or a mountain. That's not a decision. The only decision is do we bottom forest or mountain. We do have a double red card. We have one double green card, but Sculptor can make second green. And our double red card costs 5, and our double green card costs 6. So even though having first green was more of a priority than having first red, because we have 3 pack mates to draw cards and Glittering Frost, I think second red is actually more valuable for us than second green. I know that's kind of deceptive, but I valued the first green over the first red because we have Glittering Frost and 3 pack mates that draw cards. But I think, like, we have 1 double green card and it costs 6, 1 double red card and it costs 5, and we have Snow-Covered Forest if Sculptor lives. So I think we actually put back basic forest here and keep Snow Forest and 2 mountains. Hello. Thank you, Wordinista. Appreciate the subscription. I am also a Wordinista. I have the best words. You do not hate on my dinosaur. Nah, I'm just kidding. Of course the red card is better. I do love the 6/6 for 6, though. I'm, like, obsessed with that card. Yeah, it's a good quote. It's just like so stupid. He can't even articulately say, I have the best words. Yeah, the 7/6 Giant's fine. I mean, this is a format where, like, a lot of games do come down to using your mana in the late game. Like, the boards do get stalled and all of that. Okay, so I wasn't sure what I was going to play. I mean, actually, I guess it's still interesting. Like, if I didn't draw Boreal Outrider, I would have just tapped 4 for this Pac-Mate, obviously, and left this one on Foretell. Now, if I play the Boreal Outrider first, then I can get counters on both of these. But there is a 2/2 I kind of need to block. I don't think it's that important I get counters. Also, if I play this 4-mana Pac-Mate, next turn I can double spell. I can go Boreal Outrider and then play this Pac-Mate as a 4/4. So that seems like it's just correct. We pick up an incentive to play the Outrider here. And if we weren't under pressure, we might. But, I mean, it's another hit from a Frenzied Raider. I think it makes more sense. I don't know what they have, but I couldn't care less about this 3/3. If they showed me a trick, I'd still block. Like, you know, the run amok or the +2/+0 and it comes back. They could show it to me and I would still block. I'm mostly just interested in trading for the trick, keeping my life total as high as I can, and next turn I'm going to play blockers again that can block the Frenzied Raider. I love this card. I was starting to think, like, oh, I don't know if I'll be able to close before this Valkyrie kills me if I don't draw removal. Well, 4 life. Don't mind if I do. Alright, so this turn, Boreal Outrider and Pac-Mate. Next turn, Lindworm. Spell is for the late game, so we can use our mana the next 2 turns. We don't miss any counters. Life is good. I love this card. I'm so obsessed with Ravenous Lindworm. I don't think you want to attack with that 3/2 haste. I got a 4/4. Okay, just attack for 4. If I do they have a double block? Yeah, that's not really a great attack. I'll just start attacking with the 7/7. Like, if they took it and then didn't draw removal, obviously I wouldn't be scared of them attacking to throw away a 3-power creature. I can even trade off the Outrider. The problem is they just have a good double block anyway. They probably wouldn't double block, but if they did, I would just be trading a 4/4 for like a 3/3. And then, of course, if they don't, I'm more vulnerable to removal. So I'll be a little more conservative than I was last game. Okay, so seize the spoils, discard a forest. Seems like the first thing we do. See if we draw anything that changes our play or have more tricks or removal for combat. Then we can decide between Bound and Gold and Svella. This play seems almost automatic because the treasure gives us a way to cast Bound and Gold. Okay, so nothing I really need to Bound and Gold. I'm still at 12. I can take a hit for 2 from the flyer. So this looks like just play Svella and attack with Lindworm. I'm not in any way against bounding the flyer. I'm not going to keep hitting me forever. But I mean, I already have 6 lands. This is 7, and that's potentially 8. So I mean, like, for this turn, I think I just get Svella in play. I think that's pretty clear. If they do play some big flyer, you know, some bomb rare, it could be important to bound it. Like, imagine they play, like, the Rune Demon or something like that. And, I mean, I think I can win this game with Svella and my Lindworm and everything before this Valkyrie, would beat me anyway. Alright, so what do we want to do now? We can certainly Svella. We know we have Glittering Frost to cast Bound and Gold. It's probably what we want to do. Just attack with Lindworm and then pass the turn in Svella when they attack. Otherwise, we can play like Bound and Gold, Glade Warden. Yeah, I think we just want our free cards, right? I know that we don't need them, like we're going to end this game before that, but they have a lot of chump blockers and stuff. If they draw removal for Svella, I don't want to miss out on the free cards. And, like, there's a decent chance we'll hit a way to either block or kill the Valkyrie. We have a few things. Bound and Gold would be pretty good. Clear their board, except for this Pretender because it's a giant. Kill our Pac-Mate and Outrider, but Svella lives, Lindworm lives, kill their flyer. Seems good. If we hit the Battle of Frost and Fire. Otherwise, I don't know, we have a few removal. Not too many, to be honest, but a couple. Basalt Ravager can take care of the Valkyrie. Squash can take care of the Valkyrie. Demon Bolt. We also just Broken Wings. We also just might hit a flyer. Like, we don't have a lot, but we have Gold Spawn Dragon. If we hit that, we can put it in play and block and get a free kill. And I mean, we're looking at 4 cards. So if we're looking at 5 or 6 cards that interact, then and we're looking at 4 cards, that's a pretty good chance out of a 22-card library. I pronounce everything perfectly, Kuribos. How do I do on your name, by the way? I'm like, I see you around a lot, and I say your name from time to time, and I'm like, I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that correctly. It'd be a miracle if I was. I like Sam Black. That's a nice, 8 letters, easy to say. The best names are like that. Just 2 one-syllable, very phonetic, very easy to say. All right, so they hit a squash. Doesn't really change anything. Let's see what we hit. We are obviously going to let them Firewalker there first, so we could use that information in our decision. If I battle, they have a giant. They can finish off Svelor, Lindworm with Frost. The other lives. I kill their 3 creatures, my 2. I mean, it's good. It's not, like, incredible. If I put in Bergstrider, I'm tapping down something. I might just be attacking for, like, lethal. I have Bound, too. So I can kill both their creatures, but they can squash, like, my 3/5 or my 4/4, and then I attack for 7, 10, 13. Okay, so I just have lethal. If I put the Bergstrider in, it's literally lethal. Right? The biggest creature they can squash is one of the 4/4s, and I can kill both of their creatures. I can Bound and Gold the Frenzied Raider, and I can then just attack with all 5 creatures, except the one they squash. So, might as well take lethal, right? Oh yeah, I forgot. I get an extra 4/4, so it's actually even more damage than that. But whatever. Clearly lethal, as long as I don't put this on a tap land. So I know it auto does it, but I'm going to do it manually since the game is on the line. Never trust Arena if we've learned anything, right? What does it mean? Your username, Kuribos. Keberos. Turns out Spell is good. Who would have thought, right? Base red-green, Spell is good. I guess these are actually going to be faster than drafts, because if the games are the same amount of time, a sealed deck build takes less time than a booster draft. So we'll definitely do at least 3 of these. Since I am going to do ads and chats after, we'll probably do exactly 3. But I'll pretty much commit to that unless I start feeling terrible, which I don't. Like I said, I actually feel a little better than the previous couple days. It's going well. How you doing? TPO. Ben Stark is great. Yeah, so I made that Sam Black comment because Sam was in the chat. I don't know if he's still there or not, but also my name is obviously like Sam's. It's 8 letters. They're almost like the same, not letter for letter, but 1 syllable first and last name, 8 letters, super easy, etc., etc. That was the whole point of that joke if you didn't catch it. Curb are gross. I'm not sure exactly what the G in parentheses means. Curb are gross. Yeah, I mean, it takes some time. I think it's less than draft. Yeah, well, I can't do the rolling R, LR, but, like, I know the Spanish, like, vowel sounds and all of that, but I can't do the rolling R. Yeah, of course I should have played Volatile Forward. Don't hit the punt counter. I was just looking at the chat and didn't see I drew Volatile Forward this turn. That's a Colossal Plow. Somebody's name in the chat yesterday was the Colossal Plow. So, punish for my mistake, obviously. Now what do we want to do? I mean, can they crew this next turn? It's crew 6. Probably not. So I can just get the tap land in play and the pack made on Foretell. Plains Ox hit me for 6. Yeah, good beats. Alright, so now Packmate and Finn. No, we don't have 2 green. It would be Packmate and Finn for sure, but we don't have 2 green. This is only a 6/3, so I can just play I can play this Glade Ward and use all my mana. If they are able to somehow crew this, I can still block it. It doesn't get first strike or anything, right? I don't care at all if they gain 3. If they grow this once, I can trade Glade Warden for it. Alright, so still no second green, but now if we draw a green, we can play Finn. If we don't, we can play Seize the Spoils. So, actually, maybe I need to Seize first, though, because I want to discard the Mountain. I don't want to discard any of my spells. They all seem pretty useful right now. There's 2 targets for Broken Wings. This is removal. Finn's a fine card. So the sequencing here is tricky. I could Packmate, and then if I drew a Forest, I would rather use 2 mana and Finn than 3 to play Seize. I can just hold Seize for later. If I don't, though, and if I don't draw something and cast or a Forest, I don't really want to play the Mountain and Seize and have to discard a spell. So I think I'm going to be greedy as usual and just Seize the Spoils. Maybe this is too greedy. If they do flash in the horse like somebody mentioned, and then they have removal, I'm going to take a lot of damage. Is that too... Yeah, maybe that's too greedy. I'll just play the Packmate and see what I get. Such a conservative play for me. I hate it, but... I guess I do have Squash online, so I could always just pass the turn. That's probably correct, right? I don't want to discard anything to Seize. I can just Squash something. So I think I'll just pass, hold the Mountain. If they don't play anything else, I don't mind squashing the Bloodline Pretender. There's still a target for Broken Wings in play. +2/+2, reach every type. Sure. Still super squashable. If they attack, I'll double block. If they pass, I'll pass. They can trade for a 3/3. If they go for a trick, I've got Squash for the blowout. Okay, that looks good. Now we can play Boreal Outrider with that Forest, and then play Finn and get a counter on it. Think now we just can go beat down. This seems easy. If somehow they're able to crew that, I've got the Finn. Yeah, I held the Mountain for Seize, because I didn't want to have to discard a spell to Seize the Spoils, right? Speaking of, now let's Seize, discard a Mountain, then we'll Broken Wings if we draw land. If not, we'll evaluate our options. Not too concerned. Even if they had like the Snakeskin Veil to turn it into a 3/3, it would still not stop any of my creatures from attacking. It doesn't give Indestructible. They could just trade it for one of my creatures. But just in case they don't have it, I'll try and Broken Wings pre-combat. What are you watching, Vega? Pegasi, maybe. I don't know what the plural of Pegasus is. Did I have fun in that match? It honestly wasn't very close. That wasn't really a fun game. I call that the smiley face game. Yeah, Colossal Plow is not good. You should not play with that card. Crew 6 is just hard to do. Like, look, if you have a defensive deck, if you have a bunch of Beholds and you have 3 Oxes, go nuts. Like, I'm not saying it's like, you know, it has its place. But by and large, Crew 6 is a big deal. Y'all are making that up. There's no way anybody knows the plural of Pegasus. Ooh, Metal Mario. Another limited streamer. That's a good hand. Probably just the first blatantly good opening 7 we've drawn. Most likely we'll play Spella next turn. I mean, we really need to make like a Manalith or 2 if we can. If we draw a Snowland, that would be nice. Well, I drew a Snowland. So you know what I can do? I can play the tap land, then I can untap it, then I can cast Svella or Outrider. I can get a counter on Svella if I wait. So I think I play Outrider, because now that I have this land, I can just curve Outrider into 5/5 Gold Spawn Dragon. And in order to do that, I just have to get the tap land in play. So what I want to do is play the tap land and untap it, and then I can play the Outrider. And then next turn I can play land, and if they don't kill the Sculptor, I can play 5/5 Gold Spawn Dragon and attack. Is this a good draw on the play? Turn 2 Sculptor, turn 3 Outrider, turn 4 5/5 Flying Haste, attack, make a treasure. Yeah, I was going to get this spell out early because I didn't have any more lands, and I felt like I needed to make a Manalith right away and just have more mana to work with. But now I'll obviously, I don't need to get the spell out first. I'll curve out with the other creatures, and then I have the spell if they kill the other creatures or whatever. Unfortunately, I don't have a giant, so I can't squash the War Master there. So I do have to decide if I want to trade the Outrider for it. I don't think I do. Yeah, there's no reason to do that. Next turn, I'm going to have plenty of mana because I have these treasures. And they sack for 2 now. No, it doesn't get bigger, the gold spawn, but what it does is it makes a treasure whenever it attacks, it makes a treasure whenever it's targeted, and your treasures sack for 2 mana instead of 1. They won't trade? Why wouldn't they trade? 3/2 for 2/2. It's a trade. What am I missing? I've never seen that. Does this get 2 counters if you pay a red and a green? I don't know. No. It doesn't. It's just 1 additional counter if any of the spell's colors were spent on it. It's not multiple additional. Yeah, it's just 1. Now, if you have 2 Outriders out, then it gets 2 counters, I think. So I think here, I think I'm actually just going to get aggro. Blue-green can't really have a sweeper except Battle of Frost, and if they play that, they'll be dead. So I think I'm just going to play all my cards, just in the order that maxes them. So we want to do like that. And then 3. And then attack and make a treasure. Oh, I can't squash 2. I'm 1 short. But, that's all right. No reason to squash. We can just sack the treasure so we can attack with the Sculptor because we don't need that. Get our 2 counters on Svella here, and then I'm just gonna attack with everything. Like they can trade. I don't really care. Now their choice is either trade with the Outrider, eat a Sculptor that's worthless because I have infinite mana. This game's just over. Sorry for the beatdown, Metal Mario. I think you beat me last time we played. Oh yeah, that's nice of him, Tron, to offer me the option to concede with my stone nut draw. I literally don't think he could stack his hand and win this game. Like, what cards could he play right now? I mean, I guess there's a conceivable way you could play the double white sweeper if you like stacked every card in your hand, but you'd have to like make a red and then play that like red sorcery that makes mana and adds 1, and then play that for 2 white and then play the sweeper or something. The blue that returns everything, firstly, it costs 7. Secondly, I would just replay Gold Spawn and like replay everything. Like, get another treasure, then I have 4 more mana. This was just a total nut draw. It's just like a joke. My hand this game was literally a joke. The Snowland enchant puts you down 2 mana, not up 2 mana. Pretty sure that sweeper doesn't cost 3 or 4. Nah, they had a good time. Not quite as busted as the last hand, but pretty solid. I guess we don't have a Snowland, so it's actually a pretty underwhelming hand if we're just casting 3/2s. But we do have 3 Warriors, so the Basalt Ravager will be decent. Yeah, we want to get the Finn going, right? Because we can get the tap land in play, but we already have land 3 for Outrider, and we're not looking to Ravager on turn 4 necessarily. So we can always just go like Outrider next turn, tap land Outrider, and then Ravager. Okay, let's start poisoning them. I think I'm just going to trade if they attack. No, because of the Ravager, I can't. Because I'm not getting counters on anything, so taking a hit from 2 lifelink to then hit for 3 back, maybe, or just leave this in play doing nothing doesn't seem very good. The problem is, I need these in play to fuel the Ravager. Although now I want to Ravager the 1/1 flyer, right? Because this draws a card when a creature with flying does damage to me. So even though a 1/1 isn't a great target for Basalt Ravager, it takes them off drawing a card. So I think that clearly makes it worth it. So I think this turn we're clearly going to Ravager the flyer so that they don't draw a card. And then the question is, do we attack with just the Finn or do we attack with both? If we're going to play the Ravager, I think I attack with both. I'm happy enough to trade the Story Seeker for the Outrider, even though it looks like a pretty bad trade down. Like, I don't have Snowlands to pump my stuff right now. And if I keep clearing the way for the Finn, that helps it. Also, like, a 2/2 is just going to be effective against my hand of 3/2, 3/2, 4/2, so I don't think I mind trading the 3/2 for the 2/2 there. This is sealed practice for the Arena Open this weekend. I mean, I think that play was pretty clear, because the choice was either Ravager a 2/2 lifelink, or Ravager a 1/1 flyer, and them drawing a card. I mean, a card is worth more than +1/+1, right? If we kill the 2/2, they hit us with the 1/1 flyer and draw a card. If we kill the 1/1, they don't draw a card. So we killed 1 less power and toughness, and gave them 2 life to deny them a card. Seems pretty clear to me. Okay, so I'm just going to attack with both. They can trade their 2/2 for my 4/2. Again, whatever. I don't have plans for this staying in play. Just keep clearing the way for Finn. And then pretty easy pack mate. And then the tap land, unless we draw something that changes the play. I have not. WotC, a million people responded on Twitter and discussed it, and WotC said nothing. I wish they would just release some kind of statement as to exactly what the rules are. Like I said at the start of the stream, I'm going to abide by the rules, so I just wish they would just be like, these are our rules, and then I'm like, okay, now I know what I can and can't do. Like, I don't understand the ambiguity. Your rules don't have to be perfect. Like, just tell us what the rules are. You can change them for next time. You're not locked in for life. Just tell us what the rules are. I don't know if that's too much to ask, but... I'm planning best of 1 because people said best of 3 has better gem value and best of 1 has better advanced to day 2 value. And all I care about is advanced to day 2. Like, for example, I know you can stream it. Like, I'm allowed to record it and put it on my YouTube channel if I want to. But can I get live help? Like, am I allowed to ask the chat while I'm building? Like, hey, would you play this card or this card? Should I play red or black? Like, am I allowed to build together with my chat and get assistance? That's the question. So they do have 3 Snowlands, so they can bring that back. So I don't really want to trade 3/3 for 3/3 or 1/3 Death Touch for 4/3 if it's going to come back. I would if it wasn't going to come back. So I guess we can play like Outrider and Svella, or we can play Packmate. Seems better to just play Outrider and Svella. It's not like I'm worried about counters or whatever. Thanks, BW. It's more complicated than that because as your win percent goes above 50, like if you're 60% to win a game, you're over 60% to win a best of 3. So you have, like, let's say 4 66 percenters that you need to 4-0, or 9 60 percenters that you need to 7-2. But that said, somebody posted a graph, assuming they did the math correctly. It was better to play best of one pretty much all the time. I listen to you all the time. What are you talking about, Goman? The count, the completely, exactly calculated, kept track of official count is chat. 11,476. Ben, 19. I listen to you like a ton. What are you talking about? All right, no decisions here. We'll just slam. I don't know if they're going to have something or not, but the Narfi's going to stay tapped not only this turn, but next turn. So tap it, attack with everything is kind of a no-brainer. Svella's good, but if they're killing Svella, they're not killing Finn, which is putting them to 8 poison. Plus, I'm just winning, from every angle. And look, I won't be shocked if they have Demon Bolt or deal 5 to a tap creature. I also won't be shocked if they don't. I'm not psychic. I don't know their hand, so it's pretty clear. Just tap Narfi and attack with everything and see how it shakes out. If you follow, I don't know if you follow me on Twitter or not, but I tweeted about this today, and somebody responded with the math. Dangle, I think, actually responded with somebody else's graph or whatever. Okay, so we can play the fall, get a +1/+1 counter. They do have Eyesight Troll plus Pump Up, so they're gonna get to eat one creature. They're still at a lot of life. I don't know if I actually have an attack into the Eyesight Troll. It's kind of brutal. I guess if I had to push damage, I would try, but I could just plan B and try and win with Svella here. So that can grow to 5 power. So, if I grow the Bergstrider, that could attack, but then they would just block and indestructible. I don't care about losing my non-Svella creatures, but if I attack with everything, Eyesight Troll eats Bergstrider, Charger trades with, Boreal or Packmate, and they take 4. 5 if I play the Fall of the Imposter. I don't think it makes a lot of sense. I think I'm better off just playing the Fall of the Imposter and spelling. I have 6 out, and I'm making a Manalith, gives me 2 blue. Also, it leaves me only 1 land away. Just going to grow my smallest creature, I think. Pass and spell a Manalith. I'm not under pressure. If they attack with the Eyesight Troll, I'll beat down. So, assuming their last card in hand's not removal, I can try and win this game with Svella. If I start activating Svella at 20, I'm not going to lose. Well, that's a good card. It's whatever, but it's a good card. I take a hit for 3 in the air, they don't have an attack on the ground, and then they take their next turn. Thanks, Thrusting Dagger. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you for the support. Please don't thrust your dagger at anybody. Keep that thing to yourself. Manalith. Hopefully we just draw an on-tap land. Well, I'm going to do both, BW. If I was interested in conserving gems, I agree what you just said is real. But, I just want to maximize my chance at making day 2. So I'm going to start cracking in the morning. And then, I'll still keep cracking in the evening. If I only had 1 subscription, if I only had 1 entry, if I could only afford to enter once or twice, I would wait till later in the day. So if you're short on money gems, but you want to muster up 1 entry or something, what BW said is 100% spot on. Good players who really want to make day 2 because they have a decent shot at hitting that 1K or 2K are more likely to qualify in their first or second attempt than weaker players. So the tournament will be tougher in the morning than at night. So if you're only going to enter once or twice, you may want to wait until 5 or 6 hours after the queue starts. I'm going to start in the morning because if I get in then great. If I fail, I'm just going to keep trying all day. Okay, so where's the counter going? Does it even matter? Probably not really. I'm just going to put it on my smallest creature. That was the worst draw on our deck. We can't do anything this turn. Can't cast Seize, can't Svella yet, but we're not under any pressure, so can just chill. Nothing wrong with that. I could crack the Pyre. Doesn't kill anything since I put the counter there, but then I'd be 2 lands away from spelling instead of 1. I'll just take the free cards. I can Svella? 4/7. I can't Svella. It's 8. I can spell, I can make a Manalith, which I plan to do. They have a lot of snowlands. Should I be blocking that thing? Probably should. 1, 2, 3 pumps. Yeah, I don't need to take that kind of damage. I'll just throw Finn on it. All of the above, Radium Man. And I mean that. I'm not like trying to dodge giving you a real answer. Like any one of those factors would probably be enough for me to play it. You know, like, I mean, there's no way my equity in it is higher per hour spent than if I spent the same amount of hours playing poker, but it's so much more fun, so I would do it for that reason anyway. Plus, it's really fun, and the equity is real, and it's going to be fun to do with you and good content. But, like, if I wasn't allowed... Let's say my internet goes out, I can't play, but let's say Twitch is down this weekend. I'm still going to play. So it's not because I can stream it. If Twitch was down all weekend, I would still play. Let's say I thought I was negative EV in it, like an affordable amount, like $50 or whatever, I would still play. Let's say, you know, and of course, the fun is, of course, it has to be there, but if there's nothing more fun than a high-stakes limited tournament. Literally nothing in the world, So all the factors are relevant. Fun is probably the predominant one, but I think I have good EV in it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and I plan to stream it. So they're all relevant. I guess they want to get rid of their troll and not their Narfi. That's fine. I'm not even sure which of those is better. The question is, do we spell a now or do we wait? I think maybe I just do it now because I don't need it up as a blocker. I'm not like worried they're going to attack. I'm not on the ground and these all fly. No, it exiles Fall of the Imposter, right? So Narfi wouldn't come back. Nothing would come back. I don't think I needed to put it +1/+1 on Cosmos. I think this was their weakest of the three. Like, if I could choose which of their creatures I got rid of, Narfi and Troll would be very close to me, and then Charger would be in third after Narfi and Troll. I mean, it's good you're pointing that out as something to think about. Like, if I was, you know, at 6 instead of 17, I might need to kill the 3/3 flyer. But I was way more scared of Narfi and Troll than I was Cosmos Charger. I think I'm just going to Svella. If they draw removal for Svella, I can always Packmate and Seize later. I'm not under pressure. I'm at 17. So, like, I just don't want to miss free cards, right? Demon Bolter 6/6. That's pretty close. We can Demon Bolt the flyer, get a 6/6 and gain 4. I think I'll take the 6/6. This is actually, like, a pretty good heuristic that you won't deviate from that often. If you're in a stalemate, if you're, like, not under pressure, even if you have better spells to cast than activating Svella, you should still activate Svella. The reason is, these cards aren't going anywhere. They're in my hand, right? But let's say they top deck a removal and kill Svella, then I can still cast these cards. Let's say I cast these cards, and they top deck a removal and kill Svella, I can't still activate Svella, it's dead. So you want to get your free cards off Svella, you want to lock that up. Sometimes if you're under pressure, then you can't do that. But if you're not under pressure, you want to prioritize getting your free cards off Svella. Now I'm just going to attack. Yeah, but it's not because they're free, it's because they could kill Svella at any time, right? Like, let's pretend Svella had, like, hexproof and indestructible. Then what I just said would not apply. It's not literally because the cards are free, it's because they might draw removal and kill Svella. Whereas, so you want to lock up those extra resources, because the cards in your hand are not likely to magically disappear. I mean, they could draw discard if they're black, but you can, you know, discard lands or your weakest cards, whatever. But, like, Svella could leave the board on any turn. But the cards in your hand are a lot less likely to leave your hand. Like, if Svella had Hexproof plus Indestructible, then it would be a different ballgame, because a Hexproof Indestructible creature is not leaving the board. So then you could, like, you would just do whatever was more productive. But, like, the fact that if they draw removal and kill Svella, you won't get access to those free Svella cards, but you'll still have access to the cards in your hand, means you want to get the free cards before they possibly draw removal and take you off them. Oh, they didn't account for what I said, Adrian Sullivan? Also, what's up? Longtime old school pro, Adrian Sullivan. Yeah, I talked about that concept earlier, that if you're 60% per game in best of one, you're like, you know, 66 or whatever in best of three. I didn't do the calculations, but I understand the concept. So if the math doesn't account for it, then that math could be off that they posted. I assume they did, because, like, somebody went and bothered to do the math, then they should know that 2 of 3 60%ers is over 60% to happen. So we can Glittering Frost on a tap land, on tap it and use 2, but then we have it for next turn. Or we can Packmate. If I had more to do with my mana, I'd be inclined to get my ramp out. But with this hand, I think I just want to play Packmate. Like, I don't have that much to do. Like, I'm not going to double spell removal next turn. Like, if they play a creature, I can just play one of these. I don't want to play both of them. So I think I'm better off just putting my 3/3 out this turn. See, here we're deviating. The baseline heuristic is play your ramp first. But given my hand is just removal, I know I'm not looking to play 2 spells next turn. Like, I mean, not counting Glittering Frost. I'm not looking to, like, use 7 mana next turn. So I think I'm better off just adding a 3/3 to the board. We're like 4-1 or something. Okay, similarly, see no reason to be in a rush to get the ramp out. I'm just going to play my creatures. I thought I covered that, Tired Archer. You know, Glittering Foretell doesn't add a 3/3 to the board. It's more mana efficient, but my hand is like 2 removal spells and a Glittering Frost and no other creatures besides the Packmate, so I don't need to be more ramp and mana efficient. I'd rather add more power and toughness to the board. If my hand was like a 6-drop creature, a 5-drop creature, and a 4-drop creature, I would have went Glittering Frost, Foretell the Packmate, so that I'd have a lot more mana to work with on the next couple turns. But since my hand was 2 removal and no more creatures, and they had no creatures out, it doesn't do me a lot of good to have access to 8 mana next turn if I'm going to use 3 to play a Demon Bolt and that's it. So that's why I got the Packmate out instead. Okay, Glittering Frost, Boreal Outrider, no real decisions. Can't get the counter on the Outrider itself. We're not really missing anything. We're a little ahead in the race. I mean, we don't have to attack there, but we don't have any more creatures. I don't mind trading the Outrider for their 3/3 Longboat in this spot. So now what's up? So I can play a 4/4 Packmate, see what I get. So that seems pretty obvious. If I get a land, I want to leave open the potential Fall of the Imposter, although putting it on the mountain made that slightly awkward. That probably should be on a basic forest, since I had Fall of the Imposter in my hand. But I can tap the green. I can pool a white if I want to, and leave a green up. Well, I can't leave a red and a green and a white, basically, so I have to guess regardless. So I can just guess now. If I draw a land off this Packmate, do I want to cast Demon Bolt or Fall of the Imposter? Probably Fall of the Imposter, right? I want to get the +1/+1 counters flowing, and that takes a couple turns before it exiles something. If I build a 4/4 with the Fall of the Imposter, I'm still not going to attack because they could just double block. So I guess what I want to do is maximize my chances to play Fall of the Imposter if I draw a land. So I'm going to pool a white, tap like this, play Packmate. I think I need to go into full control so I can use the mana I want. I want to leave the white in my pool. This way I have white and green. So if I draw a mountain, I can still cast Fall of the Imposter. This is very intricate for very little benefit, but it is optimal, I believe. Now I have a floating white, so if I draw a mountain, I can still cast Fall of the Imposter. Glad we did all that work. LSV doesn't like Fall of the Imposter? 3 mana for +2/+2 and exile their best creature? I don't know. Yeah, I missed the Foretell, you're right. Hit the punt counter. I just missed it. I missed it. Hit the punt counter, I missed it. Alright, so we want to grow things so they're big enough to live through Battle of Frost and Fire. So I think I'm just going to fall the 4/4 Packmate, play the land. Ironically, I think now I probably won't foretell the Demon Bolt. I mean, it's close. I do have a 5 mana card in my hand. But do I want to give away that I have Demon Bolt? I don't know. It's close now. Last turn I should have done it for sure. I'll foretell it so people don't get mad at me, but I'm not sure. Last turn it was right to foretell the Demon Bolt. This turn I think it's extremely close. It's definitely not for sure. I'm telling them I have a spell, and when I don't put a creature in play, they pretty much know it's removal. And the upside is saving 2 mana later, when I now have 7 mana and 1 card left in hand. If I had drawn like a basic forest or mountain, I would have held it for discard protection, but it was a blue-white tap duel, so I kind of wanted to get it in play. Like, I know this is produce blue or white, but like, I have, you know, I might want to cast a white card and this blue card in one turn. It's a tap land, it's a snow land. I felt like I should get it in play. I guess I keep loading this up, because I mean, if I'm going to battle a Frost and Fire, the other ones are going to die anyway. Bergstrider's not, since that's a giant. Since the Longbolt won't die to the Battle of Frost and Fire, the plan now is to tap the Golemaw Champ, and then I'm going to attack with the 3-2 and the 3-3. I guess I could send the 6-6-2, since they don't even have a block on it unless they have something. Like, they literally can't even double block it. Yeah, I can't imagine someone doesn't like Fall. That would just be shocking to me. It's just clearly a great card. I don't think it's, like, busted or anything. But, I mean, it's, you know, 2+1/+1 counters exile their best, not their worst. Like, it's just a good card. Like, I don't understand how you can really not like it. Alright, I'm going to attack with everything because the 6/6 is the only creature I care about, and a trade with the Longboat is good for me, because Longboat survives Battle of Frost and Fire unless they activate it, you know, on my turn, whereas my 3-2 and my 3-3 are already dead when I cast Battle of Frost and Fire. I hope they can't take out the 6/6, but it's not that likely. And if they can, it would be with hard removal anyway. Like, for them to be able to do it in combat, I mean, they could, like, deal at 5 and block it with the 2-1 or something. No, because the 2-3 is already going to die just like the 2-1. If I wasn't going to battle a Frost and Fire, it would be different. Yeah, I would rather them block with their better creature. But both those creatures are going to die, so I'd rather give them the worst blocker this turn. I mean, now they're just dead on board unless they have something. I get to choose, right? Cool. Yeah, I mean, I agree battle was unlikely to be necessary, but again, we still want to plan for it, right? If we win without using it, great. Like, you're welcome. Thanks for hanging out, Magarin, and I appreciate your support. I don't know, Kram. I don't know. I don't want to comment too much because I don't know what else we actually said about it, but I think it's a nice card. I'm not saying, like, it's amazing. Like, oh, like, if you didn't splash for it, it would be fine, but I think it's a good card. Because that's most likely what I'm planning to play this weekend in Upolstra. I'm not sure on what I'm going to play. Whoa, Nixius with another 5 subs, making 60 in the channel. Thanks, Nixius. Really appreciate the generosity. Rapidly approaching most generous sub-gifter in the whole channel, excluding Quadjax and his 2,000 subs or whatever. Well, I really appreciate the support. So, I wrote a decent article about sealed. If you Google, like, sealing success, I wrote, like, basically how to build sealeds in general. And then me and LSV did a sealed, like, walkthrough at GP Oakland. It's up on YouTube. I think you can find it pretty easily if you search for, like, Ben Stark plus LSV sealed deck or something. This format, though, is the most warped sealed format I've played in my entire life. And I don't say that hyperbolically. Like, it truly is. Like, green is so deep in this format. So many of the good cards are splashable. It's I think like 90% of sealed should be green. Maybe virtually all. I mean, I'm sure it's not literally all, obviously, but like I have never ever like this is my like let's call it 11th, 12th sealed between building and helping other people build and stuff, and I have not seen a deck that wasn't green. I mean, my opponent's decks, but I personally have not built a deck that wasn't green. And I'm not forcing it. You know, it's not like, you know, me. It's not like I'm like, oh, you know, green is the best color. I have to play green. I know I could have cast Finn, but given I have a white card and no white sources, and I don't have a blue source if I draw a blue card either, plus I might just draw something like Lindworm that's really exciting to ramp out, I don't think it was right to sack both treasures just to get a 1/4. Also, if I keep getting treasures, I actually have a good dragon. It's not like I'm searching for, like, you know, a Mass Vandal. I actually have the 5-mana Mythic Dragon to search for, so if I get enough treasures, that's pretty busted. So I'm just going to play it slow here, try and get to 5 treasures and see if I can search out a Gold Maw Dragon. And if not, I'll end up using the treasures for Bound and Gold. We do have Goldspan, yeah. The cup has been poisoned. My favorite card from Zendikar Rising? I'm not really like a favorites kind of person like that. I don't know. I don't know that I thought about it like that. I like some of the sweet designs, like some of the commons that are like super interesting. I mean, I like the Cleric deck the best in Zendikar Rising, so I'll just go with Core Celebrant. 1 treasure away from the Broken Dragon. So if they attack, I mean, I want to block because if they have a pump spell, it's really good for me because Demon Bolt. But it's interesting because if they have Jarl, I could lose Svella. I mean, if they spend their turn killing Svella, I'm getting to attack with Magda, and then I can search out the dragon. Not that it's game-winning or something, it's just a 4/4 flyer. I mean, it's good, obviously, and getting it for free is great. So it's interesting if they attack. I'm not sure if I want to block or not. I mean, if they go for a pump spell, I can just bolt in response, and it's just literally amazing for me. If they have Jarl, though, then they kill Svella. But I don't want to get drained out. I can only take so much damage. And I don't need Svella. Like, I've got Magda for the 4/4 flying dragon, so I think I block. Hey, there's Jarl. Who would have thought? Yeah, I like Time Spiral a lot. I am kind of looking forward to it. I'm actually not unhappy with that sequence. Like, if I knew they had it, I wouldn't block. But this locks up getting the Magda up a 5th treasure. This isn't as a sorcery, right? Nope, can do it anytime. And, like, Jarl could have killed the dragon if they had a small flyer or something that did a damage. And I don't want to let my life get low when I have, like, all these resources, so... If I knew they had Jarl, I wouldn't block, but I think at the risk of them having Jarl, I think it was a fine block. Jarl. Jarl. Why is it pronounced Jarl? It's a J. This isn't Czech. Maybe it is. Okay, so let's get our dragon, right? Jow. I believe you. I'm mostly teasing. Okay, so I can Bound and Gold the Dusk Wielder. Strangely, that's probably the best target. And then attack, I get 3 treasures. Dwarf, Treasure Maker. And then I have 6 mana, so then I can Broken Wings, leaving them just the 2/2 to block Magda if they want. Sounds good to me. This is utterly ridiculous. Yeah, I believe you. I'm just teasing. Obviously, I don't know how to pronounce anything. Oh, we still got a game. That's pretty busted. That's like the #1 card in this format, I think. Don't draw removal. It's like, my 6/6 flyer is bigger than their stuff, but now I'm dead next turn. I can go to 1, right? This can't attack again. And then if I draw removal, I'm fine. Can block, eat, and kill. Not that I have a lot of outs here, but might as well kill a 4/4 flyer and go to 1 rather than not. Removal. That's not going to do it. I can't believe I lost this game. I mean, I can, because Kaldheim Unleashed is the literal best card in the format. This is the literal #1 card in the format. This card is just unbelievable. I mean, I played as aggressively as I could, so... I mean, I could have saved removal for the 4/4 flyers, but they were making 3 of them. Not really sure that there's a way I beat that this game. I think Kaldheim Unleashed is substantially better than Coma. Firstly, Coma, you can lose the game with it in your hand. It costs 7. Kaldheim Unleashed, if you have a mana light hand, you foretell it, and then for 5 mana, you get 2 4/4 flyers. So, like, yeah, like, Coma does more for 7 than Kaldheim for 5, maybe more than Kaldheim for 7, but Kaldheim you can play and have it be a very good card for 5 mana. And remember, if you only drew 5 lands, you drew all the rest spells, right? So, like, you don't need more than 2 4/4 angels out of your 1 rare that often to win the game when you have 5 lands only, because then you have all the rest spells. Whereas if you're a little flooded and you drew 7 lands, then you can get 3 4/4 angels. Coma's an incredible card. I mean, Windmill Slam, of course. But there are a lot of games where you're going to not draw 7 lands quickly and just lose with a Coma in your hand. Kaldheim Unleashed, you're stuck on 3, you got a 4/4 flyer. Stuck on 5, you got 2. Like, it's so flexible. Yeah, I think my play was right. It didn't work out exceptionally, but... Like, I'm happy to trade Magda for that. I'm not getting to 5 treasures too soon, and I didn't want to let them trade the 3/2 flyer for my Glade Warden. I was under no pressure, and I had 3 creatures. I think Magda made the 3rd creature in the yard, so I was planning to get to start activating Glade Warden. Like, if they have removal, they have to either kill the 4/4 flyer, and I get to start activating Glade Warden, or they kill the Glade Warden, and I have the 4/4 flyer. I think I played that game well. I just lost to a Kaldheim Unleashed. And even then, like... They had to draw that menace thing off the top, or they couldn't attack, right? I had enough life that if they attacked with the 3 4/4 flyers, I would just eat 1 and take 8, and then the next turn I could eat 1 and take 4, I think. Maybe not. I think I was at 11. Yeah, I just like them too, Roof. We've often joked about the Bennett. You know how they did, like, the Greedy Amy Amazonian limited format where, like, you don't have, like, lands, you don't have to pay for spells and stuff like that? My, like, Arena limited format, if they ever do a Benes one, will be no rares. We just play with only uncommons and commons. No mythics, no rares. They're just magically gone from the packs. That would be the Benes Arena format. Well, I would ban true mythic uncommons, like, for example, Risen Reef or Zenith Flare, but there's not that many of those. I don't even know if this set has a mythic uncommon. What's the best uncommon in the set? Like, Maja? Like, I mean, that card's very good, but it is white-green to cast. Yes, I would ban, like, the actual true mythic uncommons, like Roost of Drakes, Risen Reef, and Zenith Flare, but there's, like, 1 mythic uncommon every other set. Whereas there's a lot of busted rares. Svella's fine. Svella's good, but, like, it's slow, it dies to removal. Like, Svella's a very good card, but, like, it doesn't need to be banned from Limited. So, probably just Basalt Ravager the Outrider here. They have a million Snowlands. I don't think I want to let that get going. Then attack, they'll block, so no. So, easy enough. No, it's not. Avalanche Caller's fine, like, it's a good card, but it's slow, and you have to have Snowlands, and it dies to removal. If you notice, like, the 3 mythic uncommons I named right off the top of my head, Risen Reef, Zenith Flare, and Roosted Drakes, like, basically they don't die to removal. Like, Risen Reef costs 3, it can die to removal, but you already drew a card, and then Roost and Zenith Flare don't die to removal. Like, you know, a slow 3-drop that eventually wins the game in a stalemate, I mean, that's a good card. That's first pickable. But it's not like, you know, ban it from Limited good. So Lindworm, I can squash and Packmate, or I can Lindworm. I don't really have an attack if I don't squash, but I don't want to squash a 3-2. I don't really want to trade the 4-2 for the 3-2, but maybe it's right to do that because I get counters for these. But then squash would cost 5 instead of 3. So for this turn, I think I'm just going to play Lindworm and take the turn off because I don't want to trade either of my creatures for Mentor. I don't want to squash Mentor. Like, I could still use my Mana Well this turn, squash Mentor and play Packmate. But I feel like, you know, that's just a 3-2 once in play. Squash is more valuable than that. It's the only removal in my hand. I think I just slam Lindworm and pass. Oh, I have the Shapeshifter to squash. You're right. Maybe I should have sent the 4-2. Yeah, you're right. Maybe I should have sent the 4-2. I mean, it's still close. It's not like it's a great trade, but I could have sent the 4-2 and still been able to squash for 2. You're right. So, I could squash that. I mean, it sucks having to kill my own creature, but I've got the answer. I can't really complain. So I think I do trade then. Oh, no, then they can use the Priest on the Glade Warden. I was right the whole time. If I would have traded the Ravager for the Mentor, they could Priest off the Glade Warden and then squash cost 5 again. I'll just take it. So, squash the Lindworm, attack with the Ravager, and cast Packmate. Seems right to me. They could have the 1+1/+1 hexproof. That would be kind of a blowout. I guess I can always block it or whatever. Just gotta find out. Why Packmate first? It's not going to change my play, right? There's no 2-mana card I'm going to draw. It's going to change my play here. Just giving them info. Oh, to check for priority. Yeah, I got to get better at abusing Arena like that. I've been playing Magic for too long before Arena came out. And, like, I mean, this year almost 100% of my play is on Arena, but even like before COVID, like probably like 90% of my total Magic was on Arena. I got to get better at exploiting the Arena stops and info. I'm pretty bad about that. Yeah, I guess I missed the damage. I could have attacked all, but I'd have 2 tap creatures to deal 1 damage, and they do have a 3-2. Not that I'm going to block it with my 1-1 or 3-3. I probably just missed the damage there. Oh, yeah, I'm not saying it's wrong, Carlos. You know, I should do it more. You know, I played Magic for 24 years before Arena or whatever, so it doesn't come naturally to me. But I'm not... there's nothing wrong with exploiting the Arena interface. I mean, that just is what it is. Your opponent has the same ability to do so. I mean, you can choose not to if it makes it less fun for you, but it's not unethical or whatever. So we have no Snowlands. We can play Gold Spawn, attack, and then we can play Glade Warden or Outrider post-combat by sacking the treasure. Oh no, they could double block Gold Spawn, so we can't attack with Gold Spawn unless we can put a Glade Warden counter on it. This ability is as a sorcery, right? So we're 1 mana short of that. So I guess I just attack with these ground creatures, because any trades, like if I trade with the Raven, that helps clear the way. I can play Glade Warden and Outrider this turn. I don't want to play Gold Spawn. Like, I can't attack with it. They double block. So I think this turn is attack with the creatures that can. Trades are good for me because they take them off creatures to tap to Sentinel. They take them off, if Raven goes away, a blocker for Gold Spawn. And they just put creatures in the yard to fuel my Glade Warden. And then next turn, we'll play Glade Warden and Outrider. And the next turn, if we draw a land, we can Gold Spawn, Glade Warden it, and then attack for 6. Gold Span, Gold Spawn. It should be Gold Spawn. Spawn's gold, right? That's what the card does. Yeah, I mean, I won't be happy if they Skull Raid it out of my hand, but honestly, I don't need it. They have to also kill the Glade Warden. Because, I mean, I have a couple of creatures in the yard now, plus that. So I'm going to be growing things every turn. So a stalemate is fine for me. Oh, is it Gold's Pan? I just thought Gold's Pan. Yeah, Gold's Pan. I guess that could make sense if the dragon pans for gold. I didn't even think of that, Ixa. Well, they had removal and another Raven. I'm not losing on board, but now it's like a stalemate, right? Well, that's interesting. So I can just blow up everything but my Basalt Ravager? Oh, I don't have a blue, though. I can get one if I attack with the dragon, but then I lose that. That seems fine, though. Like, I mean, look, just because your card's mythic and theirs is common, they're both 4/4 flyers. So, I mean, giving myself the ability to cast Battle of Frost and Fire on a future turn seems worth trading my 4/4 flyer for theirs here. I can't attack with anything else because, well, I guess I could, actually, but it wouldn't matter much. Like, if the 4/4 flyer eats either of these 3/3 ground creatures, then it's not eating my 4/4 flyer. And the 3/2 can trade with one of these, that's even. So, actually, I should attack with these. This is such kind of a weird tell if they really go deep and think about it, because why am I not sending Basalt Ravager? But Basalt Ravager's a giant, so it lives through Battle of Frost and Fire. So I don't want to trade Basalt Ravager for Mentor, but I'll happily trade either of the other two for Mentor and deal them 3. And if they wanted to block one of my ground creatures that's going to die to Battle of Frost and Fire with their 4/4 Raven, then they're not killing my 4/4 Flying Dragon, and I'm cool with that. So I think that was the optimal attack. But it's kind of a tell that I have Battle of Frost and Fire if they really think about it. Like, why did I send these 2 ground creatures but not Ravager? Hey, thanks, Tenorca. I appreciate that. Thanks for the donation and the compliment. Thank you for the support. All right, so now they have a giant as well, so I think we chill. Because if they attack, I can double block their giant. So now I'm just going to chill. Remember, my creatures, these 2, the Packmate and the 1/1, they're going to die when I play Battle of Frost and Fire, but Bergstrider and Basalt Ravager aren't. So this is a great double block. And now, I'm cool with it. This card can certainly do more, but I don't mind killing their 2 creatures. It doesn't even kill mine. And then I get the Scry 3 to dig up more business. Yeah, Plains is a business, especially if they play a creature. Forest and Mountain aren't a business. So, Glittering Frost gives us Plains and Island, so we probably want that. We don't need the land, though. Just gonna probably do it like this. Probably rather get Svella going first. I mean, they don't even have any creatures out yet. Do I want to put the Demon Bolt on Foretell? Not really. I can always discard Fall that I can't cast in Forest. This seems like the kind of spot that I talk about where, like, I'm just giving them information for no reason. I have unlimited mana. I did not forget to Foretell this time. I think it was just giving them information for no reason. Like, next turn I'm drawing a 3-mana card. Like, why do I need to Foretell this bolt? Svella does fix, but we don't know if it's going to live. And if it lives, I'm going to win anyway. And if they kill it, I'm going to want to draw that Glittering Frost to cast the Saga in my hand, Fall of the Imposter. So, like, you know, there's no reason to be like, oh, Svella will give us mana to cast Fall. Because if Svella lives, Firstly, the game's over, so we don't have to plan for that. But aside from that even, I'm going to activate Svella. I'm not going to Manalith, and I'm just going to win. So we don't have to think about that. If they kill Svella, then do I want to draw Glittering Frost? Yes. So that's why I top Svella first, Glittering Frost second. Thank you, YD. Good question, though, by the way. Appreciate the 19 months of support. One more win for Fate Day 2. I'll take it. One more win to start the day off with a bang. 7 wins sealed, and then we'll get to the second one. I'm going to do 3 sealeds today, just like the 3 drafts I usually do. This is the first. We're going to do 2 more sealeds. 2 more of these exact same ones, the best of 1 sealeds. Because that's, as of now, what I'm planning to play on the weekend. Subject to change if win percentage math wasn't done correctly, as Adrian Sullivan said. Thank you. Hi, too. Appreciate the subscription. See, you're a new subscriber. Hope you're enjoying the stream. I do appreciate the support. I am doing 2 more sealeds after this Mamobi. This is the first of 3 best of 1 sealeds I'm going to do today. I think I have more of an edge in draft. I think draft is harder than sealed. They're both skill intensive. I'm not sealed is tough, but I think draft is harder. Some sealed basically build themselves, some don't. So I'm going to use 3 mana and not 2. They're both 3 power anyway. Plus, I might peel a Snow Forest and then I can make the pack mate bigger. No, I mean, I'm going to play basics. The math is just, do I play best of 1 or best of 3? Just whichever gives me the higher chance to advance. Check on my Twitter. I tweeted about this, and Dangle responded with somebody's math that said best of 1 gives you a better chance to advance. I'm not sure if it's correct or not. But I'm going to play best of 1 or best of 3, just whatever gives me the higher chance to make day 2. Seems like I cast a 4-drop. The question is which... I mean, I could attack. I wouldn't really be happy if they double blocked, but firstly, it's a risky double block, and then secondly, I don't really have any snow mana. I have this thing, but that doesn't cast any of my green or red creatures. And also, creature going to the yard, that's actually kind of good for me since I have Glade Warden. I think I do attack. If they double block, I only slightly regret the attack. Maybe not even. And if they take it, then it's a free attack. And then post-combat, I cast Packmate before Glade Warden, I think. Glade Warden's the better late-game creature. And Packmate draws a card, might help me. It doubles my chances from whatever they are, basically, to have Gold Spawn next turn. Because I need to draw a mountain to play Gold Spawn. Or Gold's Pan, as Ixo points out. I actually have no idea how it's intended. It's not Pan. Goldspan. Yeah, I mean, that's a scary spot to double block. If I have Demon Bolt or Snakeskin Veil, there's multiple commons that would totally blow them out. Everybody typed it a different way. Okay, we drew the mountain. I like that. Can I attack on the ground? What happens if I send these two? I'm going to play a mountain and attack with Gold's Pan Dragon. I have no idea how it's pronounced. But do I attack on the ground also? They can triple block, and then I trade the Packmate for Avalanche Caller. That's even-ish. Do they have any free kills? No. They can, double block and trade Boreal Outrider for Hawk. That's not a great trade for me, but it's helping to clear the way in the air. I don't mind. Plus, dead creatures fuel Glade Warden. I think I'm just going to turn my stuff. When in doubt, attack with all, right? I'm doing it because... So, they don't have a block on the dragon, so the question is what are their blocks like on these two? I mean, the closest to a free block they have is Mistwalker and Hawk on Outrider, in which case I trade Outrider for Hawk, and they take 3. So the question you want to ask yourself in a spot like this, would you sack your Outrider to kill their Hawk and deal them 3? And they're already at, 13 because they're taking 4 from the dragon. I think that's fine. This thing loots. They have a snowland. They need to find answers to my dragon. This Outrider's doing, nothing because I don't have any snowlands that are relevant. Seems fine to me. Oh, this makes 2 mana. Just go and put out a Packmate. I almost forgot about that, I won't lie. Yeah, I mean, that chump block was very strange. I mean, it was obviously not right. They could have, like, done the double block, I said, and then they would took 1 more damage and killed an Outrider. But now they have a 4/4, so I can't really attack this turn. So, looks like 6/6. Yeah, we can't get counters. That's why I was willing to trade the Outrider for the Hawk and 3 damage to them. Because I have good threats like this Dragon that they have to find answers to, and this Glade Warden right now. So, like, you know, this Hawk and this Outrider have pretty comparable amounts of value in play. Like, obviously a 3/2 is better than a 1/2 by a lot, except they have a 1/4 out, so the 3/2 is not doing much if it's not attacking or blocking. And it's not putting counters on my creatures, because I only have a white-blue Snowland. You need your red or green Snowland to put counters on your red and green creatures. So, basically that situation, they shouldn't have done what they did, obviously. But so, like, the gold spawn, they had no block on. So the question was, do I send the Packmate and Outrider 2 or not? And the most profitable block they could make would have been double blocking the Outrider and taking 3 from the Packmate. So I basically chose to sack Outrider to kill Hawk and deal them 3. Or not. But, like, that's the worst case for me, basically. The best block they have. And I think that was worth it. I think I was willing to sack Outrider to kill Hawk and deal 3 to them. Okay, so I have Broken Wings. So I can attack with the Lindworm. If they double block with the Caller and the Bergstrider, it trades for the Bergstrider. If they block with the Mistwalker and the Bergstrider, I can kill the Mistwalker and it's awesome. Either way, I would be fine. This is kind of an interesting thing. I'd be fine with trading Lindworm for just Bergstrider, because the Bergstrider's stopping all my ground creatures. So even though I'm trading a 6/6 for a 5/5, it's unlocking 3 different creatures. So I'm just going to send Lindworm. If they double block, I go for the Broken Wings. If they have the +1/+1 and Hexproof, it's not a blowout. I still kill Bergstrider. Yeah, the Mistwalker will just stick around as a 2/5, but okay. Like, if they block with Bergstrider and Caller, I would just put the Bergstrider first. No big deal. I don't want to grossly overcommit in case they have a sweeper, because I have a much better board than them. So I'm not sure. I don't think I'm going to play both Svella and Glade Warden. I think I'm going to play one, because they're both pretty good in the late game if they do sweep the board, because they still have 3 cards in hand. So I think I'll play Svella, because that just commands an answer, or I can activate Svella next turn. I already have 8, counting the treasure. I think I'll hold the Glade Warden. This can pump itself, right? Yeah. So if they sweep the board, it's an empty board. I can play Glade Warden, then I can grow it into a 5/5. And if they don't, Svella's the better card. Oh, the 4 damage non-giants get Svella, not Glade Warden. That's a good point. That's actually a really good point. I mean, it's a rare, but I didn't consider that card specifically. Svella's the better one to untap with, though, assuming they don't play a sweeper. So this can sack, get +1/+1, and tap an indestructible. Not great. Do I have an attack? What if I draw like a removal? Not really into the indestructible tap thing. So I'm just going to chill this turn. Activate Svella end of their turn so they get the littlest amount of information. And then if I go to kill the Predator and they tap it, it'll be tapped. And then it won't be able to block on my turn. So that's pretty good. Yeah, Blood in the Snow would be really bad. Any sort of sweeper is pretty bad for me. I mean, they have an indestructible creature. Bergstrider lives through stuff. Blood in the Snow brings back stuff potentially. They only have 1 Snowland, so I guess they probably can't bring anything back. If I kill it in response, they won't get the card. So I guess I should probably respond to that with Svella, right? See what we get. Spin the wheel. None of those look great. I mean, I'm not going to play Battle of Frost and Fire, obviously. I guess I can just Demon Bolt the Predator. They can save it by sacking a creature, But I'm still killing a reasonable creature. Both their creatures are good. It's not like they have 1/1 tokens. But more importantly, it's tapping the Predator. So, I mean, if they sack Mistwalker to keep it around, they only have Bergstrider up. Then I can just attack with everything. If they sack after Wings, I'm not sure what you're suggesting. Like, if I Wings the Walker and attack with everything last turn, I had lethal? I mean, it doesn't look like it. They're at 11. Okay, so now I think I'm going to just send everything but Svella. If they want to eat one of the 3 power creatures with Bergstrider, then they're taking 6 or chumping the Lindworm. If they want to trade their 6/6 for my 6/6, then that works for me anyway. So that seems fine. Okay, so see what happened here? I didn't throw away a Packmate. Their Mistwalker is dying, and my Packmate is dying. And this is an even trade. So I got in 3 damage and traded like Packmate for Mistwalker. Which is good by me. The question is, do I spell a now or end of their turn? Oh, you're saying I could have Wings the Dragon and then they can't sack, and then I could have had some attack. Like, I didn't have lethal, but I could have Wings the Dragon, is what you're saying last turn. You might be right. I only have 1 Bolt. I can get the +1/+1 enchantment and put a counter on the Packmate, and that's pretty good, though. The Fall of the Imposter. I should probably just spell it now. If they play a sweeper, it's not like I can spell it in response. The creature will die anyway. If I get a squash, I can squash Bergstrider before I lose my Packmate. Life is good. You're probably right. I see what you're saying. It wasn't really lethal, but I could have Broken Wings the Predator because they couldn't sack to save it. They would have just had to bury it. I see your point. Alright, that's fine. Just recast stuff. Who cares? I've got 8 mana. Seems pretty easy. Put back out Lindworm and Sculptor. Thanks, Jordan Farr. Appreciate the subscription. Yeah, this card is fantastic, no doubt about it. If you have Giants out or it's a closer game, this can win you the game very easily. In this case, I mean, all it really does is delay things. I mean, if they have great ammo in hand, maybe they can potentially turn it. No, you're right. The best play that turn was probably Broken Wings the Predator. The Immerstrom Predator. Because if they sack to tap it, they only have 1 blocker up, and then they're wrecked. Even if it wasn't exactly lethal with 1 blocker up, they'd have to chump the Lindworm. I think it might have been 11, but even if it was 9, what would end up happening is the other creature has to chump Lindworm. They take 9, and they're left with a lone Predator. So I should have Broken Wings the Predator 2 turns ago. You're 100% right. Regardless of whether it's lethal or not, whoever first suggested that I should have Broken Wings the Immerstrom Predator, because if they sack another creature to tap it, like, it's really good for me, the attack afterwards. You're definitely correct. Alright, what do we have here? I don't see it attacked yet. Let's just put out our stuff. We still don't have Snowlands. So probably just Packmate and get Svella going again. Thanks, Yoda for Seal. Appreciate the support. I still don't have a Snowland, so I can't play the 2 and the 3, which is what I was about to try and do. So we'll just play Svella. Start spinning the wheel again if they don't have removal. Yeah, you're 100% right. Like, I should have made that play. I think I had 3 power creatures available. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I don't have to repicture the board to figure out whether it was 9 or 11. I should have definitely made the play. Because if they sack to save it, they lose one of their other blockers, and it's tapped, and then I have a great attack, and, like, I should have certainly done it. I think I want to start spinning Svella as soon as possible over Glade Warden. I know I can Glade Warden the Lindworm and then force them to double block and stuff, but free cards with Svella are just not getting beat, right? So what do we want to do now? I can spin Svella. What are my good hits? I've got like Fall of the Imposter. Bergstrider can tap the 7/7. Even though it'll untap because I can't pay a snow, it still taps it. So Bergstrider tap and attack looks pretty good. Bounding Gold, another removal. Okay, I'm spinning. Spin your Svella. Ooh, I got both of them. Well, I think I'd rather just bound the 7/7, right? If they double block, which one do I kill? Probably the 4/4. The 3/3 doesn't really have an ability at this point, right? Like, it's not likely. This opponent loves to chump. Why are they not double blocking? What are they going to do with this Orvar? I guess if they fight something, they get like another Orvar, but it's legendary, so you can't even make another copy of itself. Oh, they could fight something using the summoner and then get another summoner. It's decent. Well, this is only when you target stuff, right? Yeah, this is when they target stuff, not me. So it wasn't going to affect my aura either way. Oh, the copy won't ETB. It's only when you cast Summoner, not if it comes into play. If you cast it from your hand, you're right. Oh, that was a nice turn for them. Like, I still love my chances. I'm at 28, and I have infinite ammo. But that's a good example of why you Svella, because, you know, people are like, why not Glade Warden? Well, Svella's gone now, right? So, like, I got my, I killed a 7/7 because I used Svella while it was still out. I talked about this concept last time. Like, now I can still Glade Warden and still do all the other stuff. It's good to get the value off Svella while you can. That said, my only options here, I could attack with the 6/6, trade it for the 7/7 using Ravager, but that doesn't really seem worth it. Now I think I want to get the Glade Warden Magda combo going. I mean, I don't have the Gold Spawn to search out. I do have another Glade Warden, but that's not particularly important, but still +2/+2 every turn. Maybe I should Ravager away this 3/3. I don't think it's that likely to do much, but I mean, if they draw another fight spell, then they can make another 7/7 or something. I've got, what, Wolf, Elf Rogue, Worm, Assault Ravager, not making it easy on me here. It's not sharing a type with any of these three creatures. Obviously, it is with Glade Warden, but I don't think I can actually kill the 3/3 this turn, even if I wanted to. So, in that case, I'm just going to dump my stuff. And I mean, Finn ultimately forces a trade with one of their creatures, or they're taking damage and Death Touch, so that's good. And then the Magda Glade Warden combo coming in. Good job, whoever first identified that in the chat during the build. I didn't even see that synergy. I don't think I had a way to Ravager for 3 last turn. I had Worm, Elf Rogue, and Wolf. So all 3 of these are different from each other and Ravager. So if I spend 4 on Ravager, I mean, the only other 4 I could spend would have been Magda and Fanbearer. And then Glade Warden's not in play. I'm pretty sure I couldn't Ravager for 3 last turn. This turn I'll be able to, of course. If I want to. My creatures are very different types. This turn I can go Outrider Ravager for 3 if I want to, but I don't think I had a way to do it last turn. This turn, Outrider plus Ravager, yeah. But without this Glade Warden in play, or the Magda or the Finbearer, I didn't... Oh, yeah. No. Boreal Outrider and Sculptor would be my only 2 elves. Ravager isn't an elf or warrior. Last turn I couldn't. This turn I could. I mean, leaks are a bad thing. I mean, I'm not saying once the information's out, you're doing something wrong if you talk about it. I don't talk about leak cards on my stream, but it's kind of irrelevant anyway because, like, I don't do constructed. You know what I mean? Like, I'm focused on whatever current limited format I'm playing. You know, the standard streamers, you know, they're caught between more of a rock and a hard place, whether they talk about Strixhaven leaks, how they're going to affect standard. For me, I'm focused on Kaldheim Limited. I don't talk about leaks on stream. I think leaks suck, but they happen. It is what it is. So what are you going to do here? Yeah, but I can't cast Glade Warden, Outrider, and Ravager last turn. I only had Packmate, Sculptor, and Lindworm. So if I cast Glade Warden and Ravager, I still only have 2 elves then, last turn. Now I can do it for 3, I understand. Okay, so anyways, I want to force them to trade with this Finn here. I think it's a pretty good trade for me. So what I think I'm going to do is put 2 counters on it, and then attack with it. Because they can just ignore 1 a turn. 3 a turn is a lot harder to ignore, right? And if they trade with it, that's great for me. I mean, their creatures are this rare shapeshifter thing, and then 6/6 and 7/7s. So I don't mind giving them the 2 counters and forcing that trade. And now I can go Ravager the 3/3, 2 counters on the Lindworm, and then they don't even have a block on that. Plus I have my Glitter Frost, so now with my Boreal Outriders, I can put counters on everything I play from here on out. So life's pretty good. Speaking of life being good, that's kind of win more, but can't really complain. So let's say I Bergstrider the 7/7, Ravager the 3/3, and just attack with everything. What are they going to do? We've entered the no longer thinking phase because this is just a beating now. This is just over. Well, if they're official previews, they're not leaks. You can obviously talk about them with people, but I mean, listen, like I said, I'm not one to shame people for talking about leaks because once the information's out there, what can you really do, right? I think leaking sucks. Like, I think the people doing the leaking suck. But again, like, they're not really relevant to us, right? This is a Kaldheim limited stream. Like, we're not concerned about Strixhaven. We're concerned about playing Kaldheim, building Kaldheim sealeds, winning $2,000 in the Arena Open this weekend. That's what we're here to do. People put a lot of hard work into these sets. I mean, I think when the information slips out before they're ready to promo them, you know, I think that kind of sucks. Like, think about all the, like, effort and money. I know it's a company. I mean, listen, if they put out a bad product, you know, I'll call it bad. But, you know, they put a lot of work into making the product for us. And, I mean, I think they should be able to debut their product when they're ready on their schedule, when they're ready to promo it. Okay, started off 7-2. That was a good sealed. We knew that one was good when we busted it. Let's get into another sealed right now. Just Google it, Del Element. February Arena Open sealed should bring it up. Thanks, Momo. Active players' triggers go in the stack first, T-Moot. Alright. Let's open our, so on your turn, your trigger stacks first, their stack second, theirs happens first. So Vorinclex is quite good. It has haste, so you can always get them when they're tapped, even if they have removal. Varagath's actually a pretty nice grindy rare and sealed. Attack, boast, search out your best card, maybe a way to recur it or something, or another busted rare. Quakebringer is always excellent, of course. Foretell it, 5/4 for 4, does damage, just an awesome card. Doomscar can be great if you can build around it. If you're a creature deck, it's not good, but if you have a bunch of beholds and stuff, it's amazing. Redain is kind of underwhelming and sealed, I think. The shield can be really annoying for aggro decks. I mean, look, you're going to put this in any white deck. I don't think it pulls you into white and sealed. I don't think the shield's going to be as good in sealed as it is in draft, and a 3-mana 2/3 Flying Vigilance is good, but nothing special. So, 6 rares. They're all good, but a lot of the rares in the set are good. I mean, none of these are even close to top, I don't think. Like, I would rather have my rare last time. Battle of Frost and Fire was excellent. That said, these are good rares, of course. So we'll see what we open. Like I said, I think every deck's pretty much going to be green in this format. Let me switch views so we can look at the colors more at once. So, white, we've got a Divine Gambit, Doomscar, Iron Verdict, and Redain, 2 Braggarts, which probably are a little better in sealed, more of a mid-range, not a white aggro. So I think white is and Valkyrie is always a fine playable. So I think we're going to consider white a lot more than usual. I think white is probably the color you're going to play like as a main color the least in this sealed format. But our white's obviously pretty good if we can put. But I mean, it would have to be like a mid-rangey type deck with Doomscar. We're not an Iron Verdict. We're not looking to put together a white aggro deck. Blue, we have 2 snow-covered islands, Glimpse, Caller, some filler. Oh, our blue is horrible. That's it. No Behold, no Bergstrider, no Mistwalker. Okay, well. We can pretty much rule out blue as a main color. Maybe we'll splash, but our blue is atrocious. Black looks nice. We've got 2 Feed the Serpents, Yargoth. I mean, it's not deep. 3 way downs, which is fine, but not great. So our black isn't deep, but it's pretty good. Red, we've got Quakebringer, Liberator, 2 Squashes. Red's okay. Green, as usual, is definitely going to get played. I mean, we probably want to play green-white with this build. I mean, there are two best colors. I don't know how about the synergy. I guess, I mean, the Wrath with Rootless U to search up Predator. Toski lives through the Wrath. I think we can make it work. Probably like a green-white mid-range creature deck. No pack mates, but we still have reasonably good green. I mean, this isn't amazing green, but we have Toski, Spirit of the Alder Guard, Rootless U. I mean, Rootless U getting Predator here, Vorinclex is pretty amazing. Svella, Arnie slays the Troll. Let's see. We have no lands. Just one gate, literally 0 lands. And no Glittering Frost. We have Spirit, that's literally it. Wow. This is a awkward pool. Like, it's not horrible, but it's awkward. If we're like a creature deck, I guess we can maybe use the pick. We have a Snow Plains, Snow Islands. We have a Snow Mountain. That's good. So we can splash like double squash maybe. If we do go green-white. I'm not saying we're definitely green-white. I'm just saying. Red-green looks best. I mean, our red isn't very deep. I mean, like, I don't like Helm or Pup in decks like this. I mean, we can... Liberator's good. Raider's, like, fine. The Rune's whatever. Like, it's good with equipment, but I guess we'll probably play the one pick. I mean, Svella and Arnie slays the Troll are good, so that's why you want to do red-green. But, I mean, if we do a green-white splash red, we could splash, like, Svella, maybe. I mean, we have a Spirit of the Alder Guard to search for lands. And then we also have a Snow Mountain. So we're okay on that. We can get some fixing that way. This is kind of an awkward pool. It's all spread out, and we don't have good fixing. I can't believe we have 0, like, non-basic lands. Like, except Gates of Istafal or whatever the thing's called. I mean, our white's pretty good. Like... Y'all are dismissing white. Like, listen, I think white's the color you're going to play the least in the sealed format. But we have Doomscar, Redain, Iron Verdict, Divine Gambit, and then we have plenty of playables. Story Seeker, 2 Braggarts, Valkyrie. Like, this is, like, the best white I think I've opened in a sealed pool. Like, our blue is obviously atrocious. I mean, our black's appealing, too. Like, our black, red, green, and white are all pretty close. Like, we can immediately drop blue. Like, our blue is garbage. But, I mean, like, Jasper's Sentinel gives us fixing. Spirit gives us fixing as long as we have a Snowland to search for in color. And Pick can give us fixing if we're, like, a creature deck. Yeah, Toski Doomscar is nice. Also, Doomscar killing the U, search for the Predator is decent. I'm going to take a look at white-green. My instinct says white-green splash red. Something like Invoke is playable and sealed, I think. I don't think it's great, but I think you can play it. I'm not saying I won't end up cutting it. I'm just saying I think it is playable. Well, we have 2 Broken Wings, so we're not going to play... Oops. Broken Wings I'm always going to play over Invoke. 4 Life is nice, but I'm more interested in killing flyers. Iron Verdict back in. Bow is fine. It's a nice grindy equipment. Save our creatures. We're a creature deck, so this is a kind of deck where Snakeskin Veil will perform well. Again, I think Wings is pretty good in the sealed format. Craft? No, just the one I have, please. No cheating, thanks. I mean, that's already 40 without a splash. And, like, we would splash for sure, because we have Pick and Alder Guard. We have Jasper Sentinel, Spirit of the Alder Guard with 1 Snow Mountain and Pick. So, like, we're going to do, like, a super light red splash, probably. Well, medium light. But something like that. I mean, I know we lose Quakebringer, but we're not an aggro deck. I don't know. I mean, this gives us a second 6 toughness creature to search for. I guess if we play red-green, we would play the 7/6 Cinderheart Giant to have a second 6 toughness or power to search for. Quakebringer, it's still double red off the Foretell, so it's not really splashable. I mean, our mana, like, we could produce 1 red okay, but, like, we're going to have 1 lone basic Snow Mountain for red, in addition to, like, Goldveil Pick, Just Power Sentinel, and Spirit of the Alder Guard to search for it. I don't think we could possibly splash Quakebringer. If we play red-green, I'll take a look at that. I'm going to look at white-green and red-green. But this is like 45. Probably don't want that off the splash. You know, do I even want to splash red? Red-white aggro seems fine. Am I really going to give up Vorinclex and U for it? I mean, I so rarely try and build aggro decks. I mean, and Doomscar is not going to be great if I'm an aggro deck. I don't really have enchantments and artifacts, so the Scald would get cut. Oh, let's see. Also, like, if I play green-red, will I have 2-drops? Because, like, I have 2 decent white 2-drops here. Only 1 green 2-drop. Oh, yeah, I have 3 red 2-drops. Yeah, so that'll still work. I mean, we have a Snow Plane, so I can splash white, but the thing is, what am I splashing for? Like Iron Verdict, Regain. I mean, I'll look at red-green. Red-green might be better. I think you're right. I actually think the white is good, but red-green could be better. Because we do have Quakebringer, too. And Wrath is always good in sealed, but it's not at its best if I'm a creature deck, so I'll definitely consider a red-green here. And, of course, we can still splash into that. I hate aggro so much in sealed, but I mean, this deck has late game. It's not, like, really aggro. And I mean, we can still splash, but I don't know that we have anything we can splash into red-green that's useful. How's Raiders Carve? Do we have things to crew it? 2 of our 4 4-drops crew it, 2 don't. Raven Wings, yeah. I can see it with the rune if we're a heavy enough creature deck. Oh, we have the bow too, though. So we have a decent amount of equipment already. Yeah, Glade Warden's in. I mean, I would pretty much never cut this card from a sealed. Sealed's a little slower than draft. I mean, this card's fine in draft, but kind of underwhelming. But, like, I mean, it's not like it pulls me into green or something, but I don't think I'm ever going to cut it. Yeah, not enough 3/2s for Raiders Carve. That's kind of how I feel, too. When only when only half of my 4-drops, 2 of my 4-drops crew it, and then my 3-drops don't, my 2-drops don't, I don't think I want to play it. But this deck looks alright. I mean, the curve is good. It's creature heavy, which makes the equipment decent. Replace Sentinel with Gladewalker. Well, we'll see. I haven't done the cuts yet. I don't even know if I want to splash. The white cards aren't great to splash. I mean, I can obviously do a super light splash if I want. You know, I have Just Bar Sentinel, but I can cut Sentinel if I don't splash. But the ramp is pretty good. I mean, I spend my mana. Look at this stuff. I think the shield is a lot better in draft than sealed. I don't think you're going to play against aggro decks very much in sealed, and the shield is a lot better against small creatures than big creatures. I mean, I like the shield, but I'm just saying I don't think it's going to be busted in sealed. I think it's going to be fine. Unfortunately, we can't really splash black. Like, we have a 3-drop that's good, and then 2 double black removal. No, I think you're right, though. I think red-green is better than green-white. I think this is the deck. Just got to make the cuts. I don't even think we splash. If we don't splash, then we can cut the Sentinel. Can I get away with 16 land in this deck? No. Our cards are pretty expensive. Blue splash for Avalanche Caller? I mean, we don't even have many snow lands. Like, we have 1 red and 1 green. I mean, I can cut the Spirit of Aldergard if I don't splash, maybe. I mean, it's a good card, like, even if it's just a 2/4 that searches for a land, but how many snow permanents do I have? 1 Sculptor, Svella, Spirit, very few. 2 blue snow lands. So, you want to stick 2 islands and Avalanche Caller in this deck? I don't know. I guess we get Glimpse, too. Do I have enough giants? 2, 3, 4 giants. It's not out of the question. Oh yeah, black doesn't make for a good splash. Black is not far from a main color. Like, we could play black, green, splash red and get, like, the 2 squashes or whatever. But, like, we're not going to splash black. The thing I like about not splashing is then we can cut, like, Jaspara Sentinel. I think I might just cut Spirit of the Alder Guard. Like, we just don't have enough snow permanents. Like, that thing is fine, even if we just had a couple more snow permanents. You know, like, 4 mana, 2/4, 3/4, search for a land is fine, but we literally have 1 Snow Mountain, 1 Snow Forest, and I'm not going to splash, then I can just cut that. We could play Provoke. I mean, it's medium. It's good with Toski, right? Then we could turn this into a 6/1. Not like anti-Provoke. It's certainly cuttable. Probably going to play 17 lands. I could cut the Pick if we don't splash. I mean, Pick's still fine, of course, but it's our 3rd best equipment. Why am I running this Glade Walker? This is my weakest 2-drop. That's out. We have 2 squashes. Like, I don't think Provoke's going to make it. Provoke's, like, my weakest card in the stack. As long as my creature count is not low, I don't mind playing 3 equipment. This one makes a creature, and I'm, like, a red-green creature deck. Let me check my creature count. 13, that sounds a little low. Do I have any pseudo creatures? The bow makes 14. Yeah, that's a little low. I don't think I want to run 3 creatures with 3 equipment in a 14 creature deck. So I'm going to cut this Raven Wings or this Pick. I think the Pick. Flying Toski sounds good. I have a feeling everyone's going to main their Broken Wings and even Invokes in this format, and equipment is going to underperform. Yeah, the green 2-drop's good with Squash, but Squash is good at killing big creatures. I don't really need to Squash on turn 3. I mean, I'm probably going to play that anyway because I wanted another creature and 1 less equipment. Because I only have 13 creatures plus bow. So that's going to end up happening. But it's not because I need, like... You know, it's not because this is good with Squash. It's because I don't want to play 3 equipment, 13 creatures. Well, Sculptor's a 2/2 with upside. I have 2 Snowlands, right? So that's about a little under 50% of the time that I'll have a Snowland on turn 3, right? 1 out of every 20 cards in my deck is a Snowland, and you see 10 cards by turn 3. So this is a 2-mana 2/2 that ramps half the games, basically. So it's not great, but it's better than Gladeswalker. Like, I'll take a 2-mana 2/2 that adds a mana half the time. It's not like you need a Snowland to cast it. If this had, like, green snow in the casting cost, it would be immediately out of the deck. But we can cast it on turn 2 every game, and then half the games will have one of the 2 Snowlands, roughly, to ramp. Yeah, it could be Provoke over 2nd Broken Wings. It's close. We can't really cut creatures. We're not going to cut Red Rune if we have a couple equipment. I mean, I don't care that much about giving haste, but if you get this on an equipment, it's a nice card. I'm pretty sure this is the build. There was one last thing. Oh, yeah, the Provoke or the Broken Wings. I think Broken Wings is going to be good in Sealed. I feel like people are just going to have more of all of the targets. Since you don't have to go out of your way to draft the artifacts and enchantments, and, like, only green is deep, I feel like there's just going to be a good amount of artifacts and enchantments to hit with Broken Wings. I think it's going to be better than Provoke. I like Provoke's synergy with Toski, but 4 mana for 3 damage is just not a very good card. I think this is the right build. I definitely agree Provoke is close, but I can't cut creatures. I'm on 14 creatures plus bow, and I have like 2 equipment, Snakeskin Veil. I have things that require creatures in play. I think the Wings is better than the Pick in my deck, because giving flying to the Liberator or the Toski, or anything before I play the Toski, could be game-winning. Plus, you know, red-green creatures want flying. Like, I don't have a flyer in my whole deck. So I think Broken Wings is just going to be good. I could be wrong, but I think it's going to be good. I also have 2 Immerstrom Raiders, so I can discard the Broken Wings when they're dead. Yeah, I mean, again, I think it's somewhat close. I don't think it's, like, crazy or nothing. So I'm going to foretell the Quakebringer here. This is kind of a weird play, but I don't actually know if I want to discard to Immerstrom Raider. If I draw 1 more land, then I can discard a land, right? Because this only costs 4 off the foretell. But they're blue. I'm probably going to have Broken Wings targets. So I think what I want to do is spend my mana on Foretelling Quakebringer. I talk about this concept from time to time, but it's a really good one and it's worth repeating. Cards like effects like Scry and Rummage and Loot get a lot better when you know what you need and what you don't need. So when my hand has 4 lands, Quakebringer, and 2 Broken Wings against a blue deck, I don't know what I want to discard there. If I would have played the Immersturm Raider on turn 2, I'm discarding like a Broken Wings, and they're playing blue, and Broken Wings could just be a good card against them, right? So I can just wait on the 2-1 if I have other things to do. Now, if I didn't have the Foretell card, especially a card I really wanted to foretell, like Quakebringer, I might play the Immersturm Raider and discard Broken Wings, since I have 2 of them. But I think it's better for me to just foretell Quakebringer, and then I can always play this next turn, because if I draw a land, I don't need 5, right? If this is foretold, I only need 4. So if I had drawn a land on turn 3 instead of Elven Bow, I could Raider and discard a land, and I'd be super happy about that. And if I drew a 2 or 3 drop, I could just cast it. So that gives me turn 3 of either Broken Wings their play my 2 or 3 drop, or Raider discarding a land. As opposed to on turn 2, when Raider would not have been very good, when I didn't know what I wanted to discard. I didn't want to discard a land yet. Okay, so can they do anything if I attack, they block, and I Broken Wings the Helm? They have 1 blue up, 2 Foretell cards. They're not making mana. I don't think there's anything they can do. I think I just get to own them. Even the 1/2-, that doesn't own me, right? It just saves their creature. Oh, they could play it before blockers and double block, sure. Yeah, they could bounce it. I mean, obviously that's whatever. Again, it doesn't own me. It puts it back in my hand. It's not, not a big deal. I mean, they can untap and attack for 3. It's not great for me. It's not horrible. Drawing cards is good. I think I want a Toski. I mean, they definitely might have a counter, but I can't, productively double spell this turn. There's nothing to Broken Wings. So I think I just play Toski and then attack, and pretty much no way I, care here. Oh, this can't be countered? Why would they make this card unable to be countered? I hate that line of text. If Wizards never put can't be countered on a card again, it would make me happy. It's the worst line of text a card could have after Hexproof. Well, that is how it works in person, too. You're allowed to target something like this with a counter spell, and then the counter just fizzles. If they attack, I can just block with my Hexproof creature. I mean, my Indestructible creature. I would actually double block, because then that would just be a good trade, but... Alright, let's see. Well, that's got to be a good draw. So if I squash the 4/4 Giant and attack with everything, 6... Doesn't work great, but I can just send Toski and the 5/4, and then the 3/3's not doing anything, and I have Snakeskin up. This is just easy peasy. This is pretty much game over. Just not going to send the bow, and I'm not going to move the bow because I want to have Snakeskin Veil available to protect Quakebringer. I don't really see how I can lose this game from here. If they go Battle of Frost and Fire, Quakebringer is a giant, Toski's indestructible. Yeah, they draw a card. I draw a card too. What's the alternative? Toski has to attack, so that's not a choice. I mean, I could have sent the 2/3, let them eat that, and then I guess I get an extra card. They still get a card. But there wasn't really any way around giving them a card there. Unless I squash the Agar, but then they can block Quakebringer with the 4/4. And I can Snakeskin Veil, but then I don't have Snakeskin Veil to protect Quakebringer. So that would be bad. I'd rather them get a card and me have Snakeskin Veil up when the game's ending this turn, right? Now I can Snakeskin Veil the Toski and it's lethal. Just play this and it's lethal, whatever. But it would have definitely been wrong last turn to proactively use Snakeskin Veil. I'd much rather them draw 1 card when the game's ending this turn. Did I have the Shapeshifter last turn? I think I drew it. I drew it in my draw step. Yeah, if I had 3 up, then I should have played it. But if I had 2 or less, I shouldn't have. Keeping up Snakeskin Veil was definitely more important. But if I had 3 up, then I should have played it. I'm going to refill my iced tea. I'll be right back. Hey, Mad Moses, thanks for subscribing. I'll consider that an honor for Ice-T right there. Applause for Ice-T. Say Snakeskin Veil 3 times fast. All right, you subscribed. Snakeskin Veil, Snakeskin Veil, Snakeskin Veil. That wasn't super fast. It was kind of medium. Yeah, I just didn't see I drew it off the attack, probably. So again, what do I do? I can discard a land this time. I mean, Toski turn 4 is nice, not as important. I do want to curve out, and I can always discard a spell next turn. So this time I think I'm just going to go Raider, discard a land. Do I discard Mountain or Forest? Quakebringer's double red. Vorinclex is double green. That costs 6. Doomscar is double red, but only 1 red if you foretell it. So I don't have any double green or double red cards that are cheap. My cheapest card that's double is Quakebringer, so I think I discard the Forest. Thanks, Drezel and Sisyphus. Appreciate the subscriptions. And I'm not really afraid of not drawing any lands, because I get the draw step from the Raider and then the next draw step. And if I drew 2 more spells, I can just discard one of the spells to the next Raider. So I think it's definitely right to discard a land here to try and prevent Flood and dig into my deck. If I draw all spells, I'll just discard my weakest spell on turn 3 when I play the next Raider. Yeah, that was a fun one, Jared. Good games. You really clawed back. Like, I thought I was going to win easy, and then you clawed all the way back, and then I had a bunch more ammo, but that was a great game. It can be better to not rummage, but it's going to be pretty rare. I mean, rummage isn't like loot, like always loot unless you're going to deck. Like, rummage, it can definitely be right to not rummage. But, I mean, I don't want to flood. Like I said, if I drew a spell off the Raider and a spell for my next draw step, I can still Raider and discard my weakest spell at that point. And then I have the Raider card and the next draw step to get land 4. So, I mean... So here we'll just trade Raiders, where they'll take it. Now I'm not going to discard a land, though, so now I might not discard to the Raider. This could be a no rummage. Because I have 2 4-drops. Yeah, I think, and I need to get the extra 2 when I'm playing. A lot of times I would just hold this, but I have Toski next turn. So in case they don't have a drop, I want to get this in play. So it's rare, but here's the no rummage for you. Because I'm not discarding either of my 4-drops. I'm not going to discard the land now on turn 3 when I have 1 more land and 2 4-drops. I'm not going to discard Squash, which I can cast with Glade Warden. I'm only 1 mana away, and it's good removal for the late game anyway. And I have to put the Bear in play, because if they don't have a drop, I get to draw a card with Toski. So, there it is. No discard. Granted, they played a First Striker, so I can't attack this turn into it. But I'm still going to put Toski out, because it attacks into both their creatures. How do I rank all colors in general, like in this format? I think green is the one you're going to play the most, blue 2nd, red 3rd, black 4th, white 5th. Can't squash that this turn, but next turn we'll be able to with the Glade Warden in play. Oh, yeah. Like I said, I've yet to personally build a sealed in this format that wasn't green. And that's not because I'm forcing it. I think it's the best, and I think it's the deepest, and it allows splashes, but if I open it like a red, black, or whatever sealed that, like, it just, hey, build this, I'll build it. But every single sealed I've played in this format has been green. All right. You got it. Do they have a Toski out too or something? You want to hit me for 1 or spend your turn pumping? All right. So, if I didn't draw a land, it would definitely be a squash turn. Now I'm not 100%. I mean, unless they have something that exiles, if I squash the Braggart, I get to attack with 4 creatures with a Toski out. What can they really do here? Like, deal 5 to a tap creature, kill the Glade Warden. Okay, but then they trade 2-1 for 2-1. I still draw 2 cards. That's kind of awesome. I can't imagine it's better to cast you. I can just cast you next turn. This is just, like, as long as Toski isn't getting removed, which I don't think, Divine Gambit's not an instant. I don't think they can exile it at instant speed. Or, like, tap it. Well, tapping it wouldn't shut off the rest of them. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just going to draw a card or two here. Like, probably they have removal. Like, they probably have the deal 5 to the Glade Warden. Or the Demon Bolt. But now they're 2-1 blocks 2-1. They take several of my creatures. I draw a bunch of cards. I don't know why they didn't trade 2-1s, but I'm still getting to draw a bunch of cards either way. Gambit's 2 white, yeah, and it's a sorcery, so. Yeah, well, I mean, I think their attack with Pup was really aggressive. I wouldn't have attacked with Pup if I was them, because if I have something, I'm drawing too many cards. Like, you can risk taking damage if they have removal, even if you're losing the race, because maybe they don't have removal. But are you going to risk letting your opponent draw cards? Like, I don't know. I always live in constant fear of my opponents drawing cards. But I'm a blue mage at heart, so you know what I respect. Yeah, the standard would be to block Raider on Raider there. When they didn't, I mean, they'd have to have a good reason not to do that. I don't know if they do or don't. Yeah, I think it was right to pump Glade Walker, not Toski. Like, Toski already attacks profitably, and it always attacks profitably, right? So I could give it hexproof, but do I want to do that? I think I do, because they're going to attack. They can attack with, like, well, they can attack with all 3, but I'm going to get to attack back. So they're going to get to draw 2 cards, and then I'm going to get to draw 4. But, like, I don't even want to let them draw cards. I don't know how they can win this game. Yeah, they draw if I don't give it hexproof, but the thing is, for them to draw, it's not like they're drawing off Toski, like Glade Walker can block it. So they have to attack with their other creatures, and then they would be tapped, and then they wouldn't get to draw, right? But whatever. The opponent's playing kind of weird. I don't really know what they're doing, but I only need to draw so many cards, so I'm just going to try and keep my life total up since I'm about to draw 3 cards. You know, I don't need to draw 4. 3 is good enough. And I'm not going to let them draw extra cards when I'm winning by this much. I mean, listen, there's people playing sealed that aren't pros here. This isn't ranked, right? They're not mythic. Like, take it easy. Like, yes, the opponent did not play that game well. Yeah, this isn't ranked play. This isn't, like, usually the reason I don't also, I mean, listen, whatever, but the reason I also don't crush it every day when you watch is I'm playing ranked best of 1 from Mythic, so I'm playing against all the other Mythics, you know? So those are tough games. But, like, this is on ranked, so, I mean, some of your opponents are not going to be the toughest. Magic's hard. Some people are new, you know what I mean? If we play against PVDDR and he starts making mistakes, I mean, don't be disrespectful, but you can be like, what the heck? Like, the best player of all time making these bad mistakes, right? But, like, you know, for all we know, that was this person's first game of Kaldheim Limited, or they've been playing, you know, Magic for a month or whatever. Like, yeah, normally I wouldn't expect the player pool to actually be very experienced or skilled in sealed at all, but I assume a lot of the good players are getting in some sealed practice before the Arena Open. I assume basically, I mean, I'm sure WotC has this data, I don't, but I would guess that there's way more sealed this week than normal, given the Arena Open. Just across the board, you know, newer players, more experienced players, just everybody. I mean, I'd be drafting right now if not for the Arena Open. At this point, honestly, not in accomplishments, but in skill, I think you can look at Kai, Finkel, PV, or LSV. Like, it's kind of, you know, this isn't, it's kind of like any of the 4 of them, I think, are in the conversation for best player ever. You know, I don't think there's really, like, you couldn't win an argument. You know what I mean? Like, you could say I value these things, and somebody else could say that's fair, but I value these other things. Like, you know, between Kai, Finkel, PV, and LSV, I think there's just good, legitimate debate to have. Well, thanks, FP Geek. Okay, so what do we want to do? We can play Raider. This is a situation where we don't have anything we really want to discard, but we also don't have anything else productive to do with our 2 mana. We can discard Rune. I mean, obviously it's not an exciting card, but we don't have anything to cast next turn. We're not going to fight. And we could discard a land. Our hand is pretty cheap. Our deck is not super cheap. I'm usually not that concerned about flooding. I'm much more... I'm usually pretty concerned about flooding, much more than screw, because if you're screwed, you have things to do. I mean, not horrible screw, but stuck on 3. I think I'm going to be greedy and discard a Forest, because we have Rune, which draws a card, and I don't really want to discard Rune, because we might draw one of our 2 equipment. So I think if I discard the Forest here, and I don't draw any lands forever, obviously I'm going to be pretty unhappy. But I have draw step off Raider, draw step for my turn, draw off Rune, next draw step. So I have 4 draw steps to get a land for land 4. So that's why I discarded a land there, although so far we haven't found it. But so now I'm going to ruin my creature and attack, I guess? No, they have pick. I'm not going to attack. So I'll just ruin my creature, leave up the Veil, and pass. Yeah, maybe because of Veil, I should have left 2 Forest, 1 Mountain this time. But it is worth noting, I do have a cheaper double red card in Quakebringer that I can cast for 4. My first double green card cost like 6 Vorinclex. And obviously it's nice to double spell sometimes, but it's way more important that you can cast for cards. So it was probably a close play between discarding Forest or Mountain. And I know so far I haven't gotten land 4, but like again, I had Raider draw step, Rune draw step. So I think it is right to discard a land when you basically need 1 more land and 4 cards to get punished. Hopefully we won't. We're 3/4 of the way, but we still get 1 more. I have double green at 5. What is it? I'm not saying you're wrong. Rootless U. Yeah, you're right. So I have Rootless U and Vorinclex and Quakebringer. So yeah, it's close. My play might have been wrong. I'm not saying it wasn't. It's definitely close, but I might have chosen wrong. I can't double block because I need Svella to make Manaliths here. Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, I don't think first over second is a better demonstration of skill than, like, win percentage and top 8s. But, I mean, it's still just absolutely incredible the Kai won 7 Pro Tours. I mean, that's just unbelievable. Like, that's one of those stats that's just unbelievable, right? Like, Finkel won 3, like, Nassif won 2, like, PV won 2, right? Like for LSV only won 1, I think. Like, for Kai to have won 7 Pro Tours is just unbelievable. Doesn't mean he's technically better than Finkel, PV, or LSV, but it's just truly unbelievable. Okay, so what do we want to do here? We can Manalith, but then we can't really cast anything except Arnie slays the troll. But that's fine, actually. I wouldn't mind fighting off the Sporeal Outrider. They have Snowlands. Can we afford to take 1 more hard hit? Yes. So that's the play this turn. Because we really need the mana. So even though we're taking a hard hit, it's a productive turn. Arnie slays the troll is the kind of card you want to get going. So that, because next turn we get the 2+2+2 count, the 2+1+1 counters, and then we can protect whatever we grow with the Veil. So even though we're going to take a hard hit this turn, this is the right play. We get our ramp, which we need pretty badly. We get our Arnie going, which, you know, is a slow but powerful card. We're killing a good target. Like, it's just definitely the right play. Yeah, I can Vorinclex. If I draw a land, then I might and have a Veil up. If not, though, I can always put the counters on like this, and then I'm not worried about them killing it because I have Veil. And I can leave Squash up. I mean, we'll obviously have to see what they do this turn. We can't plan our next turn yet. And if we get low, this will gain us life on the 3rd turn, so I think that last turn was certainly correct. Our back's to the wall, but like we have some pretty good ammo here. Like Mentor can give us 2 creatures. This gains us life. Like, I don't feel out of this game by any stretch. This doesn't have Trample, so do I want to chump it? No, they can just have the treasure. 3/1's a useful blocker. And also, if they tap the Spell like they did, now I'm going to grow the Raider. And then it's a blocker for either the Bergstrider or the Glade Warden. So I'm definitely going to grow the untapped one. So now what do we want to do this turn? I can play Vorinclex and still have a green up because of the 1 free red mana. I can play Mentor. I guess I can't squash, so I guess it's pretty easy, just Vorinclex and pass. Right? I mean, I certainly am not attacking. This is the key turn because if they don't kill me this turn, next turn I gain 6 or 5 or whatever. This will gain me life equal to my biggest creature. So this is the key turn I have to survive. So that would have been a tempting reason to drop Mentor. But my blocks would be pretty ugly with Mentor, 1/1, and 5/3. 6/6 and 5/3 is much better. And I don't lose to removal because I have Snakeskin Veil. So they have to have like Mammoth Growth or something pretty unexpected. Yeah, but to play the 7/6, I wouldn't have Veil up, so then Bound in Gold would have just killed me. So, like, the 7/6 wasn't on the table, because we could play a 6/6 and have Snakeskin Veil up to protect it from another Bergstrider or Bound in Gold or a fight spell or whatever. The question was, do we play Mentor, because then we get 3 creatures and still have Snakeskin Veil up, or do we play the big creature and have Snakeskin Veil up? Those two options were somewhat close. Giant was not on the table. Had I had 1 more mana, then Giant would have been on the table. Alright, so we badly want to not die. They don't have 2 snow. All their creatures have 4 power, so we can block whichever 2 we want. We're going to block 2, obviously. I don't think which 2 we block matters much, but we'd rather kill ones with abilities than not, right? So I guess it's just 8/8 on Ice Hide, 5/3 on 4/4. There's not really any reason to block differently, is there? We die to Mammoth Growth regardless. Nothing gives trample, right? None of this. They can't like make an instant snow mana. This isn't snow. It's treasure. Seems right. Kill the 2 with abilities. Yeah, I mean, if they had the double strike or Mammoth Growth, we just lose. There's no way around that the way we played it. But now we pretty much just win because we're about to gain 8. Remember, we're not like at 3. We're going to 11. So this game's pretty over. So we got 6 mana. Can play Quakebringer. Can play Mentor. I can make a Manalith and play Mentor. That looks pretty good. I mean, there's no reason, I think, to not kill the flyer, though. Maybe. Can they kill me? I mean, they can't be holding a double strike card because they would kill me with it last turn. But let's say they top deck it. 3, 4, 5, 11. That's only 10. 10's not 11. So, yeah, I think our best turn here is attack for 8, Manalith, Mentor. Because then we get 2 blockers. We can't Quakebringer Squash. We're 1 short. It's 5 if you don't foretell it. So I think this is Manalith, Mentor, attack for 8. We're good on the ground. We can double block the Bergstrider. If they equip it, we can chump it with a 1/1. We can take the hit in the air. We already know they're not even holding the double strike card because we were dead to it last turn. Even if they top deck it, it's still 1 short. We've got an emote for that. I mean, 1 doesn't equal 0. They can put me to 1. I can kill the flyer next turn, and then the Bergstrider's not finishing me off. So, I mean, we're not dead to anything here, I don't think. Yeah, next turn we get Quake plus Squash. I mean, we counted it out. If this would have been, if I was at 10 instead of 11, I might have took a different line. Our hand's really strong, so if I was at 10 instead of 11, I very well might have just passed and, like, squashed the flyer if they did anything, maybe take the 3 if they don't even pick it, and then Manalith end of turn. But, I mean, 10 isn't 11. Mammoth Growth +4/+4, double strike makes it 10. But I don't think there's any way we can realistically die. 8, 11, 12, 14. So they're dead if they don't have anything. But that's probably unnecessary. Well, this has trample. So actually, are they still dead if they can kill like the 3-2? 8, 10, 11. It's one short, but they'll die on my upkeep. But maybe there's some chance they kill me in the air. I don't see a reason to take the risk now. I think now I attack for 8 and just leave Quakebringer, play Quakebringer and leave Squash up. I just see no reason to take the risk here. I'm not even super scared of like a Wrath or something. I still have Cinderheart Giant to play with Quakebringer in the yard. Just really not afraid of anything. I could have squashed and squashed to go for lethal. I know they can't kill the 8/8. Like they could have had like the deal 5 to a tap creature though, or something like that. So I didn't want them to play the deal 5 to a tap creature and then kill me somehow in the air with the Valkyrie. If I counted, and if they removed my second biggest creature after the 8/8, it was 11 and they were at 12. If it would have been 12, I would have actually squashed the Bergstrider to go for lethal that turn. But it seemed not worth it, giving them the ability to... Because there's ways they can kill me that are not absurd. Like, if I attack with everything, if I squash and attack with everything, let's say they deal 5 to the 3-2 and they take 11 and go to 1, they could just untap and play, like, Avalanche Caller, turn one of their snowlands into a 4/4 haste and kill me. So, like, why risk that? You know what I mean? The way I played it, they can't win. Like, literally, like, nothing is going to beat me. Alright, so this time we'll probably be Raider, discard our 7-drop, since it's in our opening hand and we're nowhere near it. Even with the land, I think that's probably still the case. It costs 7, we're nowhere near it. Yes, I guess in theory, but I don't think I would squash in combat no matter what. If they played a pump or something, I would just let the 8/8 die, because they're not beating me on the ground. So, and I had so many resources, including the 7/6 net to play, and Svella with 8 mana out. So, like, in theory, if you think you're going to squash in combat, yes, play the Quakebringer pre. That's something good to be thinking about. In practice, that game, if they had played +4/+4 on Bergstrider, I would have just buried my 8/8. I wouldn't squash. I want to squash the flyer, because I'm not losing on the ground. As good as an 8/8 is, it's just not even, like... I still had the 7/6 in hand, multiple ground creatures, and Svella and 8 mana. So I just wanted to make sure I didn't die in the air there. But you're right, that's a good thing to be thinking about in general. That's alright, it's a good question. And it's a good thing to have on your mind, because it's counterintuitive. Normally you don't play your non-haste creatures pre-combat, so thinking about the times where it's right to is a good thing to have on your mind. That's the kind of play that, you know, even pros will miss sometimes because it's, like, counterintuitive. So they have 2 Shapeshifters. I can Slays the Troll 1 before it grows to a 4/4. This is kind of rough. Guess I'll get to make one of my favorite plays this turn. Manalith Arnie Slays the Troll. It's automatic because next turn I can grow Svella so that it won't die on the following turn when this does 4 damage, unless they have another Shapeshifter. So I think this turn is scripted. We need mana, make the mana. Slays Troll the 2/2 before it grows to a 4/4. And now this will turn this Masked Vandal into a 4/4, but then we can turn Svella into a 4/6. So as long as they don't drop another Shapeshifter this turn, we can have Svella live. Obviously, I don't care if they kill Immerstrom Raider. Yeah, or they can play a 4-power creature, that's true, but it's not that likely. There's not that many 4-power creatures they can play with 4 mana here, right? So definitely growing Svella, because that's the one I want to live. So this turn, I don't want to put out like Quakebringer, right? Because they'll kill it with this Bears of Liturgy going off. But I can put out creatures that are like comparable to Immerstrom Raider. Like, sure, Sculptor's technically better once in play, but am I going to not use any mana and not put out Sculptor so that they kill Immerstrom Raider instead of Sculptor? Nah. Am I going to cast Quakebringer and let them kill that? Nah. So, I mean, it does have the Foretell, but I'm not sure that matters at this point. So I think this turn, I just put out either of my 2 drops and pass. And then I can make a Manalith. Next turn I can play like my better stuff. Hey, thanks, A. Carter. Appreciate the subscription. I wish I could spin. Yeah, I'm still a few mana away from that. I've got 6, though. I think it's just playing like my 2-drops in Manalith or something like that, right? How is Fella dead? It's only 4-power creatures that deal damage. They have 4 power. They can't use that during their upkeep. It's a sorcery. So, like, I think I just put out my, like I was explaining, I think I put out my 2/2s because they're going to kill one of them, who cares? And I hold the Quakebringer and the Glade Warden for post-bears going off. Because these creatures, I don't want them to kill. They're good creatures. Raider and the Sculptor, I mean, Sculptor's better than Raider, but it's not by much at this point. Also, making the Manalith was pretty important because do they have any dead creatures? No. If they did, they could put 2 counters on this and kill Svella, but they don't, so I'm okay for now. But making the Manalith is important because I'm trying to get up to 8 so I can start spinning Svella for the win. This is interesting. Do I double block? I probably want to. If I double block the Vandal, it turns on the Glade Warden, though, so I don't really want to do that. I think I double blocked the Glade Warden. These 2-1s are not doing any useful attacking or blocking, and I don't want them making something big enough to kill Svella. I don't care about this 2-for-1. The Saga's only 1? I thought it was all your creatures with power 4 or greater deal the damage. Let me check it out. Choose up to... It does it to 1 of mine, but each creature... Yeah, each creature with power 4 or greater does damage equal to its power to 1 permanent. So if they had played another 4-power creature, they could deal 8 to Svella. I might have misworded what I said, but that is what I thought was going to happen. All right, no real decisions here. Well, I guess... I mean, I want to make a Manalith and play Quakebringer. They can kill it with this fight card. I have to make sure I'm not, like, literally dead. 5, 8, 9. I'll only go on a 7. I mean, I'm advancing with Svella. I mean, I can't really do better than this. Well... I guess I have 2 good blockers if I play the 5-4 and the 4-6, but then I don't make a Manalith, so then I can't Svella next turn. Do I play Glade Warden and leave Svella up and make a Manalith? Yeah, I'm being too greedy. Standard me. My initial is how do I be the greediest possible, but I can just do this, and then Glade Warden can block like Jorn, and I take way less damage. And I still can make a Manalith for Svella. This is definitely the right play. Now they can't even, like, attack except for with the flyer. Oh, this has Death Touch. They were going to be able to Blizzard Brawl the Svella, but they mistapped. The auto-tapper got them. It's weird. Why wouldn't the auto-tapper leave them a green when the only card in their hand is 1 green? Do they have a black card in hand? Oh, it left them the Snowland for Frost Augur? Yuck. Is there an I'm sorry emote? Yeah, they got by the auto-tapper here. The auto-tapper left them a Snow for Augur instead of a Forest for Blizzard Brawl. They were planning to play Blizzard Brawl on Reaper and kill my Svella with Death Touch, which would have been a really good turn for them. Then they could have, like, attacked with everything. This probably just won me the game. They might still win, but I would have almost certainly lost had they auto-tapper not gotten them. They definitely just got by the auto-tapper bad. Well, unless they have a 1 black card in hand, why would the auto-tapper leave them Snow-Covered Swamp over Basic Forest when they have a 1 green card in hand? Alright, well, no decisions now. If they go for the fight, we can spin in response. Don't know if we'll hit something or not. I don't think I have a lot of removal, but doesn't matter. I mean, I can play Quakebringer after Svella dies, but I can't spin Svella after it dies. So obviously, as I've talked about a lot over the past 2 sealeds, we want to spin Svella. If they go for the Blizzard Brawl, I can spin Svella in response. I have 2 Broken Wings, 2 Squashes. So I've got 4 cards that I can hit in my 4, and I look at 4 cards. So they're going for it. Let's spin. Hit our 4-outer, please, thanks. There's Broken Wings. That's good to know, Norwazy. It's bad programming, but it's good to know. Yeah, they got by the auto tapper. It's kind of cool. They're going to get to untap their lands if they have something else to cast if they want to. Because, like, their 3/3 doesn't have that great of ability in play. Like, Jorn's a really good card because the backside can be game-winning in some late games. But now I expect they can, like, trade Jorn for Glade Warden, and then they can untap their lands and their Augur and cast something else or Augur again or whatever. I'm going to trade Glade Warden for Jorn because they do have the Dogged Pursuit out, so I want to keep my life total up. I really think this card is horrendous, but it does make me definitely want to trade here. People say best of 1 is better for the open. I don't know for sure. Best of 3 might be better for gems, but best of 1 is better for maximizing your chance to advance, according to Twitter. So we're going to spin. No reason to do it now. If I don't get anything decent, I take a hard hit. Right now I have a 4/6 to block a 4/4. Just spin on their turn. Oh, yeah, I could have foretold if I have 10, which I do. I just forgot. I could have saved myself a mana. Well, this could get tight. If I don't draw Squash or Broken Wings, it's kind of a problem. Could still lose here. This would be an impressive win by the opponent if they got screwed by the auto tapper and I have an active Spella. But they're Squash. No justice. I just forgot to foretell. I won't pretend otherwise. Alright, I won't forget again. 5, 8. So now I have a choice. Would I rather squash or spin? Because I'm losing the squash if I don't cast it. If I squash the Frost Augur, I stop their ability to use it, I save a Raven Wings hit this turn. That seems better than spinning to me. I was going to spin, obviously. I didn't think it was that imperative. Yeah, I don't want to take another hit for 2 if I don't have to. I have that Broken Wings, but I just put it on the bottom. I mean, obviously, I had to do that. If I Broken Wings the Dogged Pursuit there and take 5, and, you know, I'm just dying to their flyer. Do I have a Lindworm? No. I have Vorinclex and Doomscar Titan. Those can close in a hurry. This could still be tight. My deck's really slow. Alright, so 10, 11. So I'm 1 short. So I would rather spin than Quakebringer, but I got to keep playing the land so that I can Quakebringer and spin if I draw another land. I forgot to make a Manalith. Ugh. And then I could have cast Quakebringer. Well, now I'm not making Manalith, I'm spinning, but last turn I should have made a Manalith, and it mattered. Oh, y'all are running up that punt count, huh? That was a punt for sure, but just 1, not 10, yeah. Can you on-punt, like, you know, all but 1 of those? Jeez. Y'all are merciless. That should have been the second actual punt of the day, I think. Dangle, we got to program the punt counter so you can only punt it, like, hit it like once a minute or something. That was brutal. I'm still dead. I don't even think I could win. All of these cards are, like, attacking my life. Like, yeah, the Dogged Pursuit, but, like, also, like, this drains for 3 and this gives flying. So I'm losing from, like, being pinged to death from all angles. Sure, yeah, we'll wheel. I can't believe after they got by the auto tapper, they won anyway. I gotta say, good game to the opponent. Well done, MC Dragon. Yeah, I don't have the 6/6 Lindworm. I have Vorinclex, which, you know, is way better, but not in this exact situation. 7 punts an hour today, because you just hit the punt counter 12 times. My merciless chat. Yeah, that was bad, though, because if I did make the Manolith, I could have cast the Quakebringer and still used Fella on that last turn. I would have lost that game anyway. I mean, the 3/7 drains, so, like, I was literally losing to every card attacking my life total. The Dogged Pursuit, and the 3/7, and the Wings. Maybe Hannibal. I mean, I know this fellow was a 4/6, but I don't know. I don't think I was racing them anyway, and the cards I was putting in playoffs fellow were not much worse than a Quakebringer. Remember, I kept hitting Squashes and Broken Wings, like, you know, it's not like... They really just never ran out of ammo and 1-for-1 me until I died or whatever from all their, like, their Wings thing, whatever the equipment's called, and their Dogged Pursuit. But, like... You know, it's not like I'm Svellaing for later value. I'm putting a card in play every turn with Svella. I was, like, squashing flyers and, like, broken wingsing things. And so, what are we putting back? I think Dogged Pursuit sucks. I know it worked out that time, but... All it did that time was deal me 4 or 5. Like, they could have won that game if Dogged Pursuit was something else, too, right? Rune. The thing I really like about Rune in this hand is it can go on Toski, and then they have to have a 3 toughness creature instead of a 2 toughness creature. Yeah, I think it's Mentor. That's the thing about a card like Dogged Pursuit. Like, sure, when you're ahead, it wins you the game better than some other things. But when you're behind, it's unplayable. And when you're ahead, another 4-mana card would probably win you the game anyway, right? So, like, what you don't need is something that's pretty good at winning you the game when you're already ahead. There's very little win percentage to get there. If you're already ahead and you have something else, you're probably going to win anyway. What you want are cards that perform well when you're just barely on your back foot. Like, obviously, if you're getting destroyed, it doesn't matter how well a card performs if it's not going to be enough and you're going to lose anyway. But when you're, like, you know, 1 card behind, when you're just on your back foot, that how a card performs then is what's most important. So I'm holding on to the Rune for the reason I said. I want to put it on Toski. This is kind of a nice ability of Toski here, because now they have to trade their flyer for my non-flyer, or I get a card. And then, if they don't have a 3 toughness creature, I can Rune up Toski, and they're in trouble. I mean, obviously, they could have things. They could, like, Bound and Gold it, but then it sticks around for the rest of the game. So this is a good situation. We get to either draw a card, or they have to trade their flyer off for my non-flyer. Alright, so that'll get that big enough... Whoa, don't attack! Don't attack! Oh. You do not want to deal 3 to let your opponent get a card. I know that I value people getting cards more than most, but, I mean... See, like, the way I like to think about Magic is in amounts of value. So let's imagine they attacked or didn't attack, the 2 possibilities. They dealt me 3 and took 1, and I got a card. They don't deal me 3, they don't take 1, and I don't get a card. So the net result there is they gain a life, I gain 3 life, and a card goes back from my hand on top of my library. Would you push a button to have that effect happen on the game? Of course you would, right? Like, if I could push a button to take 3, deal them 1, and draw a card, I'd push that button. So, like, that's generally how I think about Magic. I don't know. They had mana up. I didn't know if they were going to have the trick or not, but I felt like, you know, Toski was blanked by the 3-2. I can Voraclex next turn. Just didn't seem like a great play this turn. This thing doesn't have reach, right? I'm never going to cast that, I don't think. I should have too much to do to cast Cinderheart Giant, even though I'm approaching 7 mana, given Toski and Flyers and me drawing a bunch of extra cards. They still might beat me in the air if I don't find squashes, but hopefully, if I draw a bunch of extra cards, I'll find a squash or a Broken Wings. I have 2 squash, 2 Broken Wings. The bane of my existence, Raven Wings. This card might perform pretty well in Sealed. I think, you remember I played this over a Pick, and I think Pick is substantially better in Draft, but in Sealed, like, flying can be a real problem. So they're at 13. This is 6 trample, so they're at 7. They block one of these, they go to 3. I pump the one they block. I'm not dead on board. Seems fine. If I attack without playing the Vorinclex, if they don't block, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 for Xaxes. So I win. If they do block, I can kill the Pack-Mate, and then they have to have a pump spell to kill me. They're a point short. But if I don't play the Vorinclex, if they don't block, I draw 3 cards. So then I just have to find a Broken Wings or a Squash in 3, and I have 2 of each, and I've drawn no copies of either. But it seems better to make them have a pump spell than it does to have to top deck a Broken Wings or Squash, right? It's pretty close. That's what the decision is here. It's basically like, if I don't play the Vorinclex, I'm dead if they don't block, and I don't peel a Squash or a Broken Wings in 3 cards. But I'm in better shape if I do. If I do play the Vorinclex, I'm dead to a pump spell no matter what I peel, but I win if they don't kill me. Like, if they don't have a way to deal 1 extra damage. So it's a pretty close play. 3 cards is a lot to see a 4-outer, but there's no guarantees, so. Well, they have to block there, or they die to Snakeskin Veil, so why wouldn't they block? That's not a sus block at all. So that's a free roll block. Because if they take if I don't have the Snakeskin Veil, they kill my 2/2, right? And it's a good block. If I do have the Snakeskin Veil, it's better to block than be dead. So that's an auto block. That's not a sus block. That's a snap block. Alright, so I'm pretty sure they're dead, but I don't know. This doesn't give trample, but this already has trample, and I can play this end squash. This is a math is for blockers. Like, I'm not counting this. Even if somehow they're not dead, which they almost certainly are, they're losing creatures and yeah, Titan squash. This is a math is for blockers situation. But yeah, last turn you should 100% block in that situation if you're the opponent, just to be clear. Because it was 12, so your choice is either lose your 3/3 and your ability to deal lethal if they have Snakeskin Veil, or lose the game if they have Snakeskin Veil. If you don't block, you lose the game to Snakeskin Veil. That was a good game. I mean, I know I kept making jokes about math is for blockers, Walrus Law, but I knew that was lethal by like 5 points. I mean, you are right that, like, you know, if they block Vorinclex, I could squash that, but also they had 2 blockers for 5 creatures, and they were at like 8 or whatever. Like, they were just dead every which way. Yeah, so the opponent did have to win by going aggro, but that one turn, it was still a bad play. Like, That's the thing. Like, people get this, like, all or nothing mindset, and, like, just because you need to be in the aggressive role doesn't mean you want to take one and give the opponent a card to deal them 3 when they're at 20. You go aggro when it's appropriate, but, like, you know, if I had one less card on each turn, that could be the difference between me not having the land to cast Vorinclex on time, or that could be the difference between me not having the pump spell. You know, like, you do need to understand when it's right to go aggro, and have that in the back of your mind, but you still have to judge each turn with that in mind. You know, just because you need to be the aggressor does not mean in every single spot it's right for you to be the aggressor. Yeah, but they were dead to the Snakeskin Veil, J-Span. They were at 13 and I was attacking for 12, so if they don't block with the wolf, I play the Snakeskin Veil, and they take 13 and die. That's why I said it's a snap auto block. Because their choice is either lose their wolf and their ability to deal lethal, or lose the game if I have Snakeskin Veil. And if I don't have Snakeskin Veil, the wolf doesn't die. I was attacking for 12 power, and they were at 13 life. If they don't block, I just play the Veil and deal them 13. Well, yeah, 14 double counter. You're right, K-Rim. But point is the same. Right, if I don't have the pump, the wolf doesn't die, and they still lethal me. If I do have the pump, better to lose your wolf than lose the game. In spots where you can't beat a card, you play like it doesn't exist. But that was a spot where they can still beat... This is like almost the reverse spot of that. It's like, if you die to the card, if they have it, you're not going to make a play around it, like, to win, you know, by more or whatever. Because, like, you know, you'd certainly rather lose the wolf than lose the game. They probably had some outs. Like, they were only a point short. If they drew a pump spell, they could kill me. And if I didn't have it, I was dead either way. Okay, so, what are we going to do? We can Arnie Slays the Troll, or we can play a 3-drop. I mean, we don't need to kill the pup. Even though the Slays Troll is slow, right now I think we just want to get Svella out. Start being able to make Manaliths here. Pup can't even attack in a Svella. Raider for a land, I mean, sure, but I think we can wait a turn. You know, Svella makes Manaliths. We're not really under any pressure. We're on the play. Like, I mean, missing land drop sucks, but ultimately getting our Svella out to make Manaliths, like, I think that's the right play here. Yeah, I mean, I generally wouldn't play Revitalize unless I had some kind of life gain synergy or instant synergy. Yeah, I keep losing to Flyers and, like, never drawing my bow. Like, I like this card a lot in Sealed. Like, this card, I like it in Draft too, only because Snow is so powerful that Flyers are often how you lose. But I think this is literally one of the hidden gems of the set. I know most people are playing it, so I'm not saying much here. But, like, I think this card grossly overperforms, because green is, like, the most powerful color in the format, so when you lose, it's often to Flyers. And, like, if you have, like, a reach creature, they just kill it or bounce it or trade a flyer off for it. But if it's bow, you always have a reach creature. If they kill the reach creature one turn, next turn you move the bow to something else. So I think bow is, like, kind of one of the hidden gems in the set. Given green is so powerful and losing in the air is how you often lose, I find the bow performs really well. So what do we want to do now? I mean, I could Liberator and Arnie Slays the Troll. I mean, Pup's not a great target, but growing the Liberator is pretty great. I think that's the right play. Uses all my mana. Arnie Slays the Troll just, like, has 3 nice abilities, so I kind of just want to get it down, I think. Can grow my Liberator so that it can attack into whatever they play, and then they're forced to, like, trade a real creature for it. Or not even, if they can't block a 4/3. Yeah, I've been really high on Bows, too. Bow's one of those cards that I looked at, you know, like, day one and said, this is mediocre, 2/3 reach with some upside. You know, fine, like, I'm going to play it, but, like, mediocre. Then I started to realize, wow, green is slow, but really powerful. This card just wins games. Like, it just protects you in the air, like, so well. Alright, so they left their mana up, so we don't know what they have, but there's a good chance they have removal. So I want to put the 2 counters on whichever creature I want less, basically. I'm just not sure what that is, because like even though the Liberator's really powerful, Sculptor's pretty valuable right now. The thing is, I don't really want to attack with the Sculptor, so I think I'm still just going to put the counters on the Liberator. I expect they're going to kill it. That was why I was thinking about putting it on the Sculptor. But I think I'd rather just have the mana from the Sculptor than the Boast ability from the Liberator. Well, if they're going to let me make 2/1s, I guess I'll do that then. I forgot about the mana. Oh, so bad. I mean, not that it really matters actually in this spot, though, right? Because if I make it 2/1, I could have, like, cast Raven Wings or something, which I should have done. You can hit the punt counter unless all the on-punts are off, though. I forgot about the mana. I was thinking about where to put the counters pretty hard, and it was a really close call. But so I just forgot about the free red mana. That's why I got rid of Mana Burn, to save bad players like me from the feel bad. Yeah, they might have Doomscar. I mean, I only have 2 creatures going. That's why I chose to Boast, because they didn't kill anything. I was kind of expecting them to kill something there. Surprising they didn't. Okay, so what do we want to do? I shouldn't even have slapped that into play. I might discard it to Raider, but I'm playing sloppy today. It's not the first time. It won't be the last. So what do we want to do? I can Wings equip, but then I'm 1 short of Boasting. I can just attack with the Liberator, Boast if they block, Boast if they don't block, and play Wings. That seems fine to me. If they want to attack back and shoot a 2/1, they can. I mean, I'm winning the race. I'm out in front. We can both tie up each other's mana. It's true, Godfries, it's true. I didn't actually punt that many times today, but I did forget the mana. I would have played the Wings last turn, for sure. I had 5, so I would have just played the Wings, attacked and boasted. Like, I just missed playing the Wings. Yeah, Liberator's a good 2-drop. I mean, pretty much anytime you're on the play, you get to attack with it on turn 3. Like, sometimes they don't even have a 2-drop, right? But even if they do, it's not going to have 3 toughness very often. So you just get to attack, trade, and make a 2/1, and then you're just up a 2/1. Liberator's a nice 2-drop. Like, it's not busted. It's not like you have to play red if you have it. But it's like a pretty strong 2-drop. All right, let's see. I can Wings, attack, Boast. Seems almost automatic. I'm getting a 2/1. If I play this, I'm just getting like a 3/2 and a 1/1. Yeah, seems no reason to do anything else, I don't think. Yeah, they might Wrath, but I'm not adding creatures to the board other than Boasting, so I don't really see any choices here for this turn. Like, I don't mind throwing away a 2/1 into a 5/4. You know, like, these 2/1s aren't doing much. So, like, to play around Wrath, if it gets to the point where I have the ability to deal some meaningful damage and throw away a 2/1, I probably would. Just like last turn, I mean, I would have attacked with, like, 2 2/1s, and they would block 1 with their 2/1 and 1 with their 5/4. Like, that's not profitable. Are they dead now? I think they are. Yeah, I can put the bow on the Liberator, hit for 6 in the air, and then I have 4 2-power ground creatures, and they have 3 blockers. So that tells you one of them gets through. So that means I can exactly 8 them. This might be the first time I've ever not made the token. No need. Got him with Xaxes. So now, like, they have to take 6 in the air, and then they can block 3 of the 4 2-power creatures, so they take exactly 8. Got him with Xaxes. Yeah, I could have Broken Wings the bounty and done it too. That's true. Nah, it would have been better to get the wings out earlier. I could have done a little more. I mean, it didn't cost me, obviously, but it was a punt. Yeah, I could have. I couldn't do both, so it's the same thing, but I didn't have enough mana to play and equip and Broken Wings. But I could have Broken Wings instead of playing and equipping, but that's the same amount of damage. Yeah, Svella's fine, I think, Infested, because if Svella was blue-green one, that would be a problem. But, like, red is not really a great base color for snow, so you have to splash Svella. And at that point, I think it's good, but I think it's a fine uncommon. You know, like a good uncommon, but I don't think it's, like, bad that it's an uncommon. I think that if they had made Svella blue-green one, that would have been very bad. Well, you'll always play Svella. No matter how aggressive your deck is, you're putting Svella in your deck. Because, if you're a 2-color red-green deck, I'm saying. Because it's still a 3-mana 2-4. It's a 3-mana 2-4 that wins a stalemate. And while a 3-mana 2-4 is not a good aggro creature, that's not, like, horrible or anything. It's not like it's an enchantment that wins a stalemate. It's still a 3-mana 2-4. And then, in the late game, it just wins any stalemate. So, like, even if you have the most aggressive red-green aggro deck, you might not take Svella over Demon Bolt, let's say, in a really aggressive red-green deck, whereas in a snow deck, you're always going to take Svella over Demon Bolt, but you should never not play Svella. Like, ever, ever, ever. I think I just cycle the rune here. My hand's pretty good. I mean, I could take another draw step, but I want to be able to play, like, something next turn, and I can always pump Toski with, like, Arnie and with Lift Glade Warden. I don't think I want to just hold the rune when I have nothing to do on turn 3. Alright, no decisions. It's 2 to make the thing, right? Yep. Oh, Svella's very good, yeah. I'm just saying, like, that was my point. Like, basically, if you were a hyper-aggressive red-green, you might take Demon Bolt over Svella in the draft, but you would certainly still put Svella in your deck because it's still just a 3-mana 2-4 with so much upside. Speaking of so good, Aegir's, and this might be the best of the gold uncommon cycle. Aegir is ridiculous. Can't kill it. Wish I could. So for now, wait, if I play Toski and have to attack and they block with Aegir. Oh, but I can put the bow on. No, that's not going to work either. Wow. Yeah, this is. So I could attack, and if they block, I could play Liberator and Arnie. Yeah, and just 4-for-1 myself. Let's not do that. Do I have any good options? I don't think so. It's just when it deals excess damage to it. Aegir doesn't care about the creature dying. If this blocks Toski, they draw a card. I can put the bow on the Toski, and then it'll have 3 toughness, and they won't draw a card. And I guess then post-combat, I can fight it with Arnie Slays the Troll. So it should be okay. But they do draw a card if Aegir blocks Toski, and it doesn't have 3 toughness. It doesn't have to kill it. But I think the plan is to bow up the Toski, and then, even if, 3-3, 2-3, but it's not dealing it extra damage, so then they don't draw a card. And if I draw a land, then post-combat I can fight it with Arnie Slays the Troll. Yeah, bow's 3 to move. That's why I need to draw a land. I have 4. Enjoy, Adrian. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, well, different plan. Now we'll just give Toski flying. That works too. I mean, the land draw might have been even better, because then I could have killed Aegir if they blocked it, and they weren't even going to draw a card. It would have been bow on Toski, 3-3 blocks 2-3, nothing happens, post-combat Slays Troll, Toski as a 2-3 on Aegir. But, as is, we'll give it flying and start drawing cards. There are worse problems to have. Drawing cards is great. Alright, so now with the extra power, I can fight off Aegir if I want to. I probably want to. So I probably move bow to Toski, and then just, like, Slays Troll Aegir. What else am I doing? I can hit and draw a card. I mean, this doesn't have reach or anything. And I could play the Glade Ward and have Snakeskin Veil up. It's a good turn if they have removal. I guess I can, like... No, but I don't want this Aegir. This is a giant token. I don't want them drawing cards. I live in constant fear of my opponents drawing cards. Like, there's just nothing I'm more scared of than creatures triggering to draw cards. You know, if you've been watching my stream for a few years now, I was like obsessed with Audacious Thief, obsessed with Gateway Sneak. Like, I'm now obsessed with them getting a single card off Agar. Like, I live in constant fear of people drawing cards from their creatures. Second one, I did all that work to kill Agar, and they played a second one? Alright, I'll trade 1-1 for 2-1. That's not a giant. Oh, it is a giant because of this, so they're going to get a card. Well, I still have to do it. So we're killing them in 3 in the air. Broken Wings doesn't help us a ton. I mean, it doesn't do anything on the amulet. We can hit the masked... I mean, it does a little bit, but it takes away 1 toughness. We can hit the masked thing if we want here, but I'm not really scared of them spending 3 mana to make it 2-2. So I think this turn I just want to play Glade Warden. It's not really an efficient turn mana-wise, but I can block Agar with it, and so I'm only taking 4. And if they have removal, then I get to use the Veil, and then they still can't attack with Agar, so... Because basically I'm trying to kill them with this Toski, and I'm not going to lose the race. Arnie gains me all that life. And there's the removal. And now life is good. Now they can only hit me for 4, and then I'm going to gain 5 back, hit them for 5 in the air, drop my 7/6. Even if they have a flyer, I have Broken Wings. It's going to be tough for them to win this. Jazzberry agrees. The key there was playing the 3/3 with Veil up because it meant, like, Agar couldn't attack profitably. So they had to use removal, and then I could Veil, or I would just take 4 for the turn and they could drop a creature, and then I would get to gain 5, hit for 5, and drop something big and whatever. We are going to do one more sealed after this. It's going to be a long, late day for me, but that's all right. Cheers. I'm off tomorrow, and then Saturday we'll be back with the Arena Open. Who will tell him what, chat? Himself. I missed the Arnie mana again. Yeah, hit the punt counter if you didn't already. Now I don't know if I'm supposed to hope I have Arnie Slays the Troll in the sealed or not. Yeah, I missed it. I thought my play was so tight, too, and it was, assuming I didn't have an extra mana, but... Ooh, we're playing Spanky KC. I think that's Scott Lipp. He's like a good ex-pro. He's beaten me like so many times in Grand Prix, like deep in tournaments and stuff. See if we can get revenge here. I don't know if Mana Burn ever killed me. I've probably taken Mana Burn in my life. I think Broken Wings is good enough to just auto-main and sealed. Like, if you have a lot of removal, you can cut it. I'm not saying it's like, you know, busted or something. But I think you can pretty much just put Broken Wings in the main in your sealed. And then, like, you know, if you have, like, you know, 10 removal or 8 removal and you want to cut it, sure. But I expect there to be more artifacts, enchantments, and flyers all played in sealed than there is in draft. So this is an interesting spot. So they have a Foretell card. Could be the deal 5. Could be a counter. I don't see a reason to risk Spella right now. I mean, I can at least pass and make a Manalith. They could still... I think Scott just realized it was me. They could still kill it at a turn when I tap it, but I'll at least have the mana, and I could use it. I have a good 5, a 7. This card's mana intensive. I mean, I could also play the Elderleaf Mentor here. It's not like I'm worried about getting that countered. But I think I just want to lock up the Manalith. I'm not being greedy for once. I'm just ensuring that I get that extra mana. Yeah, I mean, I could have bowed it so that they can't kill it. That was one thing that was running through my mind. I didn't talk about it, but it's good you said it. That's why I said I have a lot of options here. But I think that's too weak of a turn. Like, I'm not going to, like, bow equip. Like, what if that's something else? You know what I mean? Like, what if they depart the Realmid? Or, like, what if it's Poison the Cup? I mean, it's probably not, because they probably wouldn't let me on tap with it, but that just seems like, you know, I'm not even making the creature if I do that. So that just seems like pretty dicey. I mean, I agree it should be on your mind, but it's a way to play around the deal 5. Like, if I knew that was the deal 5, you might go bow equip. but I'm missing literally making the creature too. So that just seems a bit much. What do I want to discard? My hand's pretty good. I'm making Manaliths, so I'm not that far from Cinder Giant necessarily. I think it's one of the 4-drops. I think I'm going to discard the Glade Warden. They don't have anything out yet, and with the bow and the Doomscar Titan, the Mentor giving me 2 bodies looks pretty good. I don't think we know. I don't think the auto-tapper accounts for Foretell cards, does it? Maybe it does. I think it's probably just going to be the deal 5. But that's fine. Like, you know, I have 3 creat, 4 creat, 5 creatures. Like, you know, spell is good, but, I mean, whatever. They can kill it. I got my Manalith. It is what it is. I'm not going to, like, eventually they're going to kill it, right? Like, this card costs 1 once it's foretold. Like, playing around it is, like, I can't play around it forever, right? Like, it just costs literally 1. So what do we want to do now? We could hit for 5, but this card's substantially better after this is in play. Probably just play the Elderleaf Mentor in a land. And then if we draw a land, we can Giant. If not, we can Titan. This thing is Trample too, right? It's really hard to play around this card with Svella, because like, at whatever point I tap it, they're going to use this. And I felt like the Manalith was pretty valuable for me, given I have a 7-drop. If they don't have removal, this could be game-winning, and if they do have removal, it still kills one of their creatures a lot of the time. If it's bound, I have 2 Broken Wings to draw into eventually. Alright, that makes it no real decisions. I'm going to attack with both and drop the 7-drop. If I didn't draw land, I would have probably played Doomscar, but I'd rather get a 7/6 and play this turn. Auto-tapper is great. It's a double-edged sword, but it honestly is great. As long as they don't have, like, a Wrath, I think I like my chances. If they do play Doomscar or Blood in the Snow, I'm almost certainly going to lose, because they have this Nexus. Well, or there's that. Maybe I should have thought about that when they didn't trade 1/1s, but, I mean, it's kind of rough. Well, that's a good draw. That's a great draw. Now I can just attack with my 3 little creatures, lose my 3/2, but get 2 cards. I like that. Sack my 3/2 to deal 2 and draw 2. Looks like we got a firefight now. Think you never know how much mana I'm going to use in 1 turn. I mean, they could have discard, but it's not that likely. I think I'm going to play the lands, play the bow, make the creatures. I have 2 squashes to deal with my own 7/6. I mean, it will hit one of my creatures, but they're all pretty small, and Toski's indestructible. So if I can draw a lot of cards again, hopefully I can find a squash to deal with my 7/6. Good beats. This goes to 5, so I need to put the bow on this. Do I have enough mana to do that? Yes. Cool. To attack into the Giant, I'm saying. Because like if I play this and attack with everything, even though their 2 creatures are bigger than mine, I draw 3 cards. The only thing is I don't want them to eat this 5/4 with the 7/6. But if I put the bow on it, then like they can eat a 1/1 with the 2/4, and then they can eat a 1/1 with the 7/6, or they can trade the 7/6 for the Doomscar. So I'm good either way with that. I might draw a green card with Snakeskin Veil, so I think I want to leave the Manalith up. So I'm going to play this, move the bow, so that if they want to kill the Titan, they have to lose the 7/6. I'm not scared to let them eat things because I'm drawing a million cards. Remember, you draw a card for each creature that deals damage. So they can kill 2 2/1s, and then I draw 3 cards. They can trade the 7/6 for the 6/6, but either way, I'm drawing 3 cards. These are just 1/1 tokens. This is a 1/1. This is a good game. No idea if I'm going to win or lose. I mean, if I find a squash, like I said, next turn I can squash the 7/6. I'm drawing 3. Yeah, they're gaining 2 also. So they're actually going to 6. No matter how they block, the Angel's going to gain 2 life. Toski's a cool card. Like, It's powerful, but I mean, there's way more broken rares than this. It's situational. Like, sometimes it literally just attacks and gets blocked by, like, you know, a Sculptor and does nothing. I mean, it's a good card. It can win games, but it's like, you know, it's swingy, it's powerful, but it's a rare. I don't mind. Yeah, those were good draws, obviously. That said, I mean, this is down to a 5/6 without the +1/+1. If I don't find an answer for the 7/6, I mean, we're going to have to see what the attack looks like. Like, obviously, you know, worst case now, I can shut off their Nexus with Broken Wings or their Firja with Broken Wings and play Quakebringer, but I'm not sure that this is going to be easy if I don't draw Squash. Even if I do draw Squash now that they killed Toski, I mean, I wouldn't say this is going particularly well. You get the Trickster back. Oh, no, they don't have a creature to exile. That's fortunate. They only have the one, and they exiled it to way down. Alright, so there's 2 targets for Broken Wings. I think we have to kill the Angel. Then we can just sit behind Quakebringer for now. I know this shuts off the lifelink, but the triggering this every turn is scaring me. I know Nexus makes a 2/2 every turn, but I mean, can I let them trigger Firja every turn? I'm not scared of 2/2s. I'm scared of Firja. Well, I'm shutting off Lifelink with Quakebringer, and the 2/4 can't really attack because I have the bow. It was only able to attack that turn because, you know, I made that good alpha where I drew 3 cards last turn. So I'm not scared of Firja attacking or Lifelink, but I am scared of them just triggering it. Just like, because you get a draw step, and then you get the card you get off the Firja, so it's pretty easy to keep triggering that. If we hit a stalemate and they're making 2/2s, they're not going to swarm me too quickly, and they're taking 2 a turn. So, I mean, I think I'd rather let them start making 2/2s than trigger Firja and dig up removal and dig up cards. The life gain's off to the Quakebringer either way. It's a question of, like, Firja triggers to draw cards versus 2/2s. Of course, that didn't work out. Now they can take Quakebringer. So I guess I have to attack with Quakebringer. If I move the bow, it's big enough to attack. Well, I guess, I don't know, because, like, this is weird. So, like, they have to give me a real creature now. If I move the bow and attack with Quakebringer, they can double block with the 2 Master Scalds. Then they can take my Doomscar Titan. I'm going to take 2 a turn because they have the Nexus. Do I want to trade a Quakebringer for a Scald, or do I want to let them get the Quakebringer? If they get the Quakebringer, I'm going to take 2 a turn forever because they have the Nexus. So right now I have the choice to trade Quakebringer for Giant or for Scald, because they can block it with just Giant or double block with the Scalds if I move bow to it. I don't think I want to let them take my Quakebringer. I mean, then they can't take Doomscar, but Doomscar's not going to wear bow. It's just a 4/4. I think I'm way more scared of them having Quakebringer forever. So I think this is right. Even though if they take the Doomscar, I don't have a Giant now. I could draw another Giant, maybe. I don't know if I have more. I don't think I have many. What do I have? Like, yeah, I don't have any more Giants. But still, if they kill the Quakebringer, then I'm not taking 2 a turn forever, at least, no matter what I draw. And if I draw a Squash, like, I mean, I can squash the Giant. I can't swing with Doomscar. They'll just block it with the Cinderheart Giant. It's too small. Yeah, they can make a 2/2 and give it to me. Yeah, that's true. The point was I didn't want them to, like, whatchamacallit, get Quakebringer, because then I would take 2 a turn forever, because they have the Mass Nexus. Pretty sure that attack was right. It's just better for the long haul. Like, if I'm taking 2 a turn forever, like, I can't win. Now, if I, like, you know, draw some decent stuff, maybe I can win. I mean, I'm probably going to lose either way, but I'm just saying, now I have, like, some chance, maybe. Do I have Changelings? I didn't get any Mass Vandals, which is a really good card in Sealed, by the way. I have a Guardian Gladeswalker, so I have 1. You're right. I never beat Scott. I should have already known I wouldn't. Literally, he beat me, like, in a Grand Prix top 4 and, like, playing for a Grand Prix top 8, and, like, he just always beats me. He's my nemesis. About as good a draw we could ask for. I don't think it's going to be enough. So Trickster isn't doing anything except 3 damage, but I mean, that's relevant. I can, like, Broken Wings, like the Nexus, so they don't make more 2/2s, or the Trickster, so I don't take 3. Yeah, the token's a Changeling. That's why he just took 2, right? He played 2 spells, though, with the Doomscar and whatever, so he gained 2 on his turn. I have no idea how I can win. I don't think I can. Yeah, we fought the good fight. I mean, I lost to my own 7-6. If I had seen one of my 2 squashes, this would have been super tight. I'm not saying I would have won. And I drew plenty of spells. But if you switch, like, one of my good draws for, like, squash, then I can kill the 7-6 when I have all those 1/1s out. Who knows what happens. Really overpowered me with my own 7-6. It was definitely a good game, for sure. So this doesn't have trample. That does. I don't think we can really do anything. Just chump chump. I can concede. I have no outs, right? This is wasting our time. Yeah, if I had a Bonfire, I wouldn't concede. Then I could just flip Bonfire. That Pro Tour was one of the worst Magic experiences of my entire life. The Avacyn Restored Pro Tour, I'm still scarred 10 years later. Literally, like, every turn of every game of Constructed, you'd just be, like, figuring out what to do. Then you'd think, like, what happens if they draw Bonfire? Oh, obviously I just lose, you know, so I can ignore that. Then you'd make a play. Then it would be their draw step, and you'd be like, all right, look at your card, see if it's Bonfire. It usually wouldn't be, obviously, because, you know, they have 4 Bonfires and, you know, 40 cards, 50 cards, whatever. And then they'd be like, nah, not Bonfire, and you'd keep playing. And then if it was Bonfire, it's just like, there goes your board, there goes the game. Whoever designed that card should have been fired on the spot. So this is pretty bad. We're on the draw. I mean, if we drew a mountain, it would be a good hand, but I don't think we want to keep this. Looks a little better. We'll just put back the 7-drop, keep the early game stuff, and the cheaper of the 2 big creatures. You probably also love Hexproof then, Starman. If you need the card's full name to bring it up, I think it's Bonfire of the Damned, not just Bonfire. Oh yeah, that was a funny moment, but it was indicative of the card being bad, not good, but it was hilarious. It was funny, obviously. Yeah. I was telling them how I never beat you anyways. I knew as soon as we got paired, I was like, my nemesis. He beat me, like, every time we ever play. 4 top 8 in top 8. I never beat Scott. Well played, though. I had a lot of ammo. I had 2 squashes that I was kind of hoping to draw the whole game to be able to kill the 7-6, especially when I had all the 1/1s out. But yeah, like, I obviously had a fine draw. I drew tons of spells. Just grinded it out. Okay, so 2 to play, 2 to equip, so we can't do that. Do we want this trade? No, so just play this and pass. I just assume anytime I get paired against you, it's already a loss. I just accept that. And it was a free roll game. I was 6-1, so if anything, more magic. Do I want to Snakeskin Veil that? Yeah, I mean, I know I have Broken Wings, and I know that it's not that good a creature, but I have nothing to do for, like, 3 turns. So, like, I think I might need Broken Wings to kill a flyer. Like I said, there's lots of artifacts, enchantments, and flyers played. And if I let that go, like, what am I doing with the Snakeskin Veil? Well, they had a second removal, but my goal was to keep my creature around and prolong the game. The opponent's just like, what are they up to? I don't know. I got a situational removal spell, a 6-drop, and a land in hand. How about you? Hopefully they do not have a squash, because I'm kind of a one-trick pony this game. Broken Wings was what bear? Unruly Oddish. I played the bear. I ended up cutting the Guardian Gladeswalker. I ended up cutting the third equipment, the pick. Yeah, I mean, you can put haste on, like, a mythic rare if you want, but Vorinclex is kind of a silly card, but, I mean, this is a powerful set. There's plenty of good removal. Like, for 6, I don't think it's unreasonable. So that's not going to work, because we got the wings, so... Yeah, that was a weird chump. I mean, I don't know why they did that. Wait a minute. Okay, so I can Broken Wings my own Raven, and then this will fizzle because my creature will no longer have flying. Now, the Fin will stop my 6/6, but it's clearly worth doing, right? So this is a tight play. I haven't gotten to do this yet in this set. So if I Broken Wings my own Raven's Wing in response, their Broken Wings will fizzle because my creature no longer has flying. Galaxy Brain. That's why they pay me the big bucks. But they have the Death Toucher, so I still have to draw removal now, or I can't do anything with Vorinclex. Not as good as Use First Strike against them, but still a pretty cool play that doesn't come up that often. How many Snowlands do they have? 1. Just 1. Okay. So we can Broken Wings their flyer. 3/2 for either of these is a good trade. So we're going to attack with the Mentor, not the Vorinclex. They don't have 2 Snowlands, right? Well, the Forest is tapped anyway, but yeah, they only have 1. That was my favorite play, Bolt the Bird. I love that play. So that gives them second green to sack the Mirror Lake. Definitely going to Broken Wings because there's no other targets now. Just take out the flyer. Okay, well that's decent. I could play it and attack with everything. I mean, if they put Finn on Vorinclex, it's still 7 trample, so they're taking 4 right there. I mean, a 1/3 can eat a 2/1, but then they still have to block like Ice Hide on Mentor and chump Doomscar. I mean, I don't know if they're dead, but I do think I'm not going to do better than this with Vorinclex. So I'm just going to attack with everything. I don't think they're actually dead. Ice Hide can trade with Mentor. Jasper Sentinel chumps Doomscar. 1/3 on 2/1. And then Finn on Vorinclex, and they take 4. So I think the end result from their best block would be something like I have Doomscar, they have the 1/3, and they're at 4. I guess they can make this play, which leaves me the 3-2 and them the Ice Hide instead of the 1-3. They could have. I think what I said would have been slightly better, which would have killed my mentor and their troll, left them the 1-3 alive, and they would be at the same 4 life. The block I was saying that I thought was their best block, I think their block was reasonable. If they drew a Snowland, then the Ice Hide troll stops both my creatures because they're at 4 and I have a 3-2 and a 4-4. So I think their play was reasonable. I'm not even sure which was better. The play I was suggesting was to put the 1-3 on the 2-1, the blue 1-3, and then they could put the Ice Hide troll on my 3-2 elf, and then their Jaspara Sentinel on my Doomscar Titan, and then the Finn on my Foreign Klex, which would have resulted in their 1-3 living, the Harbinger, and it would have resulted in my Doomscar living, but my Mentor would have died. So the end result, if you want to compare them, instead of them having Ice Hide and me having... Either way, I have Doomscar. They can't kill that. But instead of them having Ice Hide, they have the 1-3 Harbinger, which is worse, obviously. But my 3-2 Mentor is in the yard. So I think it was a close... Their block was close to the one I suggested. I'm not sure which is better. Probably depends how many Snowlands they have. Because their block gives them the ability to draw an on-tap Snowland and have it be good. But even a tap Snowland, they just have to chump with the Ice Hide troll. So, pretty close. Alright, so back-to-back 7 and 2s. Don't mind if we do. As promised, it's going to be a long day. We're going to do one more sealed, and then I'm still going to do a little ads and chats. But for now, this is our sealed practice for the Arena Open. Thanks, everybody who supports my content, my stream. Thank you for tuning in. And let's fire off one more. This is going to be the last one, but we're going to build and play it all the way. Let's do one more of these best of one Kaldheim sealeds. All right, so you're welcome, FLD. Thank you to all of you for making it possible. The reason I'm doing best of one is because that's my current plan as far as what to play on Saturday in the Arena Open. I'm not sure. I'm going to play whichever gives me the better chance to advance to day 2. I believe at this point it's best of one, but I don't have a high degree of confidence in that. Adrian Sullivan said the math may have been questionable from the tweet. All right, so Kai is amazing, right? Like, this just kills things. Yeah. This card is just totally busted and splashable. Raven's Warning is more fancy than good, but you're happy to play it if it's on color. Reflections, like, you can draft, like, a lot of changelings and stuff and probably make this card good, but, like, it's hard. With cards like this, you have to have way more than you think. Like, people always think, like, oh, I have 6 giants, this card's going to be good. It's not going to be good if you have 6. Like, if every creature in your deck is the same type, it's good. Like, if you have 15 giants, yes, put this card in your deck. But if you have 6, yeah, you're going to draw, like, 2 to 3 over most games, but you need to play things before you draw this sometimes. Sometimes, you know, like, by the time you play this, you're not going to draw any more giants. The juice just isn't worth the squeeze. And remember, it's already a 5-drop. And so, like, if you copy 1 giant with this, that's break even. So, like, again, if you have 10 plus of the same type of creature, yeah, put Reflections in your deck and it's going to be a good card. But if you have 5 or 6, don't play it. You need, like, probably something like 8 of a creature type before this becomes, like, you know, good, and, like, you know, 10 before it becomes, like, pretty busted. Other than that, we've got the Nexus, which is probably like an autoplay and sealed, but probably not busted unless you're really controlling, which we might be with Kaya. I mean, we'll see what our deck is. I like that we got this dual land, so if we play like blue-green or something, it's already going to be a little easier to splash Kaya, because we have a white-blue dual. Alright, so how's our white? We know we have Kaya, not good otherwise, but we got a couple removal. Bound in Gold, Iron Verdict, Valkyr, E. Our blue, we've got Giant's Amulet, Avalanche Caller. I mean, these are playable, but of course I'm not excited to have 3 of those. But we've got a Beholden, 2 Augury Ravens, which are pretty good. Our black looks horrendous, 3 Dogged Pursuits. That card is still unplayable, even if I lost to it in one of my few losses today. Feed the Serpent is good, but obviously our black is not going to be a main color. But we have Kaya, so we'll keep that in mind. Red looks... Well, we have 3 Frostbites and 2 Squashes. Like, so our red is actually very deep. No compelling cards. And we have 0 Demon Bolts, which is a lot better than Squash and Frostbite. But we have 3 Frostbites, 2 Squashes, And then we have like Firewalker and Craven Hulk, which are fine cards, and Cavalry and 2 Raiders. So that's our red is super deep, full of like perfectly playable cards. But we have like 0 exciting red cards out of all of these. Like Frostbite's kind of medium, Squash's kind of medium, Demon Bolt's good. Our green, well, we have 2 Sentinels if we want to do a 5-color, a Vandal. Our green looks bad. This is one of the worst greens I've seen. We've got a Seeker. We've got a Struggle. Yeah, I mean, our green is fine, but it's definitely not on the good side for green. We have no Packmate, 1 Struggle, 1 Vandal. Like, this is a mediocre green. Might need to pull the Scott and play some kind of Esper control or some kind of, like, 4-color control if our lands allow. 4-color, no green. Hopefully we have some Shimmer Drift fails. I mean, we have a black-red duel. We have a red-white duel. I see a white-blue duel. Anything else? Mass Nexus and a Replication Ring. Yeah. Might be possible. So, yeah, we do have some good blue-white gold cards here. I mean, Raven's Warning, like I said, it's a good card. You're happy to put it in your deck if you're blue-white. It's more fancy than good, right? Like, this is like a slow 1/1 gain, flying, gain 2, draw a card. Like, you can go put a spell on top of your library, but it's not in your hand. It's still a draw step. Again, I would never, ever not play this in a blue-white deck, but it's way more fancy than good. Port is blue-black. Yeah, I could see like a Mardu control, maybe. I could see... what color are our duels? I could see like, you know, like a white... I could see like a red, like white splash black. No, our stuff's all pretty spread out. This is going to be a tough build. You know what? It's getting late. I know I was talking about 3 seals, but, you know, it's getting late. I just realized I'm pretty tired, so I'm sorry, y'all. I'm going to call it a night. I'm just kidding. Don't leave. But, like, this is going to be a tough build. Because, like, we have a bunch of red removal, and then, like, I mean, I don't know what we're going to put that with. Nah, I was totally kidding. We're obviously... I prefer a challenge. Bring it on. But, like, what are we going to do here? Like, our white... I mean, we could play, like, white, blue, splash, red, maybe. And then just also splash Kaya. I mean, Kaya is single white, single black. So, I mean, we have the ring, you know, like a black-red duel, like red-white, like, whatever. We're going to play Kaya, no matter what we play here. But... yeah, our colors are all even. Like, I mean, black is our worst color. But other than that, like, our 4 colors are pretty even. Like, I'm even underselling our green a bit because I'm used to it being so good. But, like, you know, 5/5's fine, Struggle's good, Mentor's fine, Troll's fine if you have the lands, which I don't think we have a lot of. Seeker's good, like, Recluse is a fine playable, we have 2 of it, Vandal's good. If we wanted to build, like, a 5-color creature base, we have 2 Sentinels, like, in Ring. Like, green is not really off the table. Black as a main color is off the table. Like, we have 1 Feed the Serpent and a Helm. Obviously, like, we're just going to stick Kaya in whatever deck. Runemite's good. I mean, it's not, like, great, but the runes are really good with equipment. Like, I don't think we're going to play any equipment unless we... like, Raven Wings is good, but, like, you know, if you're a creature-based deck. But we're probably going to have a lot of removal, and we're probably not going to be, like, a real creature-based deck. But the +1/+1 is a big difference from, like, Cetesian Training's +1/+0. I mean, as long as you land this, it replaces itself. So you're basically getting a free power and toughness, like, without spending a card. That's not, like, super impressive all the time, but certainly worth including in any green deck. Double Narfi is nice. Oh, I didn't realize we had 2. I saw Narfi, but I didn't realize at all we had 2. But we don't have a lot of snow creatures. Like, we have, like, this 1 troll, and we don't have a lot of lands. I guess Mass Nexus makes zombies. I could definitely see, like, a Grixis, like, control with a... or, like, I could see, like, a blue-red control with a light white and light black splash. It makes Kaya the hardest to cast, but, I mean, whatever. I don't know. Like I said, this is a tough build. I mean... so, let me check our snowlands a little bit. Like, we have 1 plains, we have no islands, we have a swamp, we have a forest. Yeah, this is not going to be an easy build. Yeah, Narfi plus a bunch of removal seems good. I could definitely see, like, a Grixis-ish, like a I think a blue-red deck splashing white and black is probably where we want to be. I mean, I guess we could splash all this red removal. Like, cheap removal is good if you're, like, controlling and trying not to get run over. Like, I talk about this from time to time. There's, like, 2 kinds of synergy in Magic. like overt and covert, right? Like, or subvert. I don't know which would be a better word to use for that. But basically, like obvious synergy, right? Like overt synergy. Like you're talking about like two cards that basically just say they combo together, or like when you put them together, you get like way more than you get individually, and it's just obvious. But then there's other kinds of synergy. Like for example, Frostbite and Mask Nexus have positive synergy. Frostbite, this makes it so you're not going to get run over, but it's kind of an underpowered card. So if you're not going to lose quickly and your life total is going to be high, but then what you want is a powerful late game. So something like Mass Nexus that is really slow, but will win you any stalemate over the long run, has like subtle synergy with Frostbite. So like, I'm not sure exactly how to build this. I feel like, you know, we want to be base red if we have 3 Frostbites. I mean, the thing is, all this removal, if we're going to do a control strategy, is pretty nice. Like, you know, the Frostbite is a good, cheap removal, and if we're going to play 4 colors Snow, it might deal 3. It'll certainly deal 3 by the late game. We have, like, you know, 3 or 4 Snow basics, 5, 6. Like, we're going to have, like, you know, 6 Snow lands, the Ring, 2 Narfies. Why are we base blue no matter what? I mean, our blue is... We have 2 Ravens and an Amulet. Like, it's good, but I don't feel like it's, like, super compelling. I'm not saying we're not blue. I'm just saying. And, like, this Arcanist is good with the Squashes and Frostbites. I think it is blue-red splash white and black. I think that's most likely our build. I'm not saying definitely, but I think it's the case. By the way, Disdainful Stroke's a good main in Sealed, just like Broken Wings. This card's pretty good in this draft format, but it's still situational. But like in Sealed, people are playing way more bombs, way more slow, expensive cards. You should main Disdainful Stroke in Sealed. Alright, let's see. I don't know why this is an auto main. I mean, my blue looks solid, but I don't think it's like way better than my other colors. I do like the Arcanist, though, if I play red-blue. Have all these Frostbites and Squashes. Firewalker's still good, even if you're not aggro. Like... That's just a very solid card. Kill your creature, get in, draw a card, etc., etc. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I will or won't splash Vega. I might, but I'm just... I mean, I could, like... It's really hard, in my opinion, to not, like, pair this red. I think it's possible I want to be, like... I don't know. Yeah, all my colors are so spread out. Like, this build is honestly very hard. So Kaya's probably going to get in the deck. Oh, I have 2 Narfies, I forgot. With double Narfie, I'll probably play all this, and triple Frostbite, I'll play all the Snowlands, even if I don't play green. Maybe I have to 5-color green this. Like, maybe this is just supposed to be, like, double just... No, but I'm not going to always have creatures for the Sentinels if I'm going to play all these spells, which is fine if I don't play equipment. I don't need a large creature count. But then the Jaspar Sentinels are not going to work. Like, obviously, I could or could not splash for these. I have a lot of removal, so, like, I might not splash for the Bound and the Iron Verdict. Normally, I would, but with this much removal, it's possible I won't. Yeah, the Swamp's in, Plains. They're all in. I mean, maybe not the basic Forest if I don't play green. I'm not, like, off green. I mean, like, bunch of okay creatures. Mass Vandal's good. Struggle. Troll. I can make white like a... I can basically not play white, because I have a million removal, so I don't need Bound and Golden Iron Verdict. So I'm pretty sure white is just going to be only Kaya as a win condition, basically for free. Like, I'll play the Duel and maybe the Snow Plains, and that's it. So I think we want to try and build red-blue, and then we'll just, like, play the Narfies if we can in the Kaya. And I mean, this doesn't look great, but the cards are pretty good. I mean, if we play blue-white, maybe that's decent. We do have a lot of Fortell and Vega. Vega's pretty good. We don't have, like, that much, though. Like, our white Fortell, we get, like, Doomscore, which is fine, mediocre. Verdict is good. Like, Guardian's fine. Like, it's not like we're getting that many cards. Like, Nico, like, Defies Destiny. Like, we'll play it if we're base blue-white, but it's not, like, a good card. It's just fine. Like, Vega's good. Helm, yeah. I mean, I don't think I'm going to play Helm if black's super light. I mean, if I went black, but I mean, I'm planning to just maybe play these like cards and that's it. I think this is like a very, very hard build. I don't think my deck's going to be that good or that bad. Like, I think the sealed is pretty medium, but I think the build is just very hard. Because I'm like very spread out, but I have enough playables. Like, I could easily stick in another like, 4 or 5 cards in this deck that are solid. Like, I have red as a base color right now, and I don't have these Raiders and this Cavalry in, and those are fine cards. Craven Hulk. It's not like I'm short playables. I'm just trying to envision how I'm going to get in most of my good cards and what my deck is going to do. I don't think we need Reflections plus Maskwood. I think Maskwood is a fine win condition. Like, plus we have Kaya and 2 Narfies, and Narfies pump these, make these 3/3s. So if we can recur Narfi, Maskwood's already making 3/3s. So I definitely don't think we need that. Why is red so much better than white? In my opinion, I wouldn't say it's so much better, but it's like most of our removal. Like, we have double Squash, triple Frostbite. And, like, if we're going to play enough Snowlands for the Narfies, then the Frostbites are going to be really good, right? And I mean, a lot of this white stuff is pretty junky. Like, at least Immerstrom Raider, like, digs. Like, that's useful for long games and sealed. Discard a Frostbite when it's dead. Discard lands when we're flooding. Discard our splash cards when we can't cast them. I'll take a look at the white as a main. I'm just saying I don't think it's going to be, like, that impressive. Guess we can play an Invoke. I mean, Braggart's, like, okay, I guess. If you're playing a long removal-based game, that card's decent. I just think, like, we're looking at these blue-white gold cards as though they're way better than they are. Vega is excellent. Raven's Warning is good, not great. Nico Defies Destiny is playable. Like, not exciting. I mean, the only good thing about this build is I can cut the red completely. Whereas, like, if I go the other way, I still have to play white for Kaya. But, like, this also makes the Arcanist unplayable. And this card was going to be really good in the other build. It was going to search for a Squash or a Frostbolt every time. Now that's unplayable. The main upside of this build is only, I think, that you don't have to play red at all, whereas you have to splash white for Kaya. But, like, we have 2 red Snow Duels. Like, Narfi's not going to be good in this build, right? Like, I'll play it. It's a 5-mana 4/3, and we're splashing black for Kaya anyway, but we're never going to bring it back. Like, I can't play, like, some of these. Like, I probably, Oh, yeah, totally, Nixius. Yeah. If you want, we can throw it up now, or if you want after the sealed run, if you're going to be around the whole time. It's up to you. I don't mind throwing it up now if you want, before we get started into this run. Cool. Did you put the picture in the Discord? So for anybody who hasn't seen this, so I'll finish this build, then we'll look at Nixius's build real quick, and then we'll get to the games with this deck. But yeah, so what I think this deck has going is the mana will be a little better because we're not playing red at all. But, like, we want to play these Snowlands and stuff. And, like, most of these white cards, like Braggarts, and, like, I think that, don't sleep on that 2/5 Giant. Like, in the red-blue deck, this is a good blocker. It's a control-ish deck, and it's going to search for a Squash or a Frostbolt every time. I think it's blue-red. And, like, we don't care about Bounding Gold. Vega's good, but, like, it dies. Like, these cards are just, like our white is deep enough, but it's, like, not impressive. And I didn't put in stuff like Immerstrom Raider yet. These cards are fine, and, like, Firewalker's decent. Like, even if you're not aggro, Firewalker's just a good card. Like, you don't care if you're aggro or control. This is a card-drawing creature. Like, Firewalker's good in any kind of deck. Play this Vault Robber. I don't have a lot of creatures, but I have a defensive deck that can use the treasures and all of that. Might be serviceable. Axeguard Cavalry, I don't know what I'm giving haste to. I guess 3/3 flyers. It's not horrible. I mean, it's still a 2-mana 2/2 with upside, even if it doesn't really fit what my deck is doing. Yeah, I would play the Raven form in the blue-white deck because it has way less removal. You're right. It doesn't, like, that doesn't make me, like, want to play blue-white, but you are right, absolutely, Raven form should go in if we play blue-white, because we have a decent amount of small flyers, and not that much removal. I do agree with that. I don't know about way down off the splash when I have a million Frostbolts and Squashes and I'm Creature Light. Obviously, I would play way down if black was a base, but... I mean, at this point, I do have a lot of black cards in. How many free black sources do I have? Just one? Not that I'm necessarily going to play either of these. Like, I can cut both of these cards, potentially. Does this put Planeswalkers back in play? No. Why does everybody want me to play Provoke the Trolls all the time? LSV shows up in this stream enough. Yeah, Draugr Thought Thief is certainly a fine filler playable for this deck. It's a 3-2 that can help us fix a little. I would play Reflections if I had, like, you know, Changeling.deck. If I had, like, you know, a Blue-Red Giants with, like, 10-plus Changelings and Giants, maybe, like, 8-plus. But I would not put Reflections in if I had, like, 5 of the most creature type. I have some 2-1s to give them. I'm not saying you're wrong. Like, maybe I'll cut the Trickster's God Heist, but... You know, I can give them a Nexus token, and I can give them these 2-1s. But since it's off the splash, yeah, it probably should go. I mean, both of those probably are going to go. We're not going to have that many black sources, so, I mean, we're going to have the Ring and the Mire. Those are only free sources. So we're probably going to play, like, 3 or 4 black sources. So, I mean, yeah, we want to cut the black cards. It's not like there's anything wrong with Axeguard Cavalry or something. Even, like, Vault Robber, like I said, we're a defensive deck. The Treasure gives us the mana, like, to cast stuff, like... Yeah, Thought Thief's fine. Again, Thought Thief is definitely playable in this deck, and definitely filler. So, like, you know, we can always fill it out with Thought Thieves once we've put in everything we actually want. But yeah, I think this is our build. Blue-Red Splash Kaya. I mean, I could cut Kaya, but I feel like I have the free white sources, right? The Meadow is a free white source. The Blue-White Duel is a free white source. I want the Snowland for the Frostbites, so, I mean, it's basically free. Can I splash Vega? I think a lot of the Foretell cards were white. Got Behold, 2 Ravens. Yeah, I don't have a lot of Foretell. I don't think we want Wings. I mean, some of our creatures already fly. And, like, we're not, like, a creature-heavy deck. Like, I like Wings. Like, that red-green deck I just went 7-2 with, Wings was excellent in. But I don't think this deck wants Wings. I don't see why I would cut Kaya if I have the free sources. Like, I know we're not going to always be able to cast it, but it's a really good card. I've got 5 Snowlands. Yeah, it's not very many. I mean, I don't have to do the Betrayers, but again, then I'm not doing Kaya. Should I just build a 2-color blue-red or something? I mean, again, I have, like, all these snow stuff. This pool is, like, so all over. How many snow permanents do I have? I have Collar, and, like, I have Avalanche Collar, too. I have Collar, Ring, these 2. So not that many, plus the 5 lands. But Raven's Warning's just not very good. Like, you're saying I can, like, go get Kaya or whatever? Like, anytime I can cast this or something? I don't think I've ever ultimated this. I just plus it, and then you have, you know, creatures that leave things behind, and it has a million loyalty, and then you minus and kill their good stuff. I don't think I've only had Kaya like once or something, but I don't think I ultimated it. I used it and it was excellent, but I don't think I ever actually -7'd it. Well, I know it goes up to its ultimate quickly, but oh, you ultimate it because then you can cast Kaya with it if it goes to the graveyard. Like as soon as it gets to 7, you can just play it infinite. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I didn't ultimate it. I've only had it, like, one time. Like, I get it. I mean, that makes sense, but... And it wasn't in the sealed, it was in a draft. Like, you know, I probably drew it 2 or 3 games, cast it, like, you know, plussed it, then minused it and won or whatever. But yes, that makes sense. So once you ultimate it, then you have minus it forever. You have plus it, minus it, or minus it, plus it, minus it, or whatever forever. But yeah, so I don't know. I feel like this is the right build. All the cards are good. The mana's medium. It's not horrible. The ring is every color. We have a bunch of duels. The Immerstrom Raiders can help. The Behold can help. We're still just base blue-red deck. It looks funny because we're splashing a white-black card, but we literally have 3 cards in our deck that aren't blue or red, so I feel like this is the build. And then we need to cut one. I'd probably rather have the Thought Thief than the Hulk in this deck. Helps smooth draws. Definitely a tough build, but I think this is the deck. So red and blue are both main colors. This helps smooth our draw, so does some of our blue cards. Not that many, but whatever. So we'd like 8 red and 8 blue at least, if possible. 4, 6, 7 plus the ring. 4, 5, 6, 7 plus the ring. Certainly we don't need this many swamps. We're only going to play the Snow Plains, but we would like maybe one more swamp if we can have it. How many black duels do we have? 1. Yeah, not many, so probably want 2 swamps if we can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12, 18. This deck can play 18 lands, maybe. Otherwise, what are we cutting? Because I'm not cutting Snow Plains. I don't really want to cut this swamp because we only have 1 black duel. Have I opened a Shimmer Drift Veil tonight? I don't think I've had a single one. Probably like the #1 common in the set you're hoping to open in sealed. Cut a Frost? What is a Frost? Oh, a Frostbite? Nah, if red's a base color, I'm not going to cut a Frostbite, I don't think. An Island. We're only playing 7 plus counting on the ring is 8. I don't think we can really cut blue sources. I think I just play 18 lands, probably. I'm not that worried about flooding. Like, I can always discard lands to Raider. Oh, I miscounted blue? Alright, I'll check. Oh, I didn't count the white pathway, like the white-blue pathway. You're right. 4, 5... Wait, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus the ring. Yeah, you're right. I saw the white half. I didn't see the blue half. I miscounted that. You're correct. Yeah, okay. I think this is the build. It's not great. It's not horrible, but for a sealed that's spread out, we have good early removal, good late game. I mean, the mana's not bad. Like, you know, we have 8 red, 8 blue. This can help smooth, Behold, Replication Ring. We have good mana anytime we draw it. And then, like, we have, like, 1, 2, 3, 4 white sources. 1, 2, 3, 4 black sources. Fine. Yeah, I think we probably want Vault Robber, since we're splashing and we're a defensive deck, actually. I agree with that. Good call. I forgot about that. Because red is so aggressive in this format, I pretty much never play this card, except sealed is a different ballgame, right? Like if you have a non-aggro sealed, which we do, just take out, like, Cavalry or Thought Thief. Not giving haste to things. Good call. I think the Vault Robber is strangely better than the Cavalry in this deck. It's a Snowland. Blue's a main color, so it comes into play tapped Snow Island. And three Snowlands can be game-winning for me with Narfi or with Frostbite. So I think it's worth playing. Okay, this is the final build of this. So Nixius submitted What's the Cuts? So I'm going to go grab that. We're going to make cuts from his deck. That's like a couple of minute process, a quick thing. And then we're going to play this one out. And then that's going to be my last seal for the day. But then I'm still going to hang out and do ads and chats. So first and foremost, before we do the whole sealed run, let's do the Nixius cuts here. Nixius, is this sealed or draft that you sent us? Sealed? Perfect. And Nixius sent us a sealed, so we're looking at a sealed deck, which is what I want to be looking at, so that's cool. For anybody who hasn't seen this, we call this like last cuts. It's one of the channel rewards. You can redeem 50,000 channel points, and then we throw one of your decks up here, and we just discuss for a couple of minutes, you know, which cards we'd cut, how we'd build your deck. So I think it's like a nice fun reward for our loyal viewers who earn a lot of channel points. I hope you find it interesting and useful. We're only going to spend a couple of minutes on it, but that's basically how long it takes to do last cuts for most decks, you know, cutting a couple of cards. All right. So, this is a sealed. It's clearly a green-white splashing black, it looks like, and blue for Pillar and Herald. We've got Tunnel. I think that pathway, is that the black-blue or the black-green? I don't know my name that well. The Veil. I'm jealous. I would love to have a Veil. Ever. So it's a little white-green creature deck. Decent removal. I wouldn't cut Pillar. I mean, as long as you have enough Snowlands, I think. 3, 4, 5 Snowlands plus, Sculptor's not going to get your first. It's good with Snowlands, but it's not going to get your first. So yeah, it's 5 Snowlands. Yeah, maybe. I mean, do you have other reasons to play the Snowlands? Maybe you could cut Pillar. Pillar's a really good card. I don't think it's uncuttable. Ascent the Worthy. Which one is that? I don't even see Ascent. Oh, the black-white thing. Yeah, that's cuttable. I mean, it's a card that, like, it's pretty medium. I'm usually going to play it if I'm black-white, but I don't necessarily want to play it off a splash when I want to have access to my mana right away. I mean, I might just cut the black. I mean, Herald's good. The Grizzled Outriders are warriors, and the Majas are warriors. So, no, I don't want to cut Herald because we have double Maja. Yeah, I agree. Ascent is, like, you know, solid filler playable for black-white. Like, not exciting at all. So, like, I don't want to splash for Ascent. I agree with that completely. I think Ascent is the first cut for sure. Because, you know, black's a light splash. I like the light splash for Herald because we have double Maja, and Maja's totally busted. So, like, you know, Herald looks at a lot of cards to get Maja. But, yeah, I agree. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea, Pizza. I hadn't considered that. And this is pretty easy. I literally click download picture, and then I just open it. But that said, if that would let people see it better and stuff, that's an idea. I hadn't considered that. Thank you for the suggestion, Pizza. I mean, not everybody's decks are going to be from Arena. Like, you can send me a screenshot, you know, you can literally send me a photo of in-person cards once COVID's gone, or Magic Online or whatever. But yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, so yeah, I think Ascent is the easiest cut, because, like I said, I'm not usually going to cut it from a black-white deck, but it's not even very good in black-white. It's just like a filler playable, and, like, you don't want to splash for it. And then past that... well, the Mirror Lake, you only need one other blue, and it's a blue mana, so, like, you're not going to cut the Mirror Lake. It's green, and green's, like, a main color. You could cut the Code Spell or the Valor of the Worthy. Those are pretty weak cards. I like the Pillar Splash. Like, you got some relatively free sources. It's a powerful card. Yeah, I would just cut one of the weaker cards. I might cut Valor of the Worthy over Code Spell Cleric. Or I'd cut one of those two, I think, for sure. Oh, yeah, I like the Herald Splash. I'm down for that. Well, yeah, I mean, building the whole pool might take 30 minutes, you know, like we just built our pool. So Nixius did the reasonable thing and built and then sent us for the last cuts for the hardest decisions. But yeah, I think I like cutting the Valor and the Ascent. And, like, you're not playing any basic swamps. You have some Snowlands, cool. Herald, I like to dig up Maja. Pillar, I like. I mean, Mirror Lake, you might crack. You've got the Tunnel and the Shimmerdrift Veil. I think I just cut Valor. And don't forget you have Goldveil Pick. That's a free source for everything. Because it's not like you have to tap a blue every turn with Pillar. If you cast the blue, sacking your treasure off pick, then you can use your Snow-Covered Plains or Forest to tap things with Pillar every turn. So I like the Pillar Splash. I would just cut Ascent and Valor. But it is a warrior. Temporal Adept. And that's all you need to be. You need to be an elf or a warrior, not both. So yeah, I think those are the cuts. For me, I would cut Valor and I would cut Ascent of the Worthy. Or a Tiver. You're right, Spiffy. So thanks for sharing that, Nixius. Sweet deck. Let us know how you do. Yeah, no, I'm all about the Herald Splash for getting Maja, because Maja's broken. And there's enough other hits. Like, I would definitely splash that. And I like the Pillar Splash, too. You have Pick to make a blue. You have, like, 3 free-ish blue sources. And like I said, if Pillar required a blue every turn to tap, I wouldn't necessarily like it. But you could just use your Snow Plains or your Snow Forest, and then you've got an Icy Manipulator every turn. So, I like the splashes, but yeah, Scent isn't worth splashing for. I mean, I've cut it from Black-White decks before. I think it's like a 23rd-ish for Black-White decks. And, yeah, then I would just cut Code Spell or Valor, and I would go with Valor. So, yep, sweet deck, Nixius. Let us know how you do, and thank you for sharing that. All right, let's get to it. So this is a deck that if you do play best of 3 and you get a deck like this one, you should draw first. People always ask me, when do you draw? Because I draw first a lot. Cheap removal is the #1 thing that makes you want to draw first in Limited. And this deck with 3 Frostbites, this is the exact deck you choose to draw. Maya, Jarl. So should I just be pronouncing all J's as Y's? Is that the tech for Norwegian, Spiffy? So if we have 3 Snowlands, we can get Narfi back. We currently have 2, so I don't know if I want to bottom a Snowland or not. Definitely doing me, because I don't need random basics. Like, that's an easy graveyard, right? Like, we don't need a second blue, really. So let me talk about a couple things. So yeah, draw first if you have cheap removal. That's the #1 thing that makes you want to draw first. So a triple Frostbite deck, you should always be drawing first. With Thought Thief, it's similar to the Scry. When you know what you need is when it's better. So, because I already have like all my mana, I was Thought Thiefing myself here on turn 3 happily, because if I hit a land, I was just going to put it in the yard. The only thing that was interesting was that I have 2 Snowlands already, so I wasn't sure whether I would want to mill a 3rd Snowland or not. But most of my lands aren't Snowlands, and if I hit a non-Snowland, it's an easy mill. Well, this is just awesome. It's almost like Immerstrom Raiders draw a card. I have 2 of these and 2 of these. That's a combo, right? Now I can go Frostbite Raider, discard Narfi, play a tap Snowland, next turn untap Snowland, bring in Narfi. If this is not cool, I don't know what is. You heard it here first. Ben Stark, epitome of cool. I do love value. Cool, Ben. That was a decent turn. I've seen better. Alright, so we need our 3 Snowlands. We can Raider away the mountain. So let's go. I'm going to bring the Narfi now because the Draugr Thought Thief is a zombie, so no reason to miss a damage here, I don't think. Good stuff. If these weren't legendary, I could play it and pump the other Narfi. I have 3. I think I played 2, maybe even only 1. I mean, look, it's cool that it's a zombie and I have 2 Narfis. It's still going to just trade off a lot of the time, right? Like, if this card was a printed text 4/3, it would be like, I would never cut it, but it wouldn't be like busted or something. Okay, we're just going to attack with everything, of course. We're not, like, afraid. I mean, if they want to make a 2/2 and trade or chump or Iron Verdict something, Narfi comes back. Who cares? Yeah, can play second Narfi post-combat if you want an untapped Narfi. Oh, that was a good start. Red-blue splash Narfis and Kayas? Were we playing Reanimator or some kind of grindy red-blue deck? I forgot. Arena seems to be doing the memory lag thing. I'm not. It's not like I have to restart my internet or computer or anything. I'm just going to close and reopen Arena immediately. So we'll be back in the next game in 30 seconds. But for how long I've had Arena open today, feels like restart time. The video should go up. The other 2 decks were both green. One was basically a green-red, and then, or just a green-red. I didn't even splash in that deck, did I? And then the other one was like a more standard 4 or 5 color green that I think you'll see a lot of in this format. Okay, back in action. Me too, Peanut. That's exactly what makes Limited great. Like, in Constructed, your decks are so focused, so if you just play Control or Beatdown, it's like you're always in that role. In Limited, like, you gotta constantly switch gears, readjust. I mean, you know, every game is different. Limited's just the best. Thanks, Jeff Munn. More of those coming, I promise. Not this week because I've been doing sealed all week, but after the arena open, we'll be right back to draft, and there will be more drafting the YouTube ways also. So thank you for the donation and supporting the content. I appreciate it. Not us, right? This is the opponent. Yeah, okay. Hey, thanks, RoboKitty. Appreciate you gifting out a sub. That's super generous. I did not, Spanky. Wizards didn't really respond. Everybody else alive commented, and we discussed it on Twitter, and Wizards didn't say a word to my tweet, so I do not know. I really hope they'll release some kind of statement, because I just want to know. Like, I'm not even going to argue. Like, we can talk about what's best for the long run, but whatever they say the rules are for this weekend, we'll abide by them, and then we'll discuss what's best for the long run. I just want to know. Just give us some clear rules, you know? Okay, so do we have anything we want to discard to the Raider? Not really, but we do need lands. I mean, Squash is going to cost 2 after the Nexus, but I don't want to discard my 2 or my 3. This is interesting. I mean, I don't want to miss the land drops. I mean, I could discard Frostbite. I guess I'm going to spend all my mana every turn curving out. I guess we just discard Frostbite. It's kind of crazy. I mean, like, you know, they haven't had a chance to play their 2 or 3 drop yet. So, like, you don't really want to discard Frostbite there. But given we have, like, a slow, powerful card and we don't want to miss a land drop, and, like, this is a 2-mana kill anything after Nexus, I think it has to be Frostbite, but it's awkward. Now can I get the Frostbite back so I can go ring bite their 2-drop? I didn't want to discard Squash because we have Maskwood Nexus. So, like, even though it might not play as well on curve, like, in the late game, Squash can kill, like, a Lindworm. Squash can kill, like, anything, you know? So this is what, white-blue? We don't really need double blue, so we clearly play white. I'm going to Thought Thief myself, looking for lands. It's also okay. Nah, I have to graveyard that. There was a consideration for not looting, but again, I think it was right to cycle the Frostbite. Like, I also just cycled a Stroke, because we're really just looking for lands, right? Like, we don't need a lot more, but we need 1 more. Then I can go ring, foretell this. Then I can play Nexus and Squash. Yeah, you could not loot, but I think it was right. Yeah, we do have the Arcanist too. So if we draw that, we get the free Frostbite. I mean, Arcanist is great in our deck. We have 2 Squashes and 3 Frostbites. It wouldn't have been horrible to play the ring. I think it was a close call. Like, it is good to develop your mana. But because I felt like I could Thought Thief myself and try and dig up a land, and then I also add to the board on the play when I'm curving out, and they didn't do anything on turn 2 besides foretell, I went with the Thought Thief. It's definitely not like, you know, it's a close play, Timu Slammy. Like, you don't have to, like, feel bad. Like, if I draw a land, I get to get the ring and foretell the Raven and use all my mana. So I felt like that was the right play, but it's, like, a close spot for sure. And then your play would have worked out better since I didn't draw the land. Yeah, Nexus with my double Narfies is pretty sweet. And the double Squash with the Nexus and the double Narfie with the Nexus. Nexus is pretty sweet in my deck. And I get two cracks because, you know, I look at a card. Yeah, I don't know if they thought that was going to kill it or not. I mean, you could put a 1/3 and play to block a 2/1, but, I mean, it's not like, you know, it's not like they forgot to exile a creature or something, but I don't know. So 3 to start making these. I mean, Raven's going to be better, but I think I'm just playing Nexus here. This way, then I can, like, make one and put the, and foretell this, make one and play this, or make one and squash. Think we want to get Nexus going. So here's the thing about something like Nexus. There's 2 ways to play this. Either you're going to dump your hand and then play Nexus and start making 2/2s, or you're going to play Nexus and start making 2/2s, and then you can make a 2/2 and do something. The more lands you have, the more inclined you are to dump your hand and then just go Nexus 2/2, 2/2, 2/2. The more cheap spells you have, the more inclined you are to get Nexus going and then start Nexus plus Raven, Nexus plus Squash, etc., etc. Alright, no biggie. I can squash the Doomscar Titan. I'm going to do it now because they might have Snakeskin Veil. I'm just going to kill that and attack and then make a 2/2. Giants are meant to be squashed, right? Hey, you're welcome, Omega. Thank you for supporting it. I appreciate the subscription. And the compliment. A rare flavor joke from me, Terabad? You didn't see that one coming, huh? Yeah, that looks like a troll. I don't know. Yeah, I can't tell if that's like, you know, Cuneo or LSV or one of the big trolls. Hey, we got a Gabby Sparts raid right on time. How's it going? The Brood. Only this time I know it's good for me that the Brood is not attacking me. Thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Yeah, that was interesting. I mean, I definitely expect that they would kill Nexus there. I'm not saying for a second their play was right. Certainly an interesting choice. I mean, you never know what's in their hand or whatever, but I mean, I've already got 3 different kinds of mana out and 4 lands. I would have almost certainly killed Nexus. Alright, so I think I'm just going to play the land, foretell the Raven, and keep making 2/2s. I know that the 2/2s are not, like, you know, doing a lot on this board at the moment, but why miss making 2/2s for the long haul, right? I'm not under pressure. The Raven's coming to play next turn anyway. So I'm missing 3 damage, but... So, damage matters a lot when you're in races, in pressure-oriented games. If you're not in a pressure-oriented game, you don't really want to, like, miss out on a 2/2 for 3 damage, because in the end, like, you'll just kill them 1 turn later, or you'll kill them with all your 2/2s, right? But, like, let's say the opponent's hitting you with flyers or something, then the damage can matter. There's, like... I don't want to call it 2 kind of games, because it's not really like that. I mean, games change constantly. But basically, the more pressure you're under, the more damage and life are relevant. So, like, in a game like this, where they have 2 1/3s and I'm under no pressure, sure, the 2/2's not doing anything in play now, but assuming they don't play a sweeper, I'll get the value from it eventually. And I don't care at all about missing 3 damage. And I'm only even missing the damage if they don't have removal, and they very easily might. So, that's basically how you make decisions, like whether you tap 4 for Raven there, or make a 2/2 and foretell the Raven. The more pressure the game you expect that either you or your opponent's under, and that could be either direction, right? Like if you're pressuring the opponent, you want to get that 3/3 flyer in play and don't want to miss 3 damage, right? But if you're like in a stalemate, why miss the 2/2? And if you're just going to start dealing 3 a turn, maybe, then you don't want to miss a 2/2. Yeah, I'm planning to do an ads and chats. It probably won't be super long given how late it is, but I am planning to hang out a little bit for ads and chats after this. All right, so now we have a dead mountain we can discard, so we'll do that. I didn't play it last turn because I still needed land 5 to play all my 2-mana cards in Nexus. I could use land 6 to play these 3-mana cards in Nexus, but I mean, I'm greedy enough that now that I can play Raider this turn and Nexus. And if they don't do anything, I'm just going to Alpha next turn because they can eat 2/2/1s, but take 11 and die. If they have removal, take 8 and go to 3. I mean, I'll probably play Kaya if I can. Maybe I can't. They killed my black, but like, we're getting to the point where I'm totally willing to throw away creatures because they're just taking so much damage. They're going to die from the swarm. Now, if they put down, like, a single creature, I probably have to wait one more turn. I don't know the price of the Cradle, Thunderwunk. I'm sorry, but by all means, stay on me. I'm not super useful for that stuff. I mean, I appreciate it. It's just, like, the last thing on my mind, but I need to figure it out. Yeah, Immerstrom Raider is one of those cards that it moves up a lot in Sealed. Like, some of these cards, like, for example, Vault Robber, red is so aggressive in this draft. I have a foil Cradle that Thunderwunk was interested in. One of the, in this draft format, like, red is really aggressive. So, like, cards like Vault Robber, I pretty much never play, and Immerstrom Raider is filler. But in Sealed, it's a whole different ballgame, right? Alright, so they just drew 2 cards and left their mana up, so I'm going to wait one. No, actually, I'm going to Alpha, because if they have a sweeper, I don't want to commit more creatures to the board. And if they kill the Raven and eat the 2/2/1s, they still take 8 and go to 3. And if they use spot removal on the Raven and eat the 2/2/1s, I know to drop my 2 creatures because they use spot removal, right? If they, so I don't want to, like, overcommit and then get blown out by a sweeper. I'm not afraid to overcommit a little because I have the Nexus, but, like, if we attack with everything, they're dead on board unless they play removal. If they do play removal, then I know I can overcommit because they don't have a sweeper, right? Like, if they're doing all of this. So now I can overcommit. Obviously, I'm not going to play both 3-drops. I'm going to make a 2/2 end of their turn. But I can play, like, the Thought Thief. And at this point, we're going to Thought Thief the opponent. Here's some more Thought Thief strategy. So, if you're behind, I mean, that card's good, but I can let them draw it, right? It's not a sweeper, so it can stay on top. So, here's some more Thought Thief strategy. If you're ahead, you're more likely to want to Thought Thief them, because their draw step is more crucial, right? They need to draw something like, it doesn't have to be a sweeper in this case, maybe, but like a Lindworm or a sweeper or just a big creature, whatever. If you're ahead, or removal, if you're beating them with flyers or a big creature. So the more ahead you are, the more likely you are to Thought Thief them. The more behind you are, the more likely you are to Thought Thief yourself because you're looking for specific things. You're the one who, every time you draw a land, it's backbreaking. Because if you're ahead, as turns go by, you're cashing in on that being ahead, right? If you're behind, as turns go by, you're falling further behind. You're losing more life, or the board's getting worse for you. I mean, it depends which way you're behind. So, like, the more behind you are, the more you want to, like, Thought Thief yourself. The more ahead you are, the more you want to Thought Thief them. Just as an overgeneralization. Obviously, it can always vary. So in the early turns, maybe Shark and Bake, but, like, take that spot. Why do I need to know what's in their deck? Like, they're behind. I know that for them to turn the corner and win that game, they need a sweeper, they need a Lindworm. You know, they need difference makers, right? So, like, you know, if I Thought Thief myself, I'm just binning a land, and I'm just like, okay, another spell, whatever. I don't need anything. I'm just binning a land if it's there. If I Thought Thief them, I'm like, oh, this mediocre card that doesn't change that you're behind, you can have it. A land, you can have it. Oh, the sweeper you actually needed to come back? Gone. A Lindworm? Gone. The further you are ahead, the more you should be doing them. Again, deviate from it based on the context, based on the game, of course. But that's a good, like, heuristic. I've had some good draws. Am I 3-0 or 2-0? Did I actually win 3 games already? I think I'm 2-0. Okay, so this is white-blue. White's a splash, blue's a main color, so we're probably going to play this for blue. I mean, I'm going to play a Raider. I guess I'll just discard a Frostbite as usual. Maybe I'll discard Squash this time. I don't have my Nexus. I don't have that many Giants. It's only going to be 2 with the Nexus or that one good Giant in my deck. I mean, I guess if I'm going to play Raider, I don't have to play the Pathway yet. I can hold it and see whether I draw an island or not. Because if I draw an island, I want to put this out on white. Remember, I'm barely splashing white, though. Black is a lot more of a real splash. I have 1 Kaya in my whole deck. That said, I still might as well wait. So I'm going to play the Raider and discard Squash, and then we'll see next turn. But if I don't find an island soon, I mean, I'm just going to slap this on blue. Like I said, I have 1 white card Kaya in my whole deck, and my deck is about half red, half blue. Okay, so now I think we will discard Narfi. I mean, I don't have any Snowlands. I don't know if I'm going to get to bring it back or not, but I also can't cast it because I don't have a Swamp. So I think now it's Frostbite their creature, Raider discarding Narfi, which means I need to play this first. Because I can't tap 2 red, or I can't cast Frostbite and Raider. And this is cool. Next turn we can foretell the Behold, and then we have Stroke and Foretell up. It's almost like we're playing Constructed. We've got like 4 white and black, roughly. Roughly 4 of each. Okay, that shuts down the beatdown, but that's fine. Now, if they play a mediocre 4-drop, I'm not going to Stroke it, because this game is going to go long. If they played, like, some bomb rare, like something game-winning or something, I don't know, Nexus or something, yeah, I'd Stroke that. But if they play, like, like a 3-2 flyer, I've got 2 more Frostbolts, a Squash, like, flyers. Like, I wouldn't actually Disdainful Stroke that. I don't know if I want to block this or not. It's hard to race a lifelinker. Well, I can't Stroke now anyway, so, because they can't play a 4-drop, they only have 3 up. So I think what I'll do is Behold, and then that might influence my decision for blockers. See if I draw an answer to the 2-3 or something bigger than it. If not, I'll probably block. So obviously bottom Mountain, top Raven. Okay, so now I'm not going to block because Thought Thief can trade 1 for 1. So now I'll take the hit. So that was good. Like, I was going to wait to Behold, of course, because I wanted to have Stroke up because they might play a really good 4-drop. But since they tapped a mana, they can't play a 4-drop this turn. So then we can Behold before blockers, and if we end up with like a Thought Thief that can trade with the Runeforge, we'll take it and swing back. If we don't, we'll double block to deal with the Lifelinker. And they play a 4-drop anyway. Good times. Alright, so looks like attack with both and Thought Thief. This time I'm going to be Thought Thiefing myself because I know I don't need lands. People just have no fear. What if I just had a shock there? I guess they knew maybe because of Arena. Hey, thanks Urza's Taco Truck. Appreciate the subscription. Well, yeah, but they didn't have anything foretold, Thunderwonk. They can't, like, if they had a spell foretold, then the Stroke staying up, even though they had 3 mana, might play, but they had nothing foretold, so. I mean, Valkyrie cheats that too, but all the foretell stuff was irrelevant there because they only had 3 mana up and nothing foretold. I mean, yeah, it influences play for sure. I mean, I'm not saying, it ruins it or something, but it definitely influences it. Alright. Not great, not horrible. Hopefully they're out of removal. I mean, we still get to put down a 3/3 flyer, stymies them for this turn, have Stroke up. And then we can trade it for the Valkyrie, and then we can squash the Sigrid and things are looking fine as long as they're not able to kill that. This thing can be countered, right? I don't know. This card has too many lines of text for me. So they foretold the last card in hand now. So what do we think that could be? It could be like Depart the Realm, the counter, the deal 5. I'm probably not really going to ambush anything. I don't know if I should squash this Sigrid or not. I mean, it's good value. I'll even get the Thought Thief trigger. But, like, if I'm now especially, I'm about to play a 1-3. That kind of evens up the board. I don't think we need to squash Sigrid right now. I think we just chill. Yeah, that's a better target. Like, the Raven could just hit me for 3 a turn indefinitely. Squashing the Sigrid feels good to get the Thought Thief back, but it's so unnecessary. I also have 2 more Frostbites, and I don't have any snow stuff, so I can kill Sigrid with those if I draw them. And the blue Giant Arcanist can get one, and it can't get a squash because I drew both my squashes. They just tested me, or... Oh, they want to send up both. Okay, you get in 2 damage, but I'll trade my 2-1 for your Runeforge champion. I'm cool with that. It's not like a bad trade for them. I mean, they get in 2 damage, but it's a trade up. If they sent just Sigrid, of course, I would just block with Robber. So I have 2 Immerstrom Raiders, but I already drew them both. I don't have anything else that rummages, right? So I don't need to hold the lands since I drew them both. Because I could squash and Vault Robber. Oh, no, it's only 1 to use this thing? I didn't even realize that. I never played this card. Because Red and Sealed is so aggro. I mean, in Draft. But this is Sealed, so it's different. So, I'm going to be taking 3 either way. I'm definitely more scared of the Flyer, but not by that much. I mean, they could draw something, but there's not a lot. So I think I just will squash when they attack. If I squash the Sigrid, I still can't even double block the Kinseekers. So that doesn't make much sense. So I think I'm pretty clearly just going to squash the Flyer here. I mean, my deck's kind of built for this. Hopefully we'll just draw like Kaya. Or like some Nexus or some of our late game stuff. In the meantime, we're taking 3 a turn, so we're on a pretty real clock. A 2-5 would be a good draw. Narfi would be fine. Can double block. Avalanche Caller, we got a Snowland. Do I have stuff that brings things back from the yard, you know, besides Narfies? Not really, right? I can just keep exiling these creatures. Kaya does legendaries, but that's it. I don't have any graveyard recursion. Alright, deck. Enough of this. I don't need any more of your lands. I need to draw Arcanist or Kaya. This is rough. I might just be dead now. So if I go to 1, I have 1 turn. If I stay at 4, and I draw a blocker, I'm still dead. I need 2 cards either way. I don't know if I even have any outs. I don't have sweepers. I have power cards like, you know, Kaya and Avalanche Caller and Giant's Amulet and stuff. Nexus. I think I'm just dead. Oh no, my out might be Frostpire Arcanist. So if I draw Arcanist, I can go get Frostbite. But I can't bite the Charger yet. So I need to chump. I already used both squashes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I probably should have made the treasure, but whatever. That's not a punt. I have 12 mana and no cards in hand. If anything, the treasure making's trolling me at this point. I blame you for that one, chat. You jinxed it by saying I was 3-0 when I was 2-0. That meant I couldn't go 3-0. I had to lose that game. That's your fault, not mine. I take no responsibility. Think about it. All right, think about it logically. I built the deck. I played the game. You incorrectly said I was 3-0 when I was 2-0. Whose fault is it that we lost that game? I rest my case. I would never. I always say, I don't claim to get everything right, but I pride myself on like open-mindedness and fairness and so on. So, you know, come on. I would never scam you. Alright, let's see. So, this hand looks good. We've got all of our mana. Red, black, blue, and white. I don't know what I'm going to discard to this Raider. Maybe we'll get to cast Kaya. We actually have a black and a white. Who's Oliver Mana? That's a good one, Linguini Genie. Who is Oliver Mana? Oh, wow. The opponent mulled to 4. I'm going to feel bad for them when I play this Kaya. So what should we discard to the Raider? Because we want lands since we have turn 5 Kaya, so we're going to discard something. I guess I can Frostbite that and wait a turn. Do they have a snow land? Yes. So for now, I'll Frostbite that, and we can decide next turn. Even though we're using 1 mana instead of 2, Bolt the Bird, if they're in the chat or not, knows you always Bolt the Bird in the early game. Sometimes it's a tough decision on like turn 4, but I'm not like, you know, in a hurry to get this Raider out. I don't even know what I want to discard. I might not even discard anything. Alright, so now we have all our lands. We can play this on blue. I don't know. What do I discard? I do want to play it. I mean, I can discard a land if I want to. Obviously, I'm not going to discard a Kaya land, but I have 2 good 5-drops. Do I discard nothing? I literally have tap land 2-drop, 4-drop, 2 5-drops that I can cast. Yeah, I guess we just discard nothing. I mean, I'm not worried about Flood this game because I literally have Kaya and Maskwood Nexus. Normally, I might even hold it rather than put it out and not discard. Or normally, if these weren't these cards, I would discard a land. Because if I never draw another land, I'm going to have so much to do, right? And I need 1 more land to unlock my hand. So normally speaking, I would discard a land in this spot. But given the actual quality of my hand, I think this was the right play. Alright, I'm not scared they're going to play something because I can just Kaya it. So we're definitely going to play the Nexus, I guess put out the second blue. I don't think that was much of a decision. Yeah, Kaya means we want the guarantee, and also Nexus. Like, you know, we're not worried about drawing another land or 2, right? But, like, even if I had 2 5-drops, if I had other stuff I could do and my deck wasn't super loaded with expensive cards, I would normally discard a land in that spot. So they keep leaving their mana up. I guess they probably just have nothing, but I mean, it's not like putting out a 4/5 is a bad turn, so I guess we can try and bait them with this and then Kaya later. So they didn't tap. I don't know. Do they have the counter? Like, why aren't they tapping? Like, I'm suspect. I mean, the sweepers cost 4 or more. I'm just gonna sandbag Kaya and leave stroke up. Coma can't be countered, but it can be Kaya'd, so they'll get a 3/3, but then Coma will hit the bin. Alright, let's win in style. Even if they play the Wrath, I mean, what's it going to do? I'm going to untap plus Kaya, Nexus, Stroke. This game's over. I am playing the Arena Open. I am not committing to this, but the current plan is best of one. I will play whichever I think gives me a better chance to advance to day 2. I'm not really considering the difference in value or the gems. I just want to play again on Sunday and get to compete for, 1,000 or 2. So my plan is to play... I'm definitely playing the Arena Open, and my plan is to play whichever best of 1 or best of 3 gives me a better chance to advance. And I'm currently under the impression that's best of 1. Best of 3, you need a 4-0. Best of 1, you need to go 7-2. That's what I heard as well, Spiffy. I tweeted about this earlier in the day, but I haven't been on Twitter in 6 hours since we've been streaming all day. So I'm currently under the impression that best of 1 is easier to make day 2 in. I don't know the answer to that, Gainswalker. I'm leaving it up to the mathematicians. Not my area of expertise. What's up, Corey? Some numbers. Been a while since we seen you. How them numbers treating you? Funderwonk? That's an LSV stream pun. You're better than that. Come on. You know the deal. Good puns only on this stream. Nice, yeah. As soon as I get vaccinated, I'm going to Vegas like the next weekend. Like, I miss Vegas. So what do we do? I can't play Kaya because they'll just, and -6, they'll kill it. I can play Kaya and plus it. That doesn't seem good. Seems like we should put out a big hexproof creature that can protect Kaya before we play Kaya. Granted, we can't target the token, but, I mean, it's probably not going to die unless they have a pump spell. Oh, 2 weeks after, I'm sorry. All right, 2 weeks after I get it. You're right, and that is a good reminder. All right, let's see. What are we doing? So if I played Kaya and got rid of Mistwalker, if they want to kill Kaya, they have to attack with both their creatures, and then I get to eat Seraph with the Giant's Amulet. They will kill Kaya, but I kill Mistwalker and Seraph with Kaya, and I have a pretty good hand, so that could be right. Not necessarily. I could also just play Narfi, further solidifying the ground. I could play Nexus and have Stroke up. Yeah. Squash is on. I have a Giant. Yeah. So I could play Nexus and leave Stroke and Giant up. That looks pretty good. I mean, Stroke and Squash up. And then end of their turn, I'll Squash the Mistwalker or the Seraph if they don't give me something good to Stroke. I'm definitely not going to squash the Mistwalker, like, now or anything. Like, I'll take my 1 or 2. So they're just playing that, I assume. I don't think there's going to be a fight here. So if they pump, we can squash. If they don't pump, we don't squash, right? But now, I mean, I can't stroke anything. They only have 2 up. We might as well squash the flyer like we kind of wanted to do anyway. So I think now we're good, right? I think I'm just going to Kaya the Seraph, because that's a scary card on this board. And then the 4/5 protects Kaya. This doesn't go to Planeswalkers, does it? Sacrifice it, you gain 2, draw 2, opponent loses 2, deals 2 to a target creature. So no. Cool. Have a go on Hayam Hoop. I know I could plus it here and maybe win the game faster, but I'm in a really good spot, and that's a pretty scary card, Seraph, right? That could remove all the Nexus tokens. That could kill like a giant token. Good beats. I don't mind. I don't regret. I have a good hand. I have a Nexus. I have a stroke for the first good thing they're going to do. I'm in a very comfortable position. So play the land, and we'll start making 3/3s. Well, the point of the plus would just be to get close, because they couldn't have attacked into the 5/6 profitably. So the point of the plus would only be to get closer to the ultimate quicker, because if you ultimate it, you win. But I think that play was right, because we already have the Nexus to sit behind, and the stroke to stop anything good from them. So like I said, we're in an extremely comfortable position. I'm not saying we're 100% to win, but it's pretty close. All right, so I'm going to hold lands now for Immerstrom Raider or discard out of them. I think I want to attack with the 5/6 because if they kill it, even though it's a bit of a trade down, I want to just... Oh, I accidentally passed the turn there. I want to grind them out of creatures so that I can start attacking with all my 3/3s. I mean, obviously I can attack with a lot of them at once, but I think it's okay to trade down my 5/6 for their 3/3, my 4/4 really for their 3/3, because that's going to, after they move the bow, they'll have, what, 3/4s? So then I can start attacking with Narfi every turn, because it comes back. I've got 3 Snowlands. Hey, Dangle, thanks for gifting out a sub. So what is that getting back? Path? Arnie Slays Troll? You know, I can't believe I'm thinking about not stroking a 4/4 that gets them back Arnie Slays the Troll or Path, but that's just not going to do it, right? Like, this just isn't going to win them this game. Like, they can Path, it's not a big deal. Like, they can Arnie Slays the Troll, it's not a big deal. I'm just going to keep making 3/3s, and I'm going to hold Disdainful Stroke for, like, some kind of big flyer or game-winning mythic or whatever. But this just, you know, it's just not enough. I'm making a 3/3 a turn, like, I'm chilling. Like, I could sit here making a 3/3 a turn all day. If they try and Crippling Fear them all away or something, I'll stroke that. So, okay, Frostbite is for 3. So do I have an attack? If I attack with the 5/6, they double block with like a 2/2 and a 4/5. I'm happy to Frostbite a 2/2. That's not a card I'm looking to preserve. If they block with the 4/4 and the 4/5, that seems fine. So I think I'm going to attack with the 5/6 now. I mean, if I can trade with some of their bigger stuff, that can help clear the way. I don't mind a small trade down to clear the way. I'm making a 3/3 a turn. And if they double block, this could be a blowout. Not that it's that big of a blowout, like if they lose a 2/2 and a 4/5, that's really a 3/3. But profitable nonetheless. Oh, they're immune to Crippling Fear because they're every creature type. You are correct, Thunderwonk. You're right, Ewan and Thunderwonk. Okay, so I can't blow that up. I can Frostbite their creature later in the turn, though. Get a pretty good deal. Kill the 4/5 into their turn or something. It's also coming right back, so kind of irrelevant. Probably not going to do better than Frostbiting that elf, but I'm going to do it end of their turn, since they can move the bow. If they're going to sack the land, then I might do it now. We'll see what they target. But if we do it end of their turn, then they can't move the bow. Okay, so I can double block in Narfi, right? I can just bring Narfi back right now. I don't know if they realize that or not. I guess triple block is safer. I have enough mana to leave up Stroke still. How much mana do I have? 3, 7, 8. So if I bring back Narfi, that's 3. If I make a Nexus, that's 3 also. Cool, yeah. So let's triple block and bring back Narfi. And then we'll lose one thing, and even if they have removal, we're still good. Narfi's tapped, but it's in play. It's pumping my zombies. Because they're attacking with a 4/4, so if I block with multiple 3/3s, they're trading that for only one of my creatures. That was a decent turn. Alright, so we can just attack with everything now, right? Pretty comfortable. I guess it's nice to have some blockers. They do have that land for lifelinks, and they're gaining life and growing things. I'll just attack with the big ones that can attack past the 0/4, leave back the tokens. I think we have near endless mana, so let's move the amulet. Nothing wrong with a little +0/+1 and make a creature unkillable. Yeah, now we have near endless mana. Next turn we have literally endless mana. Do they have 3 snowlands? Because if so, stroking that is pointless. They do not. That said, I don't know if we want to stroke that or not. I mean, we're pretty good up on board now to close out. We certainly don't need to stroke that. Yeah, this would just be a frivolous use of stroke. I'm just being impatient. We don't need to kill them fast. Well, oh yeah, right. 2 snow mana on tap, 2 more snow mana, so they can bring it back. Stroking that would have been horrible. I think it would have been pretty bad to stroke that, even if they didn't have 3 snow mana, because I'm just being impatient because I'm winning by so much. Obviously, I want to hold stroke for some kind of mythic or something I can't beat. If I'm making a 3/3 a turn, I shouldn't be stroking 5/5s. Okay, so I can definitely play Caller because they're not going to be able to sweep the board. I think I want to get the Amulet on the Narfi for now. Make sure they don't exile it since I'm not attacking this turn clearly. Port doesn't get back Planeswalkers, does it? No. Which is a good thing. It shouldn't. It would be nice if it did right now, but I'm glad it doesn't. Not going for lethal. Did I have lethal? I don't think so. Oh, I mean, I don't know. If that's the case, it'll just be even more lethal, like, in a turn or two. Like, I'm making 3/3s. Chat just, like, wants me to turn all my creatures. If it's lethal, it's by, like, Xaxes or by, like... what if they play, like, removal or something? No, I wouldn't even stroke a Lindworm. Alright, but now I probably can attack. So I have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 attackers. And they have 4 blockers, so 5 get through. So that's like 15. It's not even necessarily lethal now. Are you sure I had lethal last turn? Oh, I would have ported back the Caller, but it didn't die. I can make... oh, yeah, I have all this mana. I can make 4. Yeah, you're right. Can they kill me on the backswing? 15, 17. Yes, but they're going to lose some creatures. And I have Stroke. And I have Nexus. Alright, fine. This is for you, chat. I'd probably play with my food longer, but you seem to want me to chew it and swallow, so I will. I obviously don't have to tap those manually. I'll stop that. Well, I could Disdainful Stroke Settle the Wreckage. It would have to be 3 mana Settle the Wreckage. But if they kill the Narfi, it's probably pretty close. But the thing is, like, even if it's not lethal, I can still make it 2/2. And, like, they're not killing me on the backswing because their creatures are not very big. Like, some of them might live, but... No, yeah, the lands are snow, so they're pumped. But, like, you know, when you're like, oh, it's lethal, like, if it's close, like, what if they killed Narfi? Like, then, you know, so I don't want to risk dying on the backswing in a game where I can't lose, right? But, I mean, I think the turn before, like, I didn't count it, but I think it would have been a little ambitious. That turn, I think, was probably pretty safe. But remember, if they kill Narfi, that's a lot of that 8 gone right there, ADR. In fact, that's over 8 gone. I mean, so it would have to be a 3-mana card because I had Stroke. But if they had, like, Iron Verdict and they Iron Verdict in Narfi or something, I wasn't lethaling them that turn. Yeah, maybe Baconality. That might have been more damage. I mean, it's close because it's an extra 5-power attacker. But, yeah, it's possible I shouldn't have sent Narfi there. Also, it gives me another blocker if they somehow survive to make sure they don't lethal me on the backswing. You're right, Baconality. It probably wasn't right to send Narfi. Because it's around break-even on damage, but it exposes it to removal. And then, like, it also taps in an extra creature, because if they don't kill me on the backswing, I'll just win again next turn. Because it's not like they're wrecking my board. Like, even if they have the removal and they stay alive and they're at 2, like, they're losing, like, 2 of their creatures and I'm losing, like, 3 or 4 of mine. So, yeah, I shouldn't have sent Narfi. You're 100% right, Baconality. I know, because all my snowlands are tapped and attacking, right? Those things don't have vigilance. Oh, right, the snow rings. Yeah, I could put it back, so they'd have to exile it. You're right. Which is unlikely, but not impossible. This turns into a 2/3. Probably should let them activate it. If they play a snowland, I mean, I'll take one. Who cares? I was thinking about... Oh, no, I should have foretold the Raven, because I have 3 snowlands, so if they pump it, I could still frostbite it. So I should have foretold the Raven. If they pump it, who cares? I can frostbite it next turn and play Raven. I missequenced here. I have a 3-drop, so it's not going to cost me much. But the better play would have been to foretell the Raven on turn 2. And then turn 3, if that turns into a 2/3, it doesn't matter. I just play Snowland 3 and play Raven and Frostbite. The reason I did what I did was because I was worried if it went to a 2/3, I wouldn't be able to Frostbite it. Alright, so we need to look for removal quickly, so I'm going to play this. Yeah, I mean, not yet, though. This turn, they can't activate it yet, right? Next turn. Oh, you're right. They make a, yeah, they hit me, they get a treasure, and then they can boast, so I have to chump it with the Raider. But yeah, I'll chump it with the Raider, and then I can attack back with the Firewalker, give myself an extra card to try and find Frostbite. Can't even squash yet, so it's kind of dicey. But I mean, if I can block and kill that when they're boasting, then they get 1 flyer. It's not the end of the world. Well, now I don't have to jump it. Dragonskin Berserker is a really good card. I mean, obviously it dies to removal a lot of the time. I maybe shouldn't have spewed my... No, I mean, that's a good creature. If they're playing this, you have to assume they have a lot of snowlands, and what are the odds they play a broken rare that can be frostbited? It's not like Frostbite's on conditional removal. Well, that's a good draw. I can't kill that this turn, but next turn I can bite it. 2/1 does nothing, right? Because this thing has first strike, so I can just block it with the 2/5, and if I double block it, they eat the 2/1. So if they don't draw a land, they can't make a dragon. If they do draw a land, I'm going to block, they're going to make a dragon. I can bite the Berserker, so I just have to fight the 1 dragon. Thunderwonk, LSV stream puns. Come on. You're better than that. Yeah, I mean, it's still bad. I mean, them getting a free 5/5 flyer, and, like, they might have removal and blow me out when I double block, right? Like, it's not good. I mean, I don't have a choice. I'm not, like... if they didn't draw the land this one turn, that would have been sweet, but I guess I can't complain. I drew the Arcanist. Also, this is going to be a 6/6 with the pick, so even if they don't have removal, it's going to trade with both Ravens. But, like, they didn't play land one turn, so they're holding, like, all spells. So I don't feel good at all about a double block. I think I'm in pretty bad shape. I mean, I have outs, like, I have double squash, I have Kaya. So I have, like, you know, 3 or 4 cards I can draw to just kill the dragon. But, yeah, their 2-drop was a little better than mine. I don't know. I probably can't race, because, I mean, again, they have all spells in hand, right? And maybe they don't have removal, right? Like, I could try double blocking. I mean, I'm going to, but I'm just saying I don't think it's necessarily going to work. Better to go down swinging, though. So 2/5 stops Troll. If I can double block Finn with the Robber and the Raider. And then the 2 Ravens block the 6/6. So we're even-ish on board. They're going to, like, you know, it's not going to go well for me if they have removal, obviously. I'm going to lose both Ravens. Then I have to top deck, like, Squash or Kaya. But I'm going to try and make them have it, right? They have 3, not 4 Snowlands. Yeah, so we can block 2/5 on Troll. All you can do sometimes is make them have it. Okay, that went better than expected. Of course, now they have another problem card. But I've got a little time, at least. Oh, this thing pumps out snow monoliths, so it's going to be really good with the Troll as well. See, remember what I was saying? Like, now I'm behind. I have to answer Sfella and maybe Troll as well, so now I'm thought thiefing myself, because every turn that goes by where I draw a land is, like, devastating. Exactly what I didn't want to see. A medium draw. Like, it's a good card, but it doesn't solve the problems. They're going to be able to double pump this. They're just going to attack right through it. I think I have to graveyard it. Sad. Okay, Starman, I'll permit you. You taught me, Dangle. So let's see. They can pump it once. Oh, yeah, but it's indestructible, so I can't kill it no matter what. So I either chump with Raider or take it. I don't want to give them a treasure. That could be a Sfella activation earlier. So they're pretty close already. 3, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so if they have a land, they can do it next turn. Even if I draw the Squash for the Sfella, I'm still in bad shape against the Eyesight Troll. I'm really going to have to outdraw them grossly from here to be able to win this game. Pretty even indeed, Dangle. Yeah, Kaya would be good. It exiles, it can deal with those problems. Also, the plus lets me block Troll. So I can, like, Kaya minus the Svella, then plus on the Drug or Thought Thief or the Arcanist, and then, like, block the Troll, get a 1/1, like... Nice win percent, Terabad. Somebody's just bragging now. Oh, Coma. Oh, I already thought I was losing. Might as well have Coma, too. Why not? I thought it would be like a math problem where as your win percent got higher and higher, you'd be more inclined to play best of 3. That's not what the graph said that was shared on Twitter today. Adrian Sullivan said that was wrong, the graph that was responded to me on Twitter. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I'm already pretty happy to have 4 and 2 out of this deck. This was a tough pool. Another thing to consider is your win rate per game might be a lot higher than you think. Like, for example, when I look at my stats, my win rate is not great in best of 1, but I always play infinite after I hit Mythic, so I play all Mythics the whole season. You know, like, I always get resent to Platinum, and then I get to play, like, 20 games against Platinums and Diamonds or whatever, 50 games or whatever, and then I play another 1,000 games against Mythics. And my win rate's fine. I mean, I think last time I checked it on Untapped, it was like 56 or 57% or something. But, like, when you're playing in an open day 1, I'm going to win a lot more than 50%, like, of my best of 1 games. Like I am tonight, because I'm not playing against all Mythics. So, like, it's really hard to do the math, like, absolutely correctly in this spot. There's a lot you have to account for. Like... my win rate is 56, 57 against, like, mostly, but not all Mythics and Diamonds and whatever, But, like, when I play, like, an open where I can get paired against, like, anybody, then my win rate might be 62% or whatever, and then you have to do the math with that estimate in mind. It's very, very hard. I mean, I think it's a good win rate. I don't know what everybody else is. I know what mine is because of Untapped. But I'm just saying, like... I'm not, like, bragging or complaining, trying to be humble or boastful. I'm saying, like, from a practical, trying to figure out what gives you the highest chance to advance to day 2 perspective. Like, you want to estimate your win rate against your opponents in the Arena Open, not your opponents on Arena from before. So, like, I'm not, like I said, I'm not bragging or complaining. I'm trying to explain, like, it's very complicated to get the most accurate estimate you can for the math. Oh, you definitely still stand a chance, Wheelhousers. That's what makes Magic one of the best games ever. I mean, the variance is there, but, the skill is rewarding, the game is hard. Like, one of my favorite things is, like, I play in person, and, like, I go to FNM, I go to the pre-releases, whatever, and I'll always get paired against people, and it'll be, like, round 4, and we'll be, like, 2-1. And they'll be like, I didn't expect to play against you when I got a loss. And I'm just like, we're not 0-3, we're 2-1. Like, what do you think this is? Like, this is Magic, not chess. Like, like my average record at a pre-release, is like 3-1. You know what I mean? Like, it's good, but like, I obviously lose. Like, I don't just like go 4-0 every time or whatever. It's just funny to be like, obviously, listen, even 0-2, like, if I was at a local tournament, right, and you were 0-2 and you got me in round 3, and you were like, 0-2 and I get Ben S, I'd be like, yeah, I understand, like, I ran bad, like, I had a bad deck, whatever. Right, that's unlucky. But we'll be like 3-1 playing in round 5, or 2-1 playing in round 4, and people literally have said, this has been said to me, like, literally, like, 10 different times, like, I didn't think I'd play against you when I picked up a loss or whatever, we're like 3-1, and I'm just like, I wish that were true. Like, I mean, I wish I won all my matches all the time. Like, way too high, Corey, way too high. All right, so let's keep Firewalkering for extra cards. I can't send the 1-2 into the first striker. Sending the 1-3 just feels silly. It's funny, because my hand is so good, I barely want to be activating Firewalker. But this is a similar situation to the Svella spots. Like, I want to get the value now. Like, I don't know if I'm going to be drawing cards forever with the Firewalker. So, like, I mean, it has to be right, I think. Like, I don't need to be, like, mask nexusing and be holding in a rush. But, like, it feels, like, weird because, like, I have good things to do. But still, this is drawing extra cards. This is giving me extra resources. That looks good enough to stroke. Yeah, holding stroke over Foretell because I'm drawing the extra cards with Firewalker right now. So I really wanted to just stroke anything that would stop that. You know, milk that for as long as I can. No Foretell was correct this time. I had exactly 3 mana up. If I foretold, I couldn't stroke. I didn't just forget this time. I held up stroke because I am using Firewalker, and I felt like that was correct. So even though this trade looks bad, remember, I get to draw a card. I can cast almost anything at this point. So I'll probably hit Kaya and be unable to cast it, but basically any other card in my deck. So, I mean, I clearly want to be attacking even to trade with Shieldmate because I'm also drawing a card. Oh, can't cast Squash either. I was wrong. Okay, whatever, though. So, those are bouncing. And is there any way I can turn Squash on? No. So, play a land. We need a white source for Kaya. Foretell the Behold, even though I'm just going to cast it end of turn. Just to make you happy so you don't think I forgot it, chat. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't block with Shieldmate. But like I said, the reason I attack with Firewalker is because I still get to draw a card. So whereas normally I wouldn't trade Firewalker for Shieldmate, if it's Firewalker plus the Boast for Shieldmate, I'm cool with that. Especially when I have Nexus to start sinking my mana into. And how many more turns as the game goes on can I expect to profitably be able to attack with Firewalker? Trade with Shieldmate's still a trade. It's not just blanked. So obviously we don't need more lands. Bottom. Basically like we drew 4 cards. Okay, I think it's Kaya plus and switch gears now. I can kill the flyer, and then I can just plus Kaya to 7 probably and win this as a defensive deck. You get to choose day 1. Whether you play best of 1 or best of 3. Hammer gives trample, but Frostbite does too. So unless they have another trick, the Raptor's not dealing any damage to Kaya. Thanks, Ilix. I mean, I can just double block the Hammer token, get the creature back in my hand, get a 1/1 flyer. Like, I don't think that makes sense to exile the Hammer here. I think I can protect Kaya. Well, now I have to bolt that. And then they can still move the Hammer, so this isn't great, but they did have another trick, and it's still not horrible for me or anything. Thanks, Step and Razor. I also agree with that. Unless it involves bad jokes, or anytime you're putting me in the same sentence as LSV, I'm happy. Huge compliment. Hey, that was a good top deck. Alright, so I guess, I mean, they have the 6/3. I have 3 snow lands, so I can bolt wherever the Hammer is, but I really need to bolt the Raptor since it's their only flyer. Yeah, Legend's good too. I'm a pretty big fan of Legend streams. So let's see. The Raider looks like probably the best one to put the plus on, because if it dies, I'll get another Rummage. So I can't assume they have another trick. I don't see why I would bite now. I guess they can, like, crew the plow with the hammered raptor and then attack with the plow, but, I mean, I do want to try and protect Kaya. And getting all these counters on my creatures is huge, right? Like, how are they going to win this game if all my creatures have ghost form counters? Every turn that goes by is like, you know, my advantage grows. 4, 7, 8. So I can play, like, Thought Thief. Do I have 3 snowlands? Yes. And so I can bring back Narfi and Frostbite? Okay, this looks good. Yeah, I don't want to Nexus right now because I want to bring back Narfi and play Thought Thief, I think. Yeah, you can have that. Again, remember, I'm ahead, so I'm doing them. They're the one who needs to draw, like, a trick or something to change this or removal spell. At the moment, I believe I'm just holding everything back to block because they could, like, you know, activate the plow and then put the hammer on it. In that case, I'd probably have to bite it, but I'm basically just playing defense at the moment. Maybe that's playing a little too scared. Maybe I'm supposed to attack with the Firewalker. But, I don't know. I don't really need, like, to draw a card or something. Yeah, I mean, I could have bolted it on my turn, but remember, they had a hammer, so I wasn't being lazy for no reason or something, like, or risky for no reason. They had 1 card in hand. I knew they were drawing Mountain. I Thought Thief them. And, like, they have a hammer, so, like, if I bolt the Raptor on my turn, then they can crew the plow with the Ox and then put the hammer on the plow. So my play was right there. Even though it didn't work out, it was right. Okay, so we can start racing. We're actually still in pretty good shape, I think. Yes, you're right. Hit the punt counter. My play was not right. I could have played around Run Amok. I could have let them go into the beginning of combat and then before Declaration of Tackers inside combat when they can't move the hammer and can't play Run Amok. I could have bolted it. You're right. You're right, chat. I was right not to do it on my turn, even though it didn't work out. Obviously, if I knew they had Run Amok, whatever, I could just do it on my turn or whatever. But, like, yes, it was right for me not to do it on my turn, but I should have done it in combat before they declare attackers. If they have a different trick, good beats, but I should play around a common. There's no reason not to. It's free. You're 100% right. My bad. Okay, so now playing the Nexus first makes my team get pumped by the Narfi, so let's do that. They could crew in response, but they can't move the hammer, and then I could just easily block the 6-3. The reason I couldn't do it on my turn was because they could end up putting the hammer on the 6-3, and then they have a 9-3 trample, which is, you know, tough for me to block. But yeah, no, that was my mistake, 100%. So they can crew, all my creatures trade with it. This attack seems fine. Yeah, no, it was right for me not to do it on my turn, because then they would crew up the plow and put the hammer on it. But inside combat, before Declaration of Attackers, if they crew the plow, who cares? The plow doesn't have trample. I'll just block it with, like, you know, any of my cards, like Firewalker. Yeah, that was the absolute perfect play there. Like, you know, not based on what they had, but just, like, you know, against everything they could have, is pass the turn, do it at the start of combat when they can't move the hammer. You are right as usual, chat. Chat 13,746. Ben, still 19. Yeah, but still, it's still better. Yes, Run Amok might still finish off the Nexus there anyway with the plow. Yeah, that's a good point. It's still probably right, though, because why let them attack and then do it, right? Like, the point was them not being able to move the hammer. But yeah, that's a good point. The Run Amok would still give trample, so, like, it wouldn't have been nearly as bad. I mean, it wouldn't have been much of a difference. But I think technically perfect play is still that. But you're right, because the Run Amok would give trample to the plow when I blocked it, and it would kill Kaya anyway. It wasn't much of a difference. Alright, Narfi's gonna die, Thought Thief's gonna die, but Narfi's gonna come right back. Who cares? This is fine. I really can't cast that. Good beats. Whatever. I didn't need that 1 extra mana. going to play the land because we can use a lot of lands potentially. Yeah. No, I mean, like, the right play was, well, you're right, it does kind of eat an extra creature. Maybe my play was right. Well, either way, you should certainly be thinking about bolting at the beginning of their combat, but it's because Run Amok gives trample and not just +3/+3 to an attacker. And it's true, if they crew the plow, my only real block on it is Firewalker, and then they run amok, they kill Firewalker and the Kaya anyway. The Firewalker goes back in my hand because it had the Ghost Form counter and I get the 1/1. So it's pretty close. But I still lose Kaya and I lose Firewalker. So yeah, maybe it was actually right to just let them attack. Alright, on punt. No, I'm just kidding. It's fine. Whatever. Either way, that was a great discussion about when to use a removal. And like I said, with Hammer out, it's definitely not right to use it on my turn. But as far as beginning of combat to play around Run Amok, that's definitely something you want to do in some situations. In that situation precisely, I don't think it made much of a difference. But it's something that should certainly be on your radar. Alright, I have Ring for any color, but they're green, so they might Masked Vandal it. I think I'm just going to discard Ring, right? Because I have black, white, blue, and red as usual, and I don't need, like, infinite mana. So I don't want to discard Meadow and have them end up Mass Vandaling the Ring and taking me off mana, but I want to curve out and attack and not miss damage. So I think the right play is Raider, discard Ring there, keep Meadow. Now I'm going to do myself because I'm looking for one more land. It's a good card, but I don't need it. It's a good kick shot. Yeah, I was holding the land for that reason, Dr. Goldhead, but at the end of the game, it became clear that that was not, like, a relevant thing anymore. Alright, I'm going to keep Thought Thiefing me. I'm looking for a land for Kaya. Easy Graveyard. I'm still one snow land away from bringing it back, but I'm looking for lands. I actually have 3 cards I can't cast in my hand. Hopefully I'll draw a land. I'm 1 land away from casting all 3. Yeah, if you play best, that's a good point. Whoever just mentioned land destruction, I'm not going to advocate maining it in sealed, though it might be right if enough players are green like I think they will be. But if you play best of 3, definitely have your eye on that red destroy a land card, because you're going to play against a lot of Glittering Frost green ramp decks, and you're going to want to board that in against the non-aggro decks. That's a very good point, Dr. Goldhead. Alright, so definitely attack with the 3/2s, right? Oh, not definitely. They trade and get a 2/2. But if I don't, this grows to a 4/4 and then blanks them. And they're going to get the 2/2 when I kill it later anyway. Unless I exile it. Yeah, because I have the exile, I shouldn't attack. That's a really good point, Dr. Goldhead. And I'm not even saying it's definitely wrong to main it, but I'm not going to advocate maining it because you're going to be on the draw and people are going to curve out sometimes, and land destruction's still pretty bad. But if you play against one of those like Glittering Frost ramp decks and that doesn't show you any aggression, absolutely, if you're playing best of 3, board in that land kill. Does this thing have lifelink? Like, I know they have this, which also attacks the life, but the life totals are about to be them at 5 and me at 16. That was one of the more ambitious attacks I've ever seen. Okay. I'm just going to attack and play the Raven then. Hold the Kayas on conditional removal. Yeah, they'll eat the Raven, but if not, they're going to eat a 3/2. I guess I could pass and let them eat the 3/2, and then I can squash end of turn Kaya on my turn, potentially. I mean, squash is going to cost 2 after Arcanist, though. I guess I want to play squash before I play Arcanist to get another squash, though, so maybe that's right. I also have the 3 Snowlands to bring back Narfi now. I couldn't bring it back now. I mean, I could deal the extra 2, but then they'd exile it. I guess I just pass the turn, and then I can squash or Narfi. Non-land. Yeah, of course. They never let cards like this hit lands. Kyle does not exile non-token. You can exile tokens. It's just non-land. Can't exile lands. But this is good. If they tap out for, like, a creature and attack, I can go squash Kaya. I can bring back Narfi if they're going to have okay blocks, and then just drop Kaya and get rid of the Berserker. There's, like, no way this could work out badly for me. I don't know why they attacked with Death Knell Berserker last turn. Like, I know this card attacks the life total, but that was, like, seriously, like, one of the most aggressive attacks I've ever seen. I was at 19 or 20, and they were at, like, 13 facing 8, like, going to 5. Like, I was, like, pretty shocked when they made that attack. So what do I want to do here? Like, squash the Yargoth, Kaya the Berserker, and then attack for 3 looks pretty good. I mean, they could have a Snakeskin Veil. That wouldn't shock me as a card in their hand right now. Or that card. But I guess now I'm trying to win primarily with Raven in the air. So that's fine. So now I think it's just like Frostbite the 2/3 and play Raven. That uses all my mana. I'm just going to do it now. Because otherwise they're going to... I can't let them attack with it or they'll get to boast. Well, do I let them boast? No, they may have something good. I'm not going to let my opponent brag. I hate when people brag. Be humble, right? Probably Bacon. That was a real... I was at 20 with 8 power out, and they had 1/4/4 blocker stopping my team, and they were at, like, 13 or whatever. Like, it's one of the most aggressive attacks I've seen, like, in context, right? Like, I don't mean most aggressive, like, you know, attacking for 16 on turn 4 against a control player. I mean, like, in a game, most aggressive as in a spot where I wouldn't expect somebody to attack. Like, you know, like they're the ones sitting behind the lantern, and, like, they had 1 creature stopping my 3, and I'm way ahead in life. Like, I don't know. I was ecstatic when they attacked. I don't know. That's all I can really say there. All right, so if I Kaya the 4/4 and attack with everything, if they don't have anything, I win. If they have removal, then the Raptor gets to eat the Raider, but they still take 3 and go to 2. Seems fine. I think now we just Kaya the Death Knell Berserker. I'll just discard Island. No reason to keep losing life now that the game is approaching end. I mean, they're dead if they don't have, like, a last card removal here. If they do, it's still kind of tight, because the Lantern can take over the game at the end, obviously. But I do have the Narfi to bring back. And they are at 5, taking 5, so, I mean, if they don't have removal, it's game over. Good stuff. Does that make us 6-2? It does. We going to get 3 straight 7-2s? What do y'all think? Are we going to win this game or lose this game? I don't think I 7-1'd either. I think I went 7-2 in both of the first 2. But this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, you never see me go 7-2 in 3 straight drafts, but that's because I'm playing all mythics. This is, like, you know, open on ranked play. It would, Akanar, if only there was a way. Yeah, this pool was tough, though. I think, like, my first 2 pools were good, not, like, busted, but good. This pool was really tough. Apparently 56% to win this game. Perfect math, Jorge. Who could argue with that? All right, I guess we'll keep running our combos. If I draw a Snowland, I can bring Narfi in on turn 3. Did you know I was playing Reanimator? 2 Innerstrom Raiders, 2 Narfis. Unfortunately, I can't play the tap land and do it, but I'm going for it. If we draw an on-tap Snowland, we have Narfi next turn. If not, we have it the turn after and we'll foretell or whatever. We're working on it, Shrek. We're working on it, I promise. Sadly, no turn 3 Narfi. But turn 4 Narfi. Yeah, I always say how I don't like how high-powered Magic. That's why I don't like Vintage Cube and stuff. So probably shouldn't have built Reanimator and Seal Deck, right? What was I thinking? Blue-red Grixis Reanimator. All right. I think that's the play. I mean, just going to attack, and I'll leave up Stroke. If they do something really good, I'll Stroke it. If not, Narfi comes in. It's a good card, but it can't be stroked. Still a good game. I mean, they have a Pac-Mate and Avalanche Caller. They're playing good stuff. So I can squash the Caller, but I'm not sure if I want to do that. I mean, if they want to attack in a Narfi, I can just block. So I think I only have one blue. That's one of the only trickier parts here, but I think I'm just going to play a land and pass. Leave up Squash and Stroke. If they go to attack, I have Narfi to block. You know, even if I'm trading with lands, it's coming right back. So, like, if they attack with, like, you know, 2 lands, I can, like, squash the Pac-Mate. Narfi eats a land. I don't know. Is that too greedy? And I'm going to squash Caller end of turn if they don't attack. And if they tap out for, like, some good drop, then I can Stroke that. Okay, so unfortunately I have to drop shields because I don't have double blue. It's true that my lands are bigger than theirs thanks to Narfi. I don't know what to do now. They can activate a couple of lands. I mean, you know, I'm not going to die in one attack here, but it is kind of scary. Could start with Raider, but then I can't play Avalanche Caller and be able to make a 5/5. Yeah, it might be right to just play Caller and pass. Raider to look for Island works. If I draw the Island, it's decent, but I think it's just Caller here, right? I don't think I Rummage because what am I going to discard? What am I going to play? Like if I Rummage and discard the Mountain, then I don't have Avalanche Caller up. I kind of need Avalanche Caller up here, right? My lands are bigger than theirs, as somebody said. Yuck. This is working out very poorly. Still make a land for this turn, but... So let's activate the basic. I'm getting, like, savagely outplayed. So, because I might discard it to the Raider. I mean, I was going to have to work through that stuff. But I have to draw, like, a Frostbite or a Squash, or I'm going to lose to their Caller. The Raven can trade with the Reaper, so that's, like, not a huge threat. So how many Snowlands can they actually activate? Like, 2 or 3? Probably 2. Are they close to 3? It's just 3 mana per, right? 4, 8. Yeah, if they play a land, they can activate 3. I don't know what to do. I feel like I want a Raider and discard Thought Thief. And then I can play the Mountain. If I don't draw an island, I can Put the Behold on layaway, and then I have Stroke or Behold up. Just Behold for a Frostbite. That's definitely an option. I can't Squash, though, can I? No, I don't have a Giant. I haven't seen any. I guess I have 3 Frostbites. Yeah, they need non-tap Snow for 3. Thought Thief trades for a land. So does Raider, though. I think this is the right line. I mean, I guess... No, I can't discard the Mountain. So it's the Thought Thief. I mean, I'm not dead on board. I'm not saying I'm necessarily in great shape, right? But I can get low. This puts me to 6. If they don't have an on-tap land, they don't have 3 attackers. Even if they do, if they don't send the Caller, like, I can, like, you know, block and kill something, like chump a 5/5 with, like, Raider. I can Behold end of turn to find the Frostbite. I'm not saying this is going well at this point. But, like, Narfi for the 3/3 is good for me. These don't have Trample, right? So I think I'm just going to do this. And then I have to rely on killing the Caller. I lose 2 Raiders, they lose a Packmate. It's not like a bad deal. I have to kill Caller or I lose, but I got the Raider card, and now I get the Behold, so I get a lot more cards to find the Frostbite this way than if I went for it last turn. I think I have to bottom Raven. I have another Raven. I really just have to get a Frostbite. And I have 3 of them. Come on, deck. I gave myself the extra cards and waited the extra turn and let it get tighter. I had Raider card, Draw Step, 2 Scry from Behold, 2 draws from Behold, Draw Step. And I have 3 Frostbites. Sigh. Alright. So now I'm pretty much just dead. I mean, that was good. If I drew the Frostbite, I Frostbite the Caller. I can take 2. I've got the Raven to trade with the Reaper. So it's a good game, and then Narfi comes back. I think we played that well. Probably not perfect, but overall, I think that was right. Because that board, like, those Raiders weren't doing much. Like, the trade with the Wolf is actually good for me because the Narfi comes back. So, I think that was fine. I mean, we're still not technically dead if they have nothing, but I don't think we're realistic to win from here. But if I draw the Frostbite and they have nothing, they have literally nothing out. Like, I kill the Caller and then the Reaper's gone. Yeah, I mean, I didn't concede because I know it's not lethal yet, but obviously this turn was, you know, pretty bad. Enough of your sass, Dr. Goldhead. Oh, kills Avalanche Caller all the same, so. There's still a prayer. I want to have 3 Snowlands up so we can bring back Narfi or Stroke. So you're saying there's a chance. Can't Stroke that. I might have messed up if it was possible to get Narfi back into turn with mana I wasn't using. So now I gotta draw something. Anything but something. Don't be a land. Come on. Oh, I have the port, but it puts it in play tapped. Can that save me? Yes, I can get Avalanche Caller, and then I can activate something if I have enough mana. Do I have enough mana? Probably not. Maybe. So how much is this to sack? 6, so it's like 7. 1, 2, 3. Am I really 1 short? Oh my god, I think I'm one short. 3, 6, 7, and then I have 2 left, so I'm exactly one short. But wait, I can get Raider, and then if I find something I can cast with the 2 mana, then it's not over yet. Yeah, and we want to do it now in case we draw a 2-drop. Like, we could draw Frostbite now. If I had one more mana out, I could just get Avalanche Caller, and then it would be way better. I wouldn't have to top deck. But we can get Raider, and we can get a loot. It's leaving me Frostbite mana, right? Don't mill them. Don't mill my Frostbites. Don't do it. Okay, we didn't mill any. That's a good start. There's 3 of them in there. Come on, deck. Come on, deck. Come on, Frostbite. It's so painful. What a game. Where are the Frostbites? I have 3, not 1. I scried 2 cards to the bottom. Where are the Frostbites? What a game. I probably punted that. People always say, like, what makes LSV or PB better? And you, like, this game. Like, that was epic, and I played fine, but, like, wow. 1 land short, 1 life short, like, so many strategic decisions. Yeah, if I had brought Narfi back the turn before, if you're right, then I punted the game. I mean, potentially. That was fun, though. Yeah, I mean, you said I had played a tap land and I had 2 snow up and I could have brought back Narfi and I didn't use the mana. I believe you. I'm not sure that happened. I don't remember, but I believe you. Oh, yeah. No, if what the chat is saying is true, that's just a punt. I obviously, it's important to bring back Narfi, and, like, if I had 2 unspent mana and a snow land in hand and played a tap land, like, I mean, there's value in getting tap lands in play, but there's more value in getting Narfi out, so I punted it away. If that's true. I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it, like, skeptically. I honestly have no idea. But that was fun. No more sealeds. I'm not even going to do a long ads in chats because it's 10:30. But I promised an ads in chat, so I'm going to do a little. But thanks to everybody. I really appreciate it. Tons of viewers all week and tonight. Lots of subscriptions and donations. I know y'all have been spreading the word, and I really do appreciate the support. If you do like the content, thanks. Also, I have a YouTube channel. We post all the streams and occasionally some new content. There's 1 new draft video that's not a stream, and I'm planning to start making more. Have a good night, back bar. Thanks for staying up to 3:30. I do plan to stream this, unless WotC says you can't, which I doubt they'll say. It's more about, like, can I ask you for help during the build? Like, that's the real question. Obviously, if I put it on a 5 or 10 minute delay and just kind of do my thing and narrate some plays, but, like, don't, interact with the chat live, that's only a disadvantage, really, because I'm having to narrate my plays, so I can't imagine that's a problem. The question is, am I allowed to have, like, live chat assistance? Like, can I say, like, should I play green-blue or green-red while building? I don't think of my chat as toddlers, given I punt left and right, and the count is currently my chat 13,746 kid kudos and me 19. But if I ever get to even, then we'll see. Thanks, Psycho Man. Appreciate the subscription. Chat is underrated. Like, I've said this time and time again. Crowdsourcing is the most powerful force in the world now. Like, Google knows everything. Like, if you literally, like, Google something or ask on Twitter or whatever, like, somebody knows, like, enough experts know, like, enough people know. Like, I honestly think crowdsourcing is probably, like, the most powerful thing in the world, like, at the moment. But I really appreciate the help. Y'all are awesome. So, for anybody who's never seen ads in chats, I'm done playing Magic for the night. So, I totally get it if you go elsewhere. What I'm going to do now is basically a live Ask Me Anything, where, you watch my stream, I only really deal in Magic. Like, you can say, like, nice win for the Heat last night, but I'm just like, okay, thanks, and then let's get back to the strategy. When I'm playing Magic, the focus is on the Magic strategy. Now, this isn't Magic. Obviously, you can ask me about Magic. It's the only thing in the world I'm truly an expert in. But this is more like, you know, just an ask me anything about Magic, what my favorite food is, doesn't matter, whatever you want. And I show ads constantly. So if you're not a sub, don't have ad block or whatever, I show ads as much as I can. As you probably notice if you watch my stream, I don't show any ads ever. So this is when I get my ads in and I answer questions and I kind of hang out if you want to get to know me, if you want to ask me questions. Like I said, Magic questions obviously make the most sense, but feel free to ask me literally anything, as long as it's not like offensive. But, you know, it can be semi-personal, just not, you know, crazy. But so I'm going to set the stream title in the category so people know, because anytime it says anytime I'm in the Magic channel, I'm playing Magic and I'm not showing ads and I'm not chatting. Anytime I'm in just chatting, well, that's pretty obvious, as well as it says ads and chats. So that's updated. And additionally, I'm going to make my webcam a little bigger now that I'm not going to be playing Magic. You can actually see what I look like a little better if you care. You probably don't. You get Big Ben for ads and chats. And I'm going to refill my iced tea. And if you have any questions, I will be back in literally a second. I'm just refilling my iced tea. Nice chair stream. Have a good one, K-Rim. Thanks for hanging out as much as you did. Okay, so like I said, consider it like a live Ask Me Anything / hangout. And obviously, like I said, it doesn't have to be about Magic at all. Like, it can be. I assume that's probably what most people would want to ask me about. But if you want to ask me, you know, how I have such nice hair, feel free. Oh, Dangle said he wants me to end the stream and start it again. It's kind of annoying, but I can do that.